You're staring into the grinning face of the inhuman flight attendant. Her eyes too large and far apart. Her teeth too sharp and too numerous. Her skin shiny and wet. Fish-like. She holds the glistening chrome can and peels off the lid. Inside, thick, knotted worms wriggle together. Your in-flight snack. Hungry? Less than an hour earlier, the researcher sits in his office at SCP Foundation Site 3A, eyes excitedly glued to the monitor on his desk. On it, he can see a live video feed being streamed directly from the camera pinned to the collar of D-Class 1442. Through this remote viewing setup, the researcher will be able to view the first manned testing of a recently acquired anomaly, one so new that the official file is still actively being written. As a relatively new researcher at the organization, this is his chance to make his mark on Foundation history. The anomaly is a plane, an entire plane retrieved from the Pacific Ocean and brought to a hangar at the site. Like many items recovered by the Foundation, it seems perfectly normal at first glance. In fact, it almost seems too normal. After crashing into the ocean, the aircraft should be visibly damaged, but there's nothing wrong with it. Not so much as a scratch on the exterior. The interior is pristine, and the mechanical parts are all perfectly operational. So the higher-ups approved a series of tests to determine what exactly is so strange about this plane. The best way to do that is to see it in action. Multiple D-Class have been placed inside, scattered in various seats throughout the cabin. In the cockpit, the only agent at Site 3A with a pilot's license, Agent Kulkarni, prepares for takeoff. He sends a quick message to the researcher at the monitor, letting him know that all systems are operational and ready to go. It's time for this mysterious plane to take to the skies, and the researcher has a front-row seat. The takeoff goes smoothly, with no notable anomalous activity. At this point, it just feels like watching a first-person simulation of a typical airline experience. Then, as the plane reaches cruising altitude, the intercom crackles to life, and a chipper voice makes an announcement.
Hello everyone, and welcome to your flight with Kingfisher Airlines. I'll be your pilot. Now that we've successfully taken off, make sure to keep your seatbelts unbuckled. Make our jobs a little easier, huh?
The researcher's brow furrows at the sound. That is not Agent Kulkarni's voice. Who is that talking? He sends a message to Agent Kulkarni, but gets no response. Right, of course, he's too busy flying the plane. The researcher jots down a note on his clipboard, recording the first instance of anomalous activity on the plane. Then, he returns his gaze to the monitor. He can see on the video feed that D-1442 has unbuckled their seatbelt in accordance with the announcement's instructions. None of the D-Class appear to react to the announcement, aside from taking off their seatbelts. As D-1442's camera pans down to the floor of the cabin, the researcher begins furiously scribbling notes once more. There's water running through the aisles of the plane, soaking the carpeted floor. The researcher squints, noting dots of green throughout the water. Mold? No. Seaweed. He's certain of it. The water trickles under D-1442's seat, soaking their shoes, and the researcher waits for a reaction. But it never comes. It's as if the D-Class hasn't noticed the apparent seawater spilling into the plane. The camera pans around the plane, and much to the researcher's surprise and frustration, none of the other D-Class are reacting either. He scribbles down some more notes. This must be part of the plane's anomalous nature. Those inside don't notice that anything unusual is happening, even though it is. But why seawater? He underlines the question several times for emphasis, but no answer reveals itself. At least, not yet. He has to admit, it's a bit unsettling to see a plane full of D-Class acting as if they're on a perfectly ordinary trip on a perfectly ordinary plane, as saltwater pools in their shoes, seeping into their socks. Look at the seaweed floating through the waves of water. The researcher can almost smell it, the briny sting of salt in his nose. He wonders what it might mean, and shudders as his imagination runs wild. Perhaps the plane drowns its passengers. Nope, there's no use getting ahead of himself. Better to just wait and see what happens next. It doesn't take long for the next dramatic development to unfold on the monitor. The camera shakes violently as the plane apparently experiences some turbulence. As if reading his mind, D-1442 makes a comment about the turbulence, turning the camera toward the window. Just like the water, D-1442 cannot see anything unusual outside. But on his monitor, sitting in his office, the researcher can see the truth, even if he doesn't understand what it means yet. There's something caught on the wing of the plane. That much he knows for sure. He squints, leaning forward until his nose is almost touching the screen. What is that? The plane rocks again, and the wing is yanked upward a bit by what he can now see as some kind of wire. He can't see where it ends. It just extends up into the sky until it vanishes from view. And then D-1442 is turning the camera away from the window again, and the researcher can no longer inspect the wire tangled on the wing. The camera is now trained on the aisle again, where two figures are trudging through the sopping wet carpet, wheeling a wobbly cart. As they move down the aisle and closer to the camera, the researcher manages to get a better look at them. A man and a woman, neither of whom look familiar to him, both dressed in matching blue uniforms. On their blazers, they each wear a pin in the shape of a fish and a hook. Atop their heads, blue hats are pinned in place. Though there is nothing immediately off about their appearances, their very presence is of concern to the researcher. There were no flight attendants placed on board. Why would there be? This goes beyond seawater and strange wires on the wings. Now there are brand new humanoids anomalously appearing aboard the plane, wobbling down the aisle with a cart full of drinks. No, not drinks, cans of some kind. As the flight attendants walk, the researcher takes note of their unusual gaits. They move with awkward, arrhythmic plodding steps, like a newborn deer learning to walk for the very first time. For a baby animal, it's endearing. For two supposedly adult humans who have appeared as if from nowhere, wheeling their cart of mysterious cans, it sends a shiver down the researcher's spine. As the female flight attendant approaches D-1442, shiny metal can in hand, the camera captures a glimpse of her face up close. Her eyebrows are drawn on too high, giving her a wide-eyed, shock appearance. No, it isn't just the eyebrows. Her eyes themselves are a bit too wide. Her mouth is stretched in a broad, red lipstick grin, showing just a few too many teeth for the researcher to feel at ease. As she offers the can to D-1442, and they reach out to take it, the researcher notes that the flight attendant does not blink once. She never speaks either. She just holds that unsettling smile and waits for D-1442 to take the can from her hand. Then she moves on to the next passenger. D-1442's camera tilts down toward the can, and they peel back the lid to reveal its contents. As the lens focuses, the researcher's stomach turns at the sight. The can is filled to the brim with writhing, squirming, fat and juicy earthworms. The sort his father used to bring on family fishing trips to bait the hooks with when he was a little boy. D-1442 reaches into the can and pulls out a long, wriggling worm, lifting it toward their face. No, please don't do it. But they can't feel the researcher's revulsion, nor do they seem to even realize they're holding a worm and not a more conventional airplane snack. The camera is mercifully turned away from D-1442's face, so the researcher doesn't have to watch, but he can hear the wet chewing, and he knows exactly what is happening. He covers his mouth, fighting the urge to gag as he watches the rest of the D-Class follow suit, opening their cans and beginning to eat the worms one at a time. With all of the worms passed out, the two flight attendants begin to shamble back up the aisle, pushing the cart through the thick layer of green seaweed that now blankets the floor. There's even more of it than there was a few moments ago, and the researcher can no longer see any of the carpet beneath. The two flight attendants vanish behind the curtain at the front of the plane, leaving the passengers alone with their worms. Nothing else unusual happens for nearly 2 hours, and the researcher sits and watches as every passenger in the camera's line of sight slowly devours each and every worm in their respective can, occasionally idly glancing out the window or flipping through a magazine. The researcher is just beginning to think the anomalous events might be over when the curtain opens once again. The female flight attendant is back. At least, he thinks it must be her. The silhouette looks the same, but it's difficult to be certain. Her face is no longer visible. Instead, it is wrapped in wires that look identical to those spotted on the wing during the supposed turbulence earlier. The wires are draped around her entire body, hanging from her arms, her shoulders, and brushing along the floor next to her shoes. As the flight attendant begins to walk down the aisle in those same eerie plodding steps, she reaches out to a passenger, and the researcher nearly falls out of his chair in shock. Her hands. They aren't hands anymore. They've been replaced with fishing hooks, giant fishing hooks the size of the hands she once had. She walks past D-1442, headed toward the back of the plane. She's out of sight for a few moments, until she crosses back into the camera's view. There's a passenger with her, a D-class with his hands tied together behind his back, wrists bound with something thin and transparent. Again, the researcher remembers those trips with his father. Fishing line. The man is bound with fishing line. He follows the flight attendant with a docile expression, seemingly unconcerned by his state of captivity, the strange wires, and her hook hands. As the flight attendant and the passenger pass the camera, the researcher can see that he was mistaken. She does not just have one passenger with her. She has 5, all with their wrists bound in fishing line, all following her without one word of protest or attempt to resist. The flight attendant and the 5 passengers all vanish through the curtain. D-1442 places the now empty can of worms in the back pocket of the seat in front of them. Then, everything is still again for a while, save for the continuous flow of seawater through the aisles, filling the cabin inch by inch. It is at D-1442's knees now and creeping ever higher. Still, they do not budge. All of a sudden, the plane shakes violently. D-1442's gaze, and the camera with it, snaps toward the window. There, cloud formations rapidly whirl through the air, pouring buckets of water. Lightning flashes, illuminating the darkened sky for a moment. In that moment, brief though it is, the researcher can make out some odd shapes snaking through the air, weaving between the clouds. Another flash of lightning reveals them. Eels. If his guess is correct, he'd say they are electric eels specifically. D-1442 does not see the eels, but does seem to be affected by the sudden, dramatic change in the weather. They chuckle nervously, voice quavering slightly, and remark that this thunderstorm wasn't predicted on the Weather Channel that morning. The plane shakes again as another flash of lightning breaks through the darkness, revealing more and more eels. The window itself is wobbling, the glass beginning to buckle under the pressure of the water outside, more and more pouring against it. Crash! The glass shatters, and water pours in through the open window, where there should be roaring wind. An eel flies through the window, landing on D-1442's lap. It flops furiously back and forth as D-1442 passively ignores it. The water levels begin to rise rapidly, up and over D-1442's legs, up their chest, until the water is covering the camera lens. Luckily, the camera is outfitted for underwater filming, though the researcher never expected that particular function to be relevant while testing an anomalous airplane. It continues to pick up video, displaying it all on the monitor as it begins to shake violently. The sound of choking can be heard as D-1442 attempts to keep breathing normally, even with water flooding their mouth and lungs. They choke and splutter, slowly drowning without even realizing they're underwater. The camera begins to drift upward, floating away from its place on D-1442. As it hits the ceiling, it swivels and reveals D-1442's unconscious body, floating there below. The rest of the passengers, the ones who didn't leave with the flight attendant earlier, are also drifting through the water, unconscious or worse. Their bodies are covered in green, the seaweed from before growing over them. The researcher is writing furiously now, getting down every detail. When he finishes writing, he grabs his phone. He needs to get back in communication with Agent Kulkarni and figure out an extraction plan before the man drowns, if he hasn't already. The phone rings, but no answer. He should have expected that. It's probably been damaged by the water too. The researcher is just about to contact the site director and ask what to do when the camera picks up motion coming from behind the curtain. Something is emerging from the cockpit. The curtain is shoved to the side, and out bursts Agent Kulkarni. He appears to be breathing steadily, despite being underwater. He looks terrified, disoriented, but otherwise unaffected by the chaos unfolding around him. His eyes widen, his eyelids flutter, and he collapses to the ground. His body convulses, as if he's having a seizure. He opens his mouth as if to scream, but nothing comes out. Well, at least no sound comes out. Something else does. His jaw opens wider, wider, and wider still, his jaw unhinging like a snake, or an eel, the researcher thinks. There's a glint of metal in the back of his throat, and all at once, a large fishing hook comes rocketing out of his mouth. Another follows it, and another, all connected to fishing line that seems to come from deep in Agent Kulkarni's stomach. Whatever anomalous forces have changed the plane, filled it with water, created eels and flight attendants, have also changed him. The hooks push through the water, moving of their own accord, and attach themselves to the remaining passengers. Some only hook their clothes, others hook deeper, and blood colors the water. Something, and the camera doesn't pick up what, grabs hold of Agent Kulkarni's leg, pulling him back into the darkness beyond the curtain. As he goes, his body pulls the fishing line, dragging the hooks and the passengers with him. One by one, they vanish from view until the plane is empty. The intercom crackles impossibly beneath the water, and the same unrecognizable voice speaks.
Thank you for flying with Kingfisher.
Silence for a moment, then static. The video feed has been lost. The researcher throws his clipboard against the wall, unable to contain his rage. They lost an entire plane full of D-Class and his valued colleague, and received no concrete answers about the plane. If anything, he has far more questions. One of which is, where is the plane now? A recovery team manages to locate the plane in a surprising place. It lands a few hours later in the same place where it took off. It should be damaged, filled with water, covered in broken windows and gouges from those hooks. But it is just as spotless as it was when they found it. Not a drop of water or speck of seaweed to be seen. No sign of any of its passengers either, or the captain. The only thing on the plane that wasn't there before is the camera, completely dry, sitting in D1442's seat as if nothing ever happened. Its locally recorded video confirms the researcher's witness account. Everything he saw seems to be completely real. All planned test flights that were intended to follow this first one are canceled due to concerns from the ethics committee, as well as budgetary concerns regarding the loss of staff. The researcher turns in his notes, his job complete. Then he requests a transfer to another assignment. He's had quite enough of SCP-3531. I can't say I blame him. I was never fond of flying in the first place, but this anomaly has introduced a new level of dread to the experience. SCP-3531 is a Boeing 737 airliner that is unremarkable in every way at first glance. The exterior and interior appear normal, and when not in flight, the plane is completely non-anomalous. When SCP-3531 is in flight, however, that's a different story. Photographs, videos, and audio recordings taken inside of the craft while it is in the air show forms of aquatic-based anomalous phenomena, as well as humanoid figures that manifest and act as flight attendants, despite not being present before the plane takes off. However, in spite of this obviously unusual phenomena, observers are either ignorant of it or unwilling to acknowledge it. Even when presented with video evidence, they will refuse to believe it. Outside witnesses appear to be unaffected, with the ignorance or inability to perceive the anomalies limited to those physically inside of the plane. SCP-3531 was first discovered by the SCP Foundation when Mobile Task Force Lambda-4 birdwatchers conducted a routine inspection of the plane's black box footage. The footage included the following recorded audio.
Look, I'll get you your shipment. We've been held up with processing. Yes, I know how many times I've said it. It's finicky. No, I swear it's just logistics. The clothes are the main problem. We can't get them off mid-flight, so... It's not the attendants, no, they're working fine, but it's hard enough to convince the people that they're on a normal flight. Getting them to, prepare themselves like that would be... No, I'm sorry, it'll be fine. Just, it shouldn't take much longer. The shipment will be...
The voice on the recording was identified as Mrs. Janet Kaminsky, a missing pilot who was presumed dead along with the crew and passengers of the flight. How did they all die? The plane crashed into the Pacific Ocean. I can't be certain of what happened, but if I had to guess, I'd say she made that shipment after all. SCP-3531 is stored in the hangar of Site 3A. Tests using SCP-3531 may only be conducted at the discretion of the site director. The details of SCP-3531's nature are somewhat sparse, at least in terms of what is available to someone not assigned to its research team. The best that I can surmise is this. Kingfisher is not a legitimate airline, though I'm sure you've already figured that out. I believe they are a company that services clientele who are interested in fishing, though not for what we might think of as traditional fish. It would seem that humans are loaded onto this anomalous aircraft and kept there, seated and docile, for Kingfisher's clients to capture. Whoever or whatever these clients are, presumably the voices on the other side of Janet Kaminsky's phone call, they are fishing for humans using anomalous means. Who knows how many shipments were made using SCP-3531 before it was seized by the Foundation? the fictitious airline, the plane, the flight attendants, all made for the perfect ruse, and the victims fell for it hook, line, and sinker. It's a perfect night for a candle-lit dinner. The cannibal sharpens his fillet knife, a hungry glint in his eye. It's been a long week at work, seeing clients, managing accounts, crunching numbers, having to pretend he's like all the others, that mass of bland, boring cattle. But on Friday, he gets to indulge in his ultimate passion. What a lovely day. There's a quiet, pained murmuring coming from the larder. The cannibal ignores it and chops carrots. On a cold evening like this, he could lose himself in a nice hot soup and a bottle of the red stuff. The murmuring in the larder becomes a muffled scream. How rude. It's interrupting his favorite part of the thieving magpie on vinyl. That simply will not do. He cleans the carrot juice from the shimmering blade of the knife and stomps over to the larder in a fierce mood, his teeth gritted. He opens the reinforced door. Strings of garlic hang next to imported Italian sausage. Preserves and pickles line the shelves in jars. So many fine, aged cheeses he can't remember all the names. And of course, Keith, bound and gagged in the corner, his ankles chained to the wall. Not so long ago, Keith was an intern at the cannibal's firm. He'd underperformed. He was always late, he was insubordinate. Still, the cannibal is resourceful and pragmatic. It's why they pay him such a lofty salary. It didn't take him long to think of another use for poor Keith. As Keith tries to beg through the rope tied into his mouth, the cannibal feels a pang of hunger. He always gets the most excited when the cattle are afraid. It gives him a feeling of almost godlike power. They'll cry, they'll beg, but sooner or later, the reality sets in. They're less than human now. They're food. Keith, rapidly losing hope, notices an interesting quirk in the architecture of the room. The floors slant slightly down into the center of the room. There's a drainage grate. The cannibal notices Keith looking at it and smiles, a broad crescent of predatory teeth. I had this room designed specially for my unusual feeding habits, Keith, he says, taking entirely too much pleasure in it. That vent you are taking so much interest in, it's for catching the spillage. I can't abide by mess. The cannibal takes out the fillet knife, clean, cold, and deadly, just like him, and sets to work. No point in delaying the fun now. Later that night, once the cannibal has finished hosing down the larder and cooking, he ladles some delicious meat stew into one of his fine china bowls. He takes a sip. Warm and delicious, like wings of golden light spreading in his chest. Intern Keith is actually some good to him now. Life can be full of surprises like that. The next day, as the cannibal sits in the corner office of his beloved high-rise, sending off emails to his most treasured clients, he feels so wonderfully at peace. He always feels that way after a feeding. It affirms what he holds to be one of the foundational facts of his reality. Human beings are just cattle. He's the predator, and the rest of them are prey. The detectives come prying in the afternoon. He expects that much. They ask him the standard battery of questions, details about his own life and history, his limited interactions with intern Keith, whether he noticed anything strange. The cannibal plays the part of the concerned citizen perfectly. He assures the detectives that, sadly, he doesn't have any information that will be of any use to them, but he hopes that the poor fellow is found safely. While he says that part, he tongues a stringy little fiber of Keith still stuck between his molars. When the detectives leave, he feels the ultimate thrill. He got away with it. The only evidence that could put him away is currently moving through his lower intestine. The transgression emboldens him. He normally only feeds once a month, but what would be the harm of going for a double this time, just to celebrate how well the first one went? He grins to himself. Yes, tonight, it will happen again. Cut to the dark streets in the poorer part of town, where he prowls in his Mercedes-Benz like a metal crocodile. Rain falls like deadly knives. The asphalt, his river, his hunting ground. Nobody misses people here, and that's something he's counting on. As he drives and seeks out his next victim, he finds himself reminiscing fondly about his past meals. There was the lonely woman walking home from the gym. He watched her working out through the glass all night, feeling his hunger grow. He's a patient ambush predator. When she left the gym, he got out of his car and pulled a black balaclava over his face, a hammer hidden inside the sleeve of his jacket. She didn't turn around until he was right behind her, and by then, well, it was already too late. She made a passable meatloaf. Of course, there was the roadside mechanic. He was easy enough. All it took was a phone stolen from a previous victim and a long, dark back road. He turned up in the middle of the night to solve what he thought was a car problem, but was, in fact, a problem of desire. He can't hide his surprise when he sees the cannibal step out of the dark with a handgun in his steely grip. He went so placidly into the back of the cannibal's car, as meek and obedient as a baby lamb. He made wonderful steaks later that night. And how could he forget the teenage boy that he lured over to his home by pretending to be a girl his age online? People are so easy to trick when they think they're getting what they want. Back in the present, he's selected his target. He parks on the side of the curb when he sees a homeless woman bundled up in the cold. He can give her a warm place for the night, just not the kind she expects. The cannibal slides out of his car, his form hidden behind a long, expensive raincoat. He slides up to the homeless woman and nudges her with his foot until she wakes up, confused and annoyed. He feels like a thrill tonight, a real hunt. When she asks him what the big idea is, waking her up like that, instead of answering with words, he reaches into his coat and pulls out an axe. Her eyes widen when she sees it. This man, this monster, means her terrible harm. She wills herself up to her feet, surfing a cascade of adrenaline, and starts to run down the street, screaming for help, exactly like he wants her to. That's when the chase begins. As shutters close and lights turn off, the homeless woman tears down the cold and desolate streets. The people in this neighborhood know better than to poke their nose into somebody else's business. They've been trained to close their eyes and just be thankful it's not them. Their apathy is the cannibal's greatest ally in these monstrous hunts. The woman tries banging up against indifferent doors, her cheeks streaked with tears. No response. The cannibal keeps up at a steady jog, honed over countless hours on the treadmill at his favorite premium gym. He can catch her at any time he wants, but it thrills him to prolong the chase. The pursuit is the only time he feels like his true self, the predator inside. But the homeless woman hasn't given up. She refuses to lay down and become prey to the monster with the axe. When she realizes that nobody else will help her, she's left with one option. She needs to protect herself. Cutting through the tape marked "Keep Out," she runs into a barren construction site, the ghost of what was once meant to be a mall, but it fell through. Like everything else out here. With her bare feet stinging against coarse gravel, she runs towards some half-completed stairs at the base level of the construction site and begins scaling them, flight after flight, with some inhuman wind at her back. Not far behind, the cannibal grips the lacquered wood of the axe handle, taking steady strides. The fear, he thinks, will only make her taste better. There's no way in hell that some poor stray like this would ever be able to best him. There's one thing that the cannibal underestimates: his would-be victim's will to survive, and that's a mistake that will cost him dearly. The cannibal's pursuit of the homeless woman leads him onto one of the construction site's many vacant floors, filled with ghostly sheets of translucent plastic and metal support beams. It's like something out of a cheap horror film, the perfect setting for an axe murder. And the cannibal more than intends to fulfill that prophecy. He stalks through the sheets of plastic, dragging his axe along the ground behind him with a menacing scrape. She's got to be around here somewhere. He checks behind some old cement drums. Nothing. He takes the time to peer around each concrete pillar, his nice shoes making a pleasing tap, tap, tap on the ground. "I know you're around here somewhere," he says. "Don't think you're getting one over on me. This is the fun part. I'm just working up an appetite." This is where he makes his fatal error. He's wearing a nice pair of lace-up shoes, and she isn't wearing anything on her feet at all. So while he's gloating and taunting, he can't hear her quietly walking up behind him. He doesn't even realize she's there until something strikes the back of his head with tremendous force, knocking him to the ground, dazed and eyes full of bright white flashes. The axe falls to the ground next to him, just out of his reach. He turns, his hair already dirtied with blood, and sees her standing over him. She's carrying a length of rebar, the top curdled into a club of hard concrete. stained red. She doesn't give him a chance to get out a word. She hits him again and again. His arms, his legs, his ribs, his face. She beats him within an inch of his life and leaves him there in the cold, surrounded by ghostly sheets of billowing plastic. The cannibal lays there, too agonized to move. It isn't long before he sees the flashing red and blue of police lights, the wail of sirens. He knows his cursed lie of a life is over, and he can't even make a run for it. What follows is a blur for the cannibal, but a major piece of news for everyone who knew him. He's arrested and booked. They search his apartment and find what the press take to calling his kill room, specially designed to aid in the butchering and devouring of his victims. They find the evidence in his bedroom safe, trophies, trinkets he's taken from his former meals. They definitively connect him to 12 different local disappearances, none of which he has convincing alibis for. In other words, the cannibal, who has given this fate to so many others, is cooked. Because of the publicity around the case and the grand sense of public shock, the judge felt pressured to throw the book at the cannibal. He was sentenced to death by lethal injection. Upon hearing the sentence, the cannibal bursts into tears in the courtroom. It becomes a viral Twitter moment. He spends a quarter of the time a typical convict spends on death row. It's a quiet and lonely time. A living hell. At least, he thinks, it'll be over when they've pumped him full of deadly chemicals. The hatred, the humiliation, he won't be able to hear it anymore. It comforts him as they strap him down to the gurney and insert the syringes into his veins. Everything goes dark. And then he wakes up in neither heaven nor hell. He wakes up in a crowded, secure bunk wearing an orange jumpsuit, surrounded by so many others like him. Other haunted, broken men, confused and huddled. Occasionally, armed men would enter the bunk and remove one or two of the orange jumpsuited men. Sometimes they would come back. Most of the time, they wouldn't. The cannibal notices one man coming in and out. Every time, he seems a little more shaken. Driven by his curiosity, the cannibal approaches this veteran prisoner and asks him what's out there, who are their captors, what's going to happen to them here. The answer he hears fills him with terrible dread. They're in some kind of laboratory. When they're extracted from the bunk and taken out into the testing areas, they're exposed to cursed objects, monsters, entities beyond comprehension. The veteran tells the cannibal about a giant reptile perpetually submerged in a giant tank of acid, a plague doctor forever working on Frankenstein-esque zombies cobbled out of the corpses of their kind, that terrible rotten man in the dark room who can go through walls and feeds on pain. Eventually, every single one of them will be called out to face judgment, to be the subject of some terrible experiment. Perhaps it's worse than hell, the eventual fate and the seemingly eternal wait for it. When the time comes, the cannibal's number is called. A pair of strangers in black tactical gear and pistols holstered at their hips. He feels cold sweat congregating on his brow. Is this it? Is he going to be fed to monsters or shoved into some nightmarish pocket dimension, used for live target practice or in some twisted experiment by an immortal plague doctor? After hearing his head filled with horror stories by all of his fellow prisoners, he feels fear, true and pure and paralyzing. Is this how all of his victims felt before the knife slashed or the axe came down? The men in the tactical gear walk him down a long, narrow alleyway into another secure room. It reminds him of the police interrogation room he'd seen when he was first arrested. Plain white tiles, a metal table in the middle of the room. He's encouraged to sit, and he does so, feeling his heart pound away in his ribcage. A prisoner inside a prisoner. It feels like he's waiting for an eternity for that door to open and a scientist to walk in. The scientist is carrying a paper bag, a bag that might contain all manner of inconceivable horrors. The cannibal even flinches when the scientist puts it on the table in front of him, expecting that something might leap out and attack without warning. But no, the bag remains deathly still, and the scientist encourages him to open it. With trepidation in his pounding heart, the cannibal opens the bag and reaches inside. Waiting for him within is a hamburger, still warm. He wonders at the catch. Will the burger eat him? Will he explode after taking a bite or turn into stone or some kind of monster? All the horrible possibilities feel infinite. He tries to delay, to stall, but the inevitability of it all sinks in. He needs to take a bite of the terrifying burger. The cannibal sinks his teeth in, taking a cautious bite and waiting for the other shoe to drop. But to his immense surprise, it just seems to be a normal burger. He takes a look at the brown paper bag again. There's a faded logo on it reading, "Quick and Ready Meals." He's confused. The researcher clears their throat and asks a single question. "Did what you just eat have the taste and texture of human flesh?" The cannibal, wondering if this is some kind of trick question, shakes his head. "No, it's just a perfectly normal burger. What's the catch?" But he never finds out the catch. Instead, the researcher thanks him for his time, and the guards take him back to his cell to await some other experiment that requires his services. He'll never know the truth of SCP-971, but you will, dear viewer. Right now, in fact. SCP-971 refers to a collection of worn takeout menus from an unknown food delivery service going by the name Quick and Ready Meals. Its supposed parent company denies any knowledge of its existence, and no official business records of the company have been found. To the untrained eye, they don't even appear to be out of the ordinary. The menu lists several standard takeout items: burgers, chicken sandwiches, chicken fingers, fries, and soda. If you call the number on the menu, you'll be greeted by an online directory on the other side of the line, inviting you to put in the numbers corresponding to your order. After this, your credit card will be charged, and within 15 to 20 minutes, a paper bag bearing the Quick and Ready Meals logo will appear on your doorstep. You'll probably enjoy the meal, except for one thing. Even if you ordered chicken, you won't quite be able to place the flavor of the meat you're eating. That's where our cannibal came in, better known to the Foundation as D1282. Naturally, the Foundation's first theory as to the nature of the SCP-971 mystery meat was that it was human flesh. There was no real reason for this, other than the fact that when the Foundation deals with meat-based anomalies, it often ends up being some variation on human flesh. However, when our fine young cannibal took a bite of his SCP-971 burger, he was just as confused by its contents as anybody else. That's because the contents of the meat wasn't in fact human flesh. It was something much stranger. All of the meat from SCP-971 has been sourced from animals on the EEC Endangered Animals list, including pandas, cheetahs, red wolves, and other endangered mammals. And strangely enough, these creatures don't seem to necessarily be harmed by the process. After the ordering of the SCP-971 meals with meat content, endangered animals in the surrounding area were weighed and were found to have lower biomass than they previously did. Of course, if enough orders were made, this might eventually create an existential threat for the animals, but so far, there have been no reported animal deaths connected to the anomaly. But other than this, there have been no reported anomalous effects, no mimetic hazards, no compulsive behavior. The food has no meaningful effect on the consumer, and most people who order the food will not know that they've even engaged with an anomaly. Aside from the menus already in storage, the going orders to field agents are to log and destroy any of the menus they might find in the wild. As an incredibly low-risk safe class, the surviving Quick and Ready Meals menus are kept in filing cabinet number 26 in the Site-19 file vault. In order to requisition the menu for testing, you need permission from a member of personnel ranked at level 4 or above, though tests are not permitted more than once a week due to the potentially detrimental environmental impact. If you're anything like me, there's a drawer or cabinet in your home that's spent the last several years accumulating a large number of local takeout menus, many of which you can't quite place a point of origin for. In case you're worried that your next late-night snack session could lead to harm befalling an endangered animal, might I recommend just playing it safe and using DoorDash instead. # not sponsored. A man opens his mouth to bite a hot dog and suddenly freezes. His eyes widen, and the hot dog drops from his hand, falling to the ground. Ahead, a stampede of people is running toward him, screaming, crying out for help. Behind them, a man walks at an ordinary, casual pace, but something is off. His eyes have a glazed, unfocused look to them, and he keeps shoveling random items into his open mouth, swallowing them down. He eats a clipboard and pen, a discarded shoe, and as the first man watches in horror, the very hungry man grabs the ankle of a fallen member of the crowd and pulls him into his mouth, devouring him. The first man turns to run for his life, only to be knocked to the ground by the rest of the crowd, trying to escape. He struggles to climb back to his feet, and a hand reaches out to take his. When he makes it to his feet, he looks up and sees the hungry man pulling him in, mouth stretching open wide. The sky is a perfect, cloudless blue. The air is warm from the unbroken sunlight, but cooled to the perfect temperature by a gentle breeze. And there is a sense of electricity, excitement, and competition in the air. Throngs of people have gathered together in a makeshift arena, piled into plastic chairs and swarming around concession stands, all training their eyes on the arena's center. What are they here for? Some sort of Olympic Games? A baseball tournament? A horse race? No, it's something greater, something meatier. It is the annual Midsummer Hot Dog Eating Contest, and locals and tourists alike are coming together to see just who can cram the most pork or beef hot dogs and buns down their gullets in front of a roaring crowd. The announcer makes his way to the front of the arena, standing with his arms wide in front of the long table behind him. As he calls out the names of this year's contestants, they file in, each taking his place behind the table. There is the previous year's champion, a burly man with a bushy beard and twinkling eyes, and there is this year's surprise competitor, a skinny 19-year-old college student with a hungry grin. Then there are the lesser-known contestants, a local father who signed up after making a joke with his daughter, an uncle who scrawled his name on the sign-up sheet after a few too many drinks, a recently retired man checking off another item on his golden years bucket list. All have come to the event today with full hearts and empty stomachs, ready to see who the year's victor will be. The announcer riles up the crowd, encouraging them to cheer as loudly as possible to spur on their chosen competitor. All the while, staff are carrying out trays piled high with hot dogs, more hot dogs than most people see in a year, except for the people who just really, really love hot dogs. Each contestant receives a tray of hot dogs, a bucket of water, and an additional empty bucket, just in case, well, you get the idea. With the supplies and competitors all in place, it is time to begin the countdown. The announcer holds up his favorite air horn and calls out,
3, 2, 1, eat!
At the sound of the air horn's blast, the men leap into action, seizing hot dogs from plates and each engaging in their unique competitive eating technique. The previous year's champion employs the method of famous hot dog eating champion Joey Chestnut, dunking his entire hot dog sloppily into his water, then swallowing it as quickly as possible. The new challenger, on the other hand, employs the Solomon method, named for King Solomon. Much like the fabled king suggested doing with a stolen infant, eaters using the Solomon method break the focus of their feasting in half before polishing it off. One of the more casual competitors attempts a divide-and-conquer technique, eating first the dog itself and then the bun. Others employ no specific technique at all, attempting to devour the stack of hot dogs before them, using the same classic eating style they might employ at a family barbecue. This is a grave mistake. One by one, the less prepared competitors drop out, spitting into their buckets, wiping meat sweats from their foreheads, waddling out of the arena while groaning and holding their aching stomachs. Soon, only the two frontrunners remain. But what's this? A challenger approaches. An unassuming black man, clad in a shirt and dress pants, rushes into the arena, his face a mask of single-minded determination, and begins seizing the discarded hot dogs off the table, gobbling them up as fast as he can. The announcer and the rest of the audience watch in stunned disbelief. This is unprecedented, and as exciting as it is, definitely against the rules. This man is not a registered competitor, and he certainly can't join the contest in the champion stretch. Unsure of what else to do, the announcer beckons to the staff on the sidelines, ushering them back toward the table to clear the food and escort this surprise drop-in out of the arena. The audience watches with rapt attention as the staff members attempt to remove the stranger from his place at the table. He shakes his head violently, refusing to go, and snatches the hot dogs away from them, even as they try to clear the trays away. All the while, the remaining competitors standing are attempting to stay the course and finish strong in spite of the interruption. The new, younger man collapses, slumping down onto the table in a hot dog-induced stupor. He has tapped out. The victor is the previous year's champion, with a staggering ultimate tally of 38 hot dogs. As four staff members work together to wrestle the stranger out of the arena, the champion steps forward to receive his trophy. The crowd roars as he holds up his arms, grinning ear to ear and basking in yet another win. The announcer can still see the staff struggling with the stranger out of the corner of his eye, but this crowd wants to see their champion crowned, and the show must go on. So he grabs the Hot Dog King sash, the crown made from gold-plated, hot dogs, and even the massive gold trophy. He crowns the winner, placing the sash over his shoulders. Then, as the music swells triumphantly, courtesy of the local high school marching band, the announcer holds up the trophy, sunlight glinting off its shiny surface. It represents so many things: achievement, celebration, the ability to eat just so much meat and not get sick, and now it is time for it to be awarded to the man who earned it. The announcer stretches his arms, handing over the trophy to the contest winner, when all of a sudden, another hand grabs hold of its handle, ripping it from the announcer's grasp. The stranger has returned, somehow freeing himself from the multiple security guards who escorted him away, and he has taken the trophy for himself. But he isn't just attempting to crown himself the hot dog king. No, this is not a simple coup de hot dog. He lifts the trophy up over his head, opening his mouth as wide as it will go, and tears the metal in half with a horrible screeching sound, shoving the pieces into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. By the time the announcer and the champion recover from their shock enough to move again, the trophy is completely gone, vanished into the stranger's belly. After a day of seemingly impossible feats of feasting, the sight of this strange man consuming a truly impossible meal of metal is just too much for the already anxious crowd to take. The arena erupts into absolute chaos as people spill out of their seats en masse, fleeing the area. The champion, however, does not turn and run. He feels robbed of his victory. Though it may have occurred in an utterly bizarre fashion, he won't stand for this kind of disrespect. He has trained all year for this moment, only to watch his trophy be eaten right in front of him. He marches right up to the stranger and pokes him in the chest, demanding to know who he thinks he is. What gives him the right to crash the hot dog eating contest, interrupt the proceedings, and upstage his victory by chowing down on the trophy? The man doesn't answer him, so the champion continues to berate him, wagging his finger in his face. The stranger's eyes follow the finger, and slowly he opens his mouth. There is a sudden chomp, and the champion screams, holding his hand to his chest, using his shirt to stem the bleeding. He turns to run with the rest of the crowd, but it's too late. The stranger's hand clamps down on his shoulder, holding him in place with a surprising strength. The only thing he sees before his life is snuffed out is the stranger's wide-open mouth, before everything goes dark with another sickening chomp. All the while, the crowd's terror rises to a fever pitch at the horrible sight. They trample each other as they scramble to vacate the area, shoving strangers and loved ones alike out of the way in a bid to escape this mysterious equal-opportunity omnivore with an appetite for far more than just hot dogs. Some manage to escape, running far enough from the arena that they can stop to catch their breaths and glance back at the ones who were not so lucky. Those who tripped and fell in the madness, who had the wind knocked out of them by an elbow to the gut from one of their neighbors, those with weak ankles or who hadn't tied their shoes carefully enough. All of these poor, unfortunate souls are next on the menu for the stranger, who devours them one by one, rarely even stopping to chew. As one surviving woman watching from a distance pulls out her phone to call 911, she can't escape noticing the parallels to the contest itself, the way the stranger eats with a singular focus on consuming as much as possible. There's no pause to enjoy the meal, but there is no sadism or malice in the act either, just the sheer, undeniable drive to keep eating. The woman's call to the police is one of the strangest moments of her life and utterly baffles the local police department. "Ma'am, please calm down," one officer repeats again and again. "What do you mean there's a man eating people?" "I mean exactly what I said," she shouts. "A man showed up at the hot dog contest and started eating people. Please, you have to do something." "I think this is above our pay grade, miss," another officer chimes in. "You think we should call, the first officer trails off. Who? The woman demands, but the line goes dead before she can ask another question. The police are clearly no help, and she isn't about to stick around and see just how big this stranger's appetite is. She tried to save the others, but now she needs to save herself. She runs all the way home without another glance back. Meanwhile, the local police did make that mysterious call, and an SCP Foundation mobile task force is currently en route to the scene. By the time they arrive, the park is a ghost town, with nothing but the blood-stained grass and abandoned arena to suggest that something horrible ever happened here at all. But these aren't some bumbling local police officers who have no idea what to do with a man-eating anomaly. This team has seen enough bizarre sights to fill a lifetime, and another lifetime after that. They spy a trail of sticky red footprints leading away from the arena. At first, they assume that the substance is blood, but a closer examination reveals that it is, in fact, ketchup. They track the savory footprints away from the scene of the day's unsavory events, following them to a nearby warehouse. Judging from the scattered wooden beams, rustling metal, and boarded-up windows, this place has been abandoned for some time. The perfect place for an anomaly to hide away. If they weren't certain, The sound of someone inside biting through sheets of metal is plenty of indication that this is the right place. With no time to waste, they break down the door of the warehouse, weapons drawn and ready. They follow the sound of the chewing, splitting up to apprehend the subject from all available directions. The shriek of tearing metal echoes through the building, bouncing off the walls and creating a cacophony that is difficult to track. They do their best to follow the sound, but quickly veer off in separate directions in an attempt to cover as much ground as possible. One operative confronts the stranger just as he is reaching for another piece of metal. He watches as the man takes a massive bite out of the steel, a bite that should have shattered his teeth and broken his jaw. Instead, a cartoonish bite mark is taken out of the metal. He approaches the stranger, who, upon locking eyes with him, begins to shake his head, still chewing. The MTF operative ignores this visual cue, approaching the man and attempting to physically restrain him. This, like the confrontation with the champion before, is cut off with a fateful chomp, and the operative screams ringing out through the warehouse, alerting his teammates to his unfortunate fate. The screams suddenly go silent, and another MTF operative stops cold, listening as the sound of chewing draws nearer and nearer. He spins around to face the presence behind him and spots the stranger standing there. The otherwise ordinary man is polishing off the tip of a steel beam, grimacing as he swallows it. The operative lifts his weapon, pointing it at the subject. The operative tells him to stand down and come quietly. The hungry man pleads wide-eyed for the operative to turn and run while he still can. He takes small, reluctant steps toward the operative, muttering that he can't stop. The operative brandishes his weapon again, barking another order for the man to stop. Before he can make another move, the stranger snatches the weapon out of his hand, opens his mouth, and swallows it. He winces as he does, but does not stop until the weapon is completely devoured. All at once, he lets out a loud belch, his knees buckle, and he slumps to the ground. He rubs his stomach, wipes his brow, and sighs heavily. "I'm so sorry about that. I was just so hungry I couldn't help it." The man shakes his head sadly. "I hope you can get a new weapon. And I'm sorry about your friend, too. You said you couldn't help it. Why'd you stop?" The stranger shrugs, sighs again, and simply says, "Well, because I was full." After a bit of convincing, and a test confirming that the subject's strength and bite force has returned to ordinary human levels, the remaining mobile task force agreed to bring him into Foundation custody unharmed, though restrained. They pile into one of the SCP Foundation's trademark unmarked vans and set off toward the nearest Foundation site. About 1 hour into the trip, the subject begins to lament his growling stomach, asking if they could possibly stop somewhere for a bite to eat. Ordinarily, this is against protocol, but after what happened to their teammate, the task force members aren't taking any chances. They pull into a fast food drive-thru and permit the subject to order whatever he wants. They'll declare it as a business expense later. 5 burgers, 5 fries, 5 tacos, 5 pies, 5 cokes, 10 tater tots, 10 tenders, 5 shakes, 5 pancakes, 5 jalapeno poppers, and 5 baked potatoes later, the task force successfully reached the Foundation site with their newest subject, SCP-913. SCP-913 appears to be an average African-American man around middle age. Though his appearance is completely ordinary, his metabolism is unnaturally fast. He requires the recommended daily caloric intake for an average human being every 2 hours and has an unusually high internal temperature, though the specific number has been redacted from his official file. If he does not meet his calorie requirement for a given 2-hour period, he will enter a trance state in which he is unable to control himself. In this state, he will break down and ingest any solid matter in his line of sight. This includes matter that would ordinarily be indigestible, including wood, plastic, and metal. In this state, his appetite does not distinguish between living and non-living subjects. When he is in this hunger-driven state, he is aware of all his actions, but cannot stop himself, even when he eats dense materials that cause him extreme discomfort. If this state hits while the subject is sleeping, he will be forced awake. In addition to his anomalous appetite, SCP-913 can rend objects at an estimated force of 3,000 newtons and can bite objects with an estimated force of 5,000 newtons when eating them. Whenever he is not in his trance state, he cannot replicate this strength. An examination of SCP-913's liver tissue showed that it is capable of producing new enzymes in response to foreign material, allowing his body to digest matter that should be highly dangerous to consume. These enzymes metabolize the substrate at an efficiency of approximately 98%, detoxifying any drugs or toxins consumed by the subject during the hunger state or otherwise. This includes, but is not limited to, amnestics and anesthetics. When SCP-913 was first discovered, he was wearing a shirt and dress pants, both with the brand name Doctor's Orders sewn onto their tags. SCP-913 has no tattoos aside from one on his right calf, which reads, Mr. Hungry, from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment. Just in case you aren't aware, the Little Misters are a line of humanoid anomalies created by the mysterious Dr. Wondertainment Corporation, including the fish-headed Mr. Fish, the candy-coated Ms. Sweetie, and Mr. Life and Mr. Death, who is every bit as existentially upsetting as he sounds. The purpose of these creations is currently unknown, though, like many Dr. Wondertainment products, their existence invites endless speculation. SCP-913 must be contained in a customized humanoid containment cell lined with 1 meter thick carbon steel. 913 is to be provided standard furnishings for his containment cell, coinciding with the usual necessities for a comfortable humanoid dwelling. He may be given pre-recorded entertainment materials, such as concerts, films, and television shows upon request. The cell may be accessed via a reinforced carbon steel door. Once every 2 hours, SCP-913 is provided with 1 nutritional supplement as specified in Document 913-2. I attempted to locate a copy of 913-2 for further details on said nutritional supplement, but access to it appears to be limited to researchers assigned to SCP-913. While the subject is sleeping, nutrition is provided to SCP-913 via a central venous catheter that must be changed once every 3 months. These measures allow SCP-913 to receive the calories that he needs to avoid entering a hunger state, ensuring the safety of everyone on site, as well as his own comfort. Like the rest of the Little Misters, SCP-913 presents a puzzle that may never be solved. I could spend my limited time on this Earth wondering why Dr. Wondertainment would create a being that seems to serve no purpose other than eating as much as possible, lest he unwillingly destroy the environment around him. But I believe that would be a waste of time. Why does Dr. Wondertainment do anything that they do? Why create a woman who can turn men into candy soldiers? Why create an ordinary man with a fish head, a tiny top hat, and a Boston accent? The personal motivations of Dr. Wondertainment, whether they are an individual or a massive conglomerate, are as inscrutable to me as the meaning of life itself, or the reasons why a person would want to eat more than 2 hot dogs in one sitting. The store manager had heard of crazy customers, but this was something else. A mob comes barreling towards the store, visible through the display windows as they charge down the street. They all look crazed, much closer in appearance to rabid animals than human beings, frenzying, foaming at the mouth. A few of them stumble in their haste while rushing for the automatic sliding doors. Some fall to the ground, only for others to clamber over them, leaping like athletes going over hurdles, with all the same speed, but with none of the grace. To the staff inside the store, they look like a pack of zombies, all apparently infected by the same virus that had given them such a ravenous hunger. For savings! I thought Black Friday was a week ago, the trainee remarks as the doors slide open and the first of the mob spills inside. Welcome to the Mattress Madness Megastore, everyone. If you could kindly form an orderly... Within seconds, the trainee vanishes as a tidal wave of maddened mattress store customers starts to pile into the store. Each and every one of them is deranged. That much is clear, even from a distance. Across the store manager watches as his colleagues are shoved and tackled out of the way, just from their misfortune of standing too close to the entrance. It's only as one of the mob wanders closer that the store manager notices their eyes. Both lids stay shut, somehow closed, despite the crazed customer standing upright. They aren't screwed tightly. It's clear this person isn't forcefully keeping their eyelids clamped down. Instead, they're gently sealed as if the customer is still asleep, or sleepwalking. The whole situation was astounding. First thing in the morning, just at opening time, a horde of sleepwalking customers barged their way into the Mattress Madness Megastore, moving and fighting retail staff as if they were all still awake and fully aware. And as if that isn't bizarre enough, it quickly turns out these people aren't here because they're eager not to miss out on great deals on their bedroom furniture. To the store manager's horror, the mob has come to the Mattress Madness Megastore for breakfast. He watches an elderly woman, eyes closed, shuffle up to a luxury cashmere pillow-top California king-size mattress and proceed to eat it. And not bite by bite either, not even ripping off pieces to chomp through like so much cotton candy. In a far more horrifying fashion, the old lady eats the mattress whole. The store manager feels his blood run cold at the sight of her mouth widening unnaturally, unhinging like a snake eating its prey. Except in this bizarre unaired nature documentary, the snake is a human being, and its meal is a perfectly good bed that moments before had been resting on a stylish ottoman frame.
The same exact display of confusing carnage is unfolding all over the Mattress Madness megastore, people devouring entire Egyptian cotton mattresses. Some had even already devoured their respective meals and were already moving on to any accompanying pillows or cushions, feeding on them in much the same way. The few members of staff bold enough to try and intervene couldn't seem to wake the sleepwalking shoppers up, no matter how hard they gripped each one by the shoulders and shake. Nothing could deter them from devouring divans and munching on memory foam. A sudden, terrifying, and inescapable thought cuts through all the confusion, striking the store manager with an even greater fear. The stock room. Behind a series of doors, marked with signs reading "Employees Only," are shelves upon shelves of new units. The Mattress Madness megastore being a much bigger outlet means that there's additional inventory to replace any mattresses on the shop floor that gets sold. And more mattresses mean more food for the mob. The worry that these sleepwalkers might soon develop a taste for human flesh never occurs to the store manager. He hurriedly races around the store, gathering up as many of his surviving staff as he can, and urges them to help him defend the stock in the back room. Some are already abandoning their posts, ripping name tags off their polo shirt uniforms and rushing to leave the store. They aren't willing to die for $7.25 an hour. The Mattress Madness megastore has insurance. It'll cover the damaged stock once the crazed customers have feasted on feather beds, but the manager urges them to stay. The store's insurance covers stock that is damaged in transit, not mattresses that are eaten by hungry lunatics. A few stay, using the manager's desperation to leverage pay raises and more annual vacation days in exchange for their help during this crisis of cashmere carnivory. With his resistance force gathered, the store manager commands the remaining employees to charge for the door at the back of the store, but some of the nearby mattress eaters overhear in their sleepwalking state. The staff freeze, uncertain whether to bolt for the stockroom and risk being chased by the hungry customers. They need a distraction, a sacrificial lamb, to grab the horde's attention. And with a solemn expression, the store manager realizes what he must do. This isn't a fight he'll make it out of alive. He leaps up onto a twin inner spring and calls out to the crazed customers. "Attention, everyone," he bellows. "I'd like to announce that all our mattresses are half off for the next 5 minutes." The crowd goes even more rabid, all eager to eat the pillowy pedestal the store manager is standing upon. His staff flees in the opposite direction, rushing to barricade themselves inside the storeroom, while their boss meets a grisly demise, and the crazed customers devour every remaining mattress in sight. But what on earth could have possibly caused such a scene to unfold? What was the inciting incident for this unprecedented act of mass matricide, the divan destruction, and combination carnage? All it took was one seemingly innocuous image, an unassuming online post, to stir over 7,000 people into a featherbed feeding frenzy. It's December the 3rd, 2020, almost an entire day before the deranged events that would soon unfold at the Mattress Madness megastore. And just like he does most days after college, the student is trawling various internet forums in search of things to laugh at. He's procrastinating, and through inaction, allowing himself to be buried under a veritable avalanche of assignments, all with rapidly approaching dates that they're due in by. But he doesn't care. He can always do them tomorrow. As far as he's concerned, there's plenty of time for him to waste doing, well, very little. But no matter where he looks, nothing brings with it even the smallest hit of dopamine. It's been hours since he stopped checking the clock at the bottom right-hand corner of his computer screen, instead wearing out the muscles of his finger as it spins the scrolling wheel of his mouse. His social media feed is all the same, more doom and gloom, and despite his searching, he can't find anything funny to alleviate his ongoing existential nightmare for so much as a second. If anything, seeing every anxiety-inducing post about the state of the world, or dour headlines of reposted news articles, only makes everything worse. That is, until the fateful link appears in his inbox. It's from one of his friends at college, living in the dorm across campus. The pair of them constantly swapped links and exchanged memes over direct messages, sometimes while sitting in the middle of important lectures. So the student quickly opens up the latest message from his friend, pleased to have something to relieve the monotony instilled by the prior several hours' worth of mindless scrolling. Sure enough, his friend's message sits waiting to be read in his inbox. It's just a single blue hyperlink with no additional context offered, nothing to indicate what the link is or what website it leads to, or even why the student's friend bothered to send it. They're long past the need to provide context for the memes they send each other. The link redirects to a familiar corner of the internet to the student, the Deep Fried Meme subreddit. Just seeing that written in the hyperlink is enough to spur an enthusiastic click. It's like going home, back to somewhere warm and welcoming, where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came, and where the student knows he's bound to find something to entertain himself. A deep-fried meme is usually a heavily edited image with a number of different filters added to it. Its contrast is boosted, the picture is oversaturated and distorted, all to the point wherein the colors are unnatural, and the image appears as a grainy, washed-out mess of pixels. And they're one of the student's favorite subgenre of funny posts. Opening up the link sent by his friend, he finds one such deep-fried meme staring back at him. It depicts a man, long-haired and wearing dark clothes, presumably a fan of heavy metal music. In front of the metalhead is a table with a chessboard placed neatly atop it. The pieces on the board are distributed in such a way that places the metalhead in checkmate, and his opponent? Directly opposite him at the table is a glass bowl filled with water and a goldfish aimlessly swimming around. And to top off this Louvre-worthy masterpiece is text, seemingly cut and paste from various different places, judging by the alternating fonts and styles. The words have been placed into a sentence that reads, "Tell me your secrets, fish." And the student explodes with laughter. As if answering his prayers for some humorous entertainment to avoid working on his college assignments, his friend had appeared out of the blue and delivered a perfect deep-fried meme. But that momentary boost in serotonin levels quickly subsides, and the student knows how these exchanges work. This has to be reciprocal, a mutual trading of memes, like for like, akin to swapping trading cards in the playground at a younger age. And so he searches the subreddit for a token worthy of returning to his friend. He clicks on a search filter, sorting the results from the top posts of all time to the most recent posts of the day. These were fresh, hot off the presses, or out of the deep fryer in this case. And the newer they were, the lower the chances that his friend had already seen them. Scrolling through, the student is met with a few underwhelming attempts that weren't worthy of the prestige expected by the deep-fried meme subreddit. They'd be better suited for posting on r/cringe. But then, it appears, the perfect, deep-fried, crispy golden brown, cooked to perfection picture to send back to his friend. The distorted image is a photograph of a bed, specifically a king-size mattress, on what looks like a polished wooden bed frame, although it's not easy to tell thanks to just how grainy the picture has been made. Whoever edited this meme knew what they were doing, and has nailed the absurdist, bizarre humor that the student and his friend thrive on. A label over the mattress simply reads, "King size," and the meme is captioned in a classic top text, bottom text format with the phrase, "A feast fit for a king." And the pièce de résistance, the crowning touch that makes this meme worthy of the student's lofty standards, is the title given to it by the original poster. It sums up the meme perfectly, succinctly in 3 words: "Eat your mattress." The student erupts into uncontrollable fits of laughter, so much so that tears start to stream down his face. His stomach almost feels like it might explode at just how fine he thinks the post he's found is. Through giggles that hit like the aftershock of an earthquake, he copies the link to the Eat Your Mattress meme into a message and hits send to share the hilarity with his friend. Little does he know, he's just condemned his friend to the same fate that now awaits him. As soon as he falls asleep, it'll happen. And the student and his friend aren't the only ones either. The post spreads, either sent directly from one person to another, or seen by those just browsing the deep-fried meme subreddit and happening across the Eat Your Mattress photo. Not all of them find it funny. They don't have to. They aren't even required to share it, to pass it on to someone else and help the post spread like wildfire. They've looked at it, and that's enough. Come the next day, an estimated 7,000 people across the world have seen the same meme, and it affects them all in the exact same way, becoming a directive, a command planted in their subconscious, one that they will act on without even realizing. It's been only a few hours since all the carnage erupted at the Mattress Madness megastore, but by now, the SCP Foundation has swept in and taken control of the scene. A cordoned section of multiple blocks, under the cover story of a dangerous gas leak. It's enough to keep civilians and prying eyes away without asking too many questions. But as for the Foundation personnel themselves, they've got plenty of unanswered questions of their own. 2 members of the cleanup team are reviewing the store's security footage, baffled by the sights of the chaos that unfolded there earlier that same morning. On the screen, frenzied customers are eating entire mattresses, stretching their mouths wide open and swallowing them whole. They watch as the store manager appears to make an attempt at a noble sacrifice to distract the horde of ravenous customers so his employees can rush towards the storeroom. But the manager is fine. Once the horde has eaten all the mattresses out on the store's main floor, they start trying to break into the stockroom out back, where the other employees have used layers upon layers of cellophane-wrapped mattresses to barricade the door. By the time the Foundation arrives, the customers have already forced their way into the stockroom and have devoured around half of the mattresses, while exhausted employees try to wake them from their sleepwalking state. The Foundation sees to it that everyone affected is rapidly administered with memory-wiping amnestics to forget all about the ordeal. Their next job is to try and track down the source of whatever caused this unprecedented outbreak of mattress eating. But being experts in all things anomalous, it doesn't take the Foundation long to start pursuing possible explanations. Having already confirmed this wasn't a viral anomaly, their next course of action is to investigate possible mimetic causes, and sure enough, a common factor quickly presents itself. The mob that attacked the Mattress Madness megastore, along with subjects who have engaged in similar acts of mattress eating across the world, all have one thing in common. Each one has been exposed to the Eat Your Mattress post on the Deep Fried Memes subreddit. It takes some deduction on the Foundation's part to figure out the cause. After all, the meme in question is similar to a number of others posted in the same subreddit. As a result, the Foundation's online detection software, or web crawlers, initially fail to flag the mattress meme as an anomalous image. Once they do, it is designated as SCP-5126. But with a cause established, the pieces start to fit together. The Foundation's researchers soon realize what the image does. Another reason it was initially missed is that its effects only occur once the subject that has seen it falls asleep. The student is one such subject who lived through this. He dozes off in his gaming chair well past the middle of the night, hours after he's first seen SCP-5126. While sound asleep, without waking up once, he starts to seek out his mattress, laying unoccupied on his bed on the other side of his cramped dorm room. He and all the others who have seen SCP-5126 then consume their mattresses, including in many cases their pillows, any cushions, and even plush toys. Their bodies stretch unnaturally to accommodate the meal, only to return to normal once they have done the deed. Having returned to normal, the student and the others like him remain unaware they've just eaten a mattress. But the Foundation is left puzzled. There's still one question that hasn't been answered. Their examination of the several hundred customers at the Mattress Madness megastore revealed that the consumed mattresses aren't digested like food ordinarily is. They vanish without a trace. So this naturally begs the question, where are all these eaten mattresses going? Well, the Foundation quickly comes up with an experiment to find out. They place tracking devices inside of the cell of a member of D-Class personnel and expose him to SCP-5126. Sure enough, the meme takes effect, and once asleep, he eats his mattress. The experiment is going exactly as the Foundation planned. Now they can follow the signal from the tracking devices to pinpoint the destination that all the consumed mattresses are disappearing to. And after several sweeps of the Earth's surface, their satellites discover a ping coming from a remote location in the state of Montana. MTF Sigma-16 suit up, ready to head out to the location. This mobile task force operates under the codename Slumber Party, and it's up to them to investigate. They come across a large structure. It looks a lot like a medieval castle, but it has been built out of mattresses and large cushions. It's the ultimate pillow fort. It even has pillars and all the fortifications you'd expect from a real historical castle, all made out of even more pillows. The Slumber Party team enters the fort and quickly discovers that the structure is able to anomalously reconstruct itself. Sigma-3 kicks over a stack of pillows and plush toys arranged to resemble a statue and watches as it reforms after collapsing. The team ventures deeper into the pillow fort and is quickly met with humanoid entities that are also made out of pillows. An entity swipes a pillow arm at Sigma-1, but she ducks out of the path of the attack. Drawing her firearm, she fires, causing a plume of feathers to spray out of the pillow person. The entity is unfazed, and several additional shots do nothing. Even a taser is ineffective. The pillow entities are exhibiting extreme resistance to damage, but Sigma-2 has an idea. She grabs a pillow from one of the walls and uses it to bash the entity attacking her teammate Sigma-1. The pillow person collapses into a pile on the floor, inanimate, and just like that, the mobile task force has a way to fight back. They all grab pillows and make quick work of their attackers before they move on to explore the rest of the castle. Then they encounter the king. There is a man sitting atop a large stack of cushions, wearing a nightcap and pajamas, eating feathers from an expensive brand of pillow. Scattered around him are empty pillowcases. Trying to ignore the smell, the slumber party team attempts to interrogate him. He claims to be the king of cushion, obsessed with pillows since a young age. Their smell, taste, and texture inspire him to create a kingdom of plush, his masterpiece of mattresses. It doesn't take very long for the Foundation operatives to realize that this man is insane. They question him about how SCP-3126, the Eat Your Mattress meme, works. How is it able to make people consume entire mattresses and send them to the king's cushiony castle? And why? Well, the king explains that buying mattresses is expensive, so in order to build his castle, he's outsourced the gathering of building materials. As he sees it, he is offering people affected by the meme a delicious meal in exchange for their beds, spreading the world of pillows so he can gather resources for his kingdom. Suddenly, he challenges the slumber party team to a pillow fight for having tracked him down. The king of cushion takes up a pillow in one hand and charges towards the mobile task force, armed and ready to do battle with them all. He is quickly incapacitated by Sigma-1's taser and dropped to the floor defeated. Now designated SCP-5126-A, the King of Cushion is transported back to the SCP Foundation for analysis and containment. Their testing reveals he possesses no anomalous properties whatsoever, and the King actually requires his stomach to be pumped thanks to the copious amounts of pillow feathers he's been eating. The Foundation gets to work dismantling his pillow fort and moving all the components into storage. And as for the Eat Your Mattress meme itself, the Foundation's web crawlers are keeping an eye out for any other posts of the anomalous image. And don't worry, if you find yourself giggling at a funny deep-fried image that jokingly implies you should eat your mattress, the Foundation will ensure you don't remember it happening, and they'll even throw in a replacement for your swallowed mattress at no added cost. Now that's a bargain. A face screams in terrible agony. In the darkness, you can't quite make out the shape of its body, but it doesn't look human. It's large and square, almost boxy. Two things you should know. This is a fate worse than death. And it isn't the only one. It's a busy but ordinary day in Hangzhou, China. People are rushing to and from work, going to school, going for walks, buying a hot meal and a cup of tea. But for one young police officer, this is a monumental day. He has been assigned the biggest case of his career, and he grips the stack of files with sweaty, trembling hands as he considers the weight of this moment. It isn't just one case, not really. It's actually 6. 6 separate missing person cases that he's beginning to suspect might be connected. Our detective wishes he could take a moment and transport himself away from these harrowing missing person cases and clear his head. But while he's unable to, we can. Thanks to the sponsor of today's video, Raid Shadow Legends, the hit mobile hero collection RPG played by over 80 million players across the world. And they've got some huge news for both new and returning players, the recently added Live Arena. To tell us about it, I've invited a fellow academic to join us today.
Professor Death Knight here with a lesson about Live Arena, the new PvP mode where you can fight against other players in real time. Sounds terrifying? Well, so's going to the dentist. You should still do it. Live Arena has a draft feature where you can pick and ban champions to fight for you. Teamwork. When you win matches, you'll get Live Arena crests towards unlocking special area bonuses, or so I hear. I'm too afraid to try any of this out. All right, class. Any questions?
Yes, Dr. Bob here. What's your personal strategy for Live Arena?
Well, everyone thinks I'll go in fighting, but nobody expects my charm. My best strength is the gift of gab. So when they try to attack, I'll just be like, nice weather we're having, eh? Nobody will see it coming.
That doesn't sound like a very effective strategy.
Do not pick me for Live Arena. Seriously, don't. I'm too young to be bone meal.
Well, thank you for your...
Class dismissed! Do we have a bell? Oh, we should totally get a bell.
Class definitely not dismissed, but there's a bunch of brand new content in Raid Shadow Legends related to the animated limited series Call of the Arbiter, including a free legendary champion, the mighty orc warlord Artak. All you have to do to get him is log into Raid for 7 days between now and July 24th. Easy. New players, use my link or scan the QR code right here and get a free starter pack with this cool in-game loot.
So just hit my link in the description, and I'll see you on the battlefield. And now, back to the case at hand. The detective was beginning to suspect that the 6 separate missing person cases might be connected. At first glance, they seem unrelated. The victims have very little in common, except one thing. They all worked at the same office. An office that closed 1 month ago, a casualty of international corporate downsizing. No one from his police department has bothered to look into this angle, assuming that it will lead back to more dead leads, but the young officer can't shake the feeling that there is important information waiting for him in that abandoned office building. So, after finishing up his lunch and dabbing the nervous sweat from his brow with a handkerchief from his pocket, he sets off toward the old office building in hopes of cracking the case wide open. As he makes the trip, he considers some other possible theories. Maybe the missing employees skipped town, overwhelmed and depressed from their unexpected job loss. But would they really let their families worry like this? Some of them have wives, husbands, children, all of whom would notice their absence and assume the worst. No, this isn't a simple case of a group of colleagues all vanishing to blow off steam in another city somewhere. Something bad happened. He can just feel it. Maybe they uncovered corporate secrets, and someone decided to silence them before they could blow the whistle. But then again, what sort of secrets would be worth killing for at a printer company? It feels worthless trying to guess, trying to fill in the gaps in his knowledge with wild speculation. The only way to find out was to examine the building for himself and see if he can find any clues at all that lead him to the whereabouts of the missing 6. When the young officer reaches the building, he finds the door padlocked shut. Luckily, he prepared for this and brought some industrial-strength bolt cutters that snap the lock into pieces with very little effort. Why lock up the building like this? There can't be anything valuable left inside. To prevent squatters, most likely, he assures himself, brushing off the sense of dread creeping up his spine as he walks inside. As he crosses the threshold of the empty office, the first thing he notices is the smell. It reeks of sulfur and bleach, and a whiff of something electrical that stings the inside of his nostrils with each breath. New possibilities turn over in his mind. Perhaps some sort of deadly workplace accident claimed the lives of the missing when they came back in to collect their belongings and clear out the building. Before he can decide if that theory holds any water, his thoughts are interrupted by a piercing scream coming from a nearby room. The officer isn't alone here. There's someone in the building with him, and they sound like they're in trouble. The officer grabs the taser from his holster and runs toward the sound. He skids to a stop, nearly knocking over a water cooler when he reaches the source of the screaming. There's a man hanging from the wall, screaming over and over again. The officer can barely process what he's seeing. The man is covered in machinery, all whirring and clicking as it works. Next to him, a printer is printing sheet after sheet of paper, and all the while, the man screams. The officer recognizes the man's face from one of the files. This is one of the missing employees. He can't determine what is causing the man such distress, and he tries to ask the man what happened to him. But the man just continues to scream, eyes wide open and wild, rolling around in their sockets, unfocused and unseeing. The officer grabs the man, attempting to remove him from the wall, but he won't budge. It's as if his body is wired into the wall itself, and the harder the officer tugs, the more it appears as if the man's flesh will begin to tear away. The officer stops, turning his attention to the machinery. Perhaps if he unplugs it, he'll be able to remove the man more easily. He starts with the printer, and as he reaches for its plug, he gets a closer look at the paper it continues to spit out. It doesn't look like any paper he's ever seen, and unable to help himself, he reaches out to touch it. It's warm, soft, pliable, and nauseatingly familiar. It isn't paper at all. It's skin. In that moment, all of the officer's training falls out of his mind, replaced with blind terror. He runs from the building as fast as he can, all the way back to the police station, where he tearfully informs his captain about what he found. This is no longer a police matter, his captain tells him. They need to escalate this to a specialized organization. The young officer is sent home, placed on psychiatric leave, and the next day, the SCP Foundation investigates the building it will come to refer to as SCP-3535. SCP-2535 is a former 2-story Hewlett-Packard branch office building in the Jiaoshan district of Hangzhou, China. The building's anomalous nature is characterized by the presence of a detailed network of electrical and biological components of unknown origins. The walls of the building's entire first story are covered with 63,512 USB 2.0 standard A sockets. placed in a grid pattern made up of 20-centimeter semi-regular intervals. Each of these sockets is connected to wires running through the walls, but these are no ordinary wires. They consist of a woven mixture of copper strands and human optic nerve tissue, all wrapped in a layer of keratin. In spite of the inclusion of organic material in their structure, the wires have not shown any signs of decay or deterioration since the Foundation discovered SCP-3535. This curious, off-putting mix of the technological and the biological persists throughout the location and only gets stranger as one moves deeper into the building. If one were to follow the path of these wires, going against their better judgment and the scream of their most primal instincts, they would find that the wires lead to a room on the building's second floor. The room is currently inaccessible, but is thought to have once been the server room. Whatever is blocking the door is large enough that it cannot be budged, and non-intrusive imaging has determined that it is some sort of biological mass. The inside of the former server room, like the wires that lead there, emits heat at a consistent temperature of 47.6 degrees Celsius. Foundation personnel who approached the room have reported a persistent smell of sulfur and ozone coming from inside, as well as the loud sound of a running printer. 317 of the USB socket and power outlets in SCP-2535 are connected to HP brand USB 2.0 compatible devices. Of these devices, 20 have displayed anomalous, potentially ectoentropic functions. But what exactly does that mean? Allow me to elaborate. Just remember, you asked for this. Don't blame me if you aren't able to stomach the details. There are 5 former employees of the Hewlett-Packard Hangzhou branch still located inside of SCP-2535. These employees are in an anomalous sort of status, requiring no sleep, food, or water, in spite of their continued, seemingly endless consciousness. Since the building's discovery in April of 2013, they have not changed in any way, or at least not in any visible way. All attempts to remove these former employees from their, let's call them predicaments, have proven unsuccessful. Allow me to discard any euphemism and explain just what exactly became of these unfortunate workers. First, there is Guo Pingping, the former branch manager. He can be found in the bathroom near the receptionist's desk on the first floor. Guo's head has been forced into the feed tray of a DP DeskJet 1112 printer, which is plugged into the wall. This is troubling for a number of reasons, one of which is that the internal dimensions of this particular DeskJet model's feed tray are not large enough to accommodate a human head, and its components are not strong enough to crush a human skull into a shape that would fit. Nonetheless, Guo's head is firmly lodged into the feed tray. One would assume this would have killed him, but his body continues to move, kicking and thrashing about as if he is in pain. The former assistant branch manager, James Gu Yonggun, is located in the employee pantry on the building's second floor. His body is attached to the wall in a vertical position, held there via 92 20-inch USB 2.0 M-M cables. 5 additional cables have been used to secure the actuating unit of an HP DeskJet 2540 all-in-one printer to Gu's lower jaw. The arm of the actuating unit is also attached to a single HP-10 original ink cartridge in the color black. This ink cartridge is attached into Gu's throat at a continuous rate of 1 stroke per second, and, in defiance of the known properties of ordinary ink cartridges, has yet to run out of ink in the years since its discovery. Gu appears to be partially conscious, but is unable to communicate intelligibly when addressed. The former Human Resources Department head, Angel Lee Hui-min, is still in her former office on the second floor, though she no longer performs the duties of her old position. She is still, in a sense, in human resources, or rather, is a human resource. I apologize. Sometimes I have to make a joke to cope with the dark subject matter at hand, but Angel's fate is no laughing matter. Like Gu, she is attached to the wall via a series of USB cables. There is an additional cable, one of unspecified length, inserted into her lower abdomen, which is slightly distended, as though filled with a foreign object. Though a proper analysis has not yet been conducted, the variety of sounds and motions originating from the area seem to indicate that there is a fully operational HP USB single-station thermal receipt printer lodged near her small intestine. As a consequence of this, a never-ending stream of thermal receipt paper is pouring from Angel's mouth at all times, causing her considerable pain and distress. Wang Liang, the former head of the IT department, is permanently placed near the water cooler on the first floor. Like the others, he's bound to the wall by several USB cables, 37 to be exact. There are 12 HP ScanJet 200 scanners pressed against his body, all switched on and running at all times. Next to him, an HP DeskJet 1112 printer is attached to the wall and constantly printing out sheets of something. A closer inspection reveals that it is not paper, but rather sheets of skin. He is conscious, but no successful interview with Wang has been conducted due to his nearly constant, wordless screams of agony. The fifth human subject found in SCP-3535 is Chen Yupeng, who once worked as a trainee technical writer. Now he spends his days in the branch manager's office on the second floor of the building. His body has been wedged into the paper tray and backup paper tray of an HP LaserJet Pro 500 multifunction printer, which has been plugged into the wall via a standard power cable and a 3 feet USB 2.0 M-M cable. His head sticks out of an aperture cut into the side of the printer. The printer itself functions normally, printing copies of the HP Standard Print Quality Diagnostic page and the HP LaserJet 500 Technical Repair Manual, alternating between the two. Since SCP-2535's discovery, it has not run out of either paper or ink. Chen himself is unconscious and shows signs of severe blood loss that, under ordinary circumstances, likely would have resulted in death by now. During a preliminary inspection of the building, one Foundation operative discovered a Canon Pixma E480 printer in the first-floor janitor's closet. This printer was dented and heavily corroded, most likely from the application of liquid bleach, and was also covered with human teeth marks. It has spent the most recent several years attempting to print a 91-page document, but has been unsuccessful due to an apparent jam in its paper tray and feed mechanism. The seams of the printer occasionally ooze human blood, which DNA testing has matched to Yan Xiaoxia, former creative consultant of the Hangzhou branch. SCP-2535 must be sealed away from the public under the guise of health and safety concerns. At least 2 agents are to be stationed in a nearby building at all times for the purposes of observation. Wherever possible, the inside of SCP-2535 must be soundproofed. All material generated by the building's anomalies must be collected and disposed of on a daily basis. So far, these containment measures have been sufficient to keep civilians away from SCP-2535. As far as the friends and family of the missing employees know, their loved ones were never found. It's better that they think of them as lost or dead, rather than learn what truly became of them. As I was poring over the file for SCP-2535, something curious caught my attention. This is not the only anomaly cataloged by the SCP Foundation concerning a branch of the Hewlett-Packard Corporation. I considered leaving well enough alone, but I've never been particularly good at that. When another path presents itself to me, no matter how dark or foreboding it may seem, I cannot resist the urge to see where it will lead. In this case, the path led me to SCP-2211. SCP-2211 was a collection of 4 anomalies discovered in the Shanghai offices of Hewlett-Packard. Notice that I said was rather than is. More on that later. First, allow me to describe the nature of each anomaly. SCP-2211-1 is a 932-megabyte video file titled simply longsmile.wmv. When played, the video depicts a pair of lips on the right edge of the screen. The lips hold a closed-mouth smile for a moment, then open to reveal teeth. At this point in the video, the camera pans to the right, revealing more and more teeth, seemingly forever. Though the length of the video file is listed as 55 seconds, testing revealed that the file will continue to play, revealing endless, maddening rows of teeth for more than 150 straight hours. It will possibly run even longer than that, but testing was through before that could be seen. The video has no audio track. When longsmile.wmv is played for longer than 59 minutes and 20 seconds, the device used to play it will begin to secrete a small amount of human saliva. A sample of saliva was collected for DNA testing, but the results were inconclusive and did not match any known human being on record. SCP-2211-2 is a 2.0 megabyte audio file entitled EYEE(79.WAV). Each playthrough of the audio file is different, but tends to contain bursts of modulated static that go on for 2 to 10 seconds before being cut off for around 0.3 seconds of silence at a time. Like Longsmile, this file can play for a seemingly infinite amount of time, in spite of its listed length of 3 minutes and 3 seconds. When SCP-2211-2 is played for longer than 59 minutes and 20 seconds, the device will begin to secrete a clear fluid, identified as a mixture of water and sodium chloride, amino acids, glutathione, ascorbic acid, and human collagen fibers. Essentially, the device will begin to leak human tears. SCP-2211-3 is a 599 kilobyte file titled
.r.exe. When this file is run on a computer, it uses up a great deal of memory, causing the device to overheat and its built-in fans to speed up. In spite of the overheating and any damage it might cause, the computer will continue to run until disconnected from its power source. When the file is run for longer than 59 minutes and 20 seconds, air coming through the built-in fans will begin to emit a strong smell of earwax, though no physical traces of earwax have been found. SCP-3211-4 is a USB adapter-powered coffee reheater. When it is plugged into the USB port of a computer, any liquid placed into the container will be heated to approximately 65 degrees Celsius and will also transform into human mucus at a rate of 1 milliliter per minute. This effect is the same whether or not the computer is on. DNA analysis of the mucus revealed that it is a match with the saliva produced by SCP-3211-1. All of this would have been bizarre enough, a series of files and devices that produce human biological material and are seemingly all connected. But something else happened. All instances of SCP-3211 were kept in a pair of containment lockers. However, on June 10, 2014, this containment was breached. I have included a surveillance log transcript that captured the incident. It occurred as follows. Sound of banging metal detected near second floor of Wing B. Door of small item containment locker DAD-2838 is heavily deformed outwards and has experienced a heavy impact from its inside. The sound of banging metal persists for the next 3 minutes as the door of containment locker DAD-2838 begins to burst outwards. Security teams are deployed to cordon off the area and manage the situation. Containment locker DAD-2838 is fully breached from the inside when a segmented humanoid arm emerges, extending to reveal numerous joints along its length. Security teams begin opening fire on the arm to little effect. While the video feed shows that the arm terminates in a 7-fingered hand, personnel present on the scene reported a number of fingers ranging from 5 to approximately 30. The arm repeatedly strikes and breaches the containment locker containing SCP-3211-4, approximately 5 meters from containment locker DAD-2838. It subsequently reaches for SCP-3211-4 and pulls it back into containment locker DAD-2838. No further activity detected. Arm presumed to have dematerialized. Following this incident, the containment locker was examined, but no traces of the many-fingered arm were found inside. Further examination of the locker's contents revealed that SCP-2211-1, 2, and 3 had vanished from their storage media. The files were gone. SCP-2211-4, when tested, no longer displayed any anomalous properties. It was just an ordinary coffee heater, though no staff wanted to use it to heat their coffee, no matter how many times it was washed. Head researcher Min declared SCP-2211 uncontained on August 10, 2014. But there was one more unusual finding. The USB drive that once contained SCP-2211-1 was not empty. There was an untitled text file on the drive. When opened, it simply read, "Got my nose," followed by an unusual text emoticon, ::00, end parentheses, end parentheses. As a man of science, one who has devoted my life to exploring the unexplained and seeking answers to questions that most are afraid to even ask, nothing troubles me quite like a mystery left unsolved. But the tales of these Chinese Hewlett-Packard offices are composed almost entirely of disturbing mysteries, of frayed wires and broken printers, of survivors that cannot tell their stories, and messages we will never get to read. What happened after that Hangzhou branch closed? Was it connected to the findings at the Shanghai branch? Did that mysterious arm grab hold of the Hangzhou team, contorting their bodies into unrecognizable shapes and forcing them to meld with the products they once sold? Or was it once an employee too, broken down into spare parts and trapped as files and desktop beverage warmers? I can't be certain. But I do know this. I'm throwing out my printer. I think I'll just write my notes by hand from now on. I won't necessarily suggest you do the same, but do be careful while handling the machinery. Treat it with respect. After all, you never know if that printer was once as human as you or me. The boy screams as his body transforms. His bones warp and twist as feathers emerge from his pores, and his skull sharpens into a long, hard beak. He's in a living nightmare. And who could have guessed it all started with an innocent attempt to play hooky? It's an ordinary Monday morning, and all over town, children are waking up and reluctantly dragging themselves out of bed for school. Some are oversleeping, hitting the snooze on their alarms, and getting a bit of extra shut-eye before their exhausted parents notice, wake them up, and rush to get them to school before the first morning bell. In one particular bedroom, a young boy is awake but still in bed, brainstorming as fast as he can. He is determined to skip school today however he can. He usually doesn't mind school very much, but today, all he can think about is the math test he didn't study for and the mean classmate who likes to knock his books out of his hands. But he can't just ask to skip school for no reason. He has to come up with a plan. He runs to the bathroom, splashing hot water in his face to give him a flushed appearance and a warm forehead. Then he hops back into bed and begins to loudly cough and sniffle until his mother comes to check on him. He complains that he doesn't feel well enough to go to school, and, sure enough, when his mother feels his forehead, it is hot to the touch. She agrees to let him stay home from school for the day, provided he stays in bed and gets plenty of rest. He promises that he will, and she leaves to go to work. On her way to work, the boy's mother remembers that there isn't much for him to eat while he's home alone all day. At least, there isn't much that he would want to eat while he's sick. She decides that she can be a little bit late to work for the sake of her son's health, and pulls into a nearby grocery store. She rushes out of her car and into the store, making a beeline for the soup aisle. She reaches for her usual go-to brand of chicken noodle soup, but finds the shelf completely bare. That's right, it's flu season. Of course, the soup is sold out. Oh great, this is exactly what she needs. A sick kid at home, 1 can of chicken noodle soup left at the store, and the machine won't even scan it. She smacks the side of the machine in frustration, and the screen reads invalid code, transaction cancelled. With a heavy sigh, she glances over her shoulder. No one is watching. She tried to pay for the can to do the right thing, but the machine wouldn't let her. So she grabs the can and runs out of the store before anyone can spot her. While his mother is out, the boy is at home raiding the pantry for snacks to sate his not at all sick appetite. He fills up on Oreos and toaster pastries, cheesy crackers, and chips. When he hears his mother's car pulling into the driveway, he quickly wipes the crumbs from his face and jumps back into bed, just in time for his mother to find him there, resting like he promised he would. She gives him a kiss on the forehead and tells him that she'll heat up some chicken noodle soup for him to eat. She's in a hurry to make it to work, though, so she'll need to leave it in the microwave for him. She pours the contents of the soup into a bowl, adds a bit of water, and pops the bowl into the microwave for a few minutes. She calls up to her son, letting him know that the soup will be ready when the microwave dings. Then she rushes out the door and heads to work for the day, confident that her son will be fine through her shift. If he happens to need anything, he can call her and let her know. The boy hears the microwave ding, but his stomach is too full from his rummage through the pantry for him to want any of the soup, in spite of its heavenly aroma. Instead, he creeps into the living room and sits down to play video games until his eyes start to hurt. As he boots up his gaming system, he thinks for a moment that he can hear a strange noise coming from the kitchen, a soft, clucking sound, like the chickens he saw on his grandparents' farm. But he quickly forgets about the sound as the screen lights up, and he disappears into the world of his favorite game. He plays for hours, until the grumbling of his stomach interrupts his concentration. He's suddenly very hungry, and remembers the soup his mother left in the microwave. It is certainly cold and unappealing by now, but he can just reheat it first. He punches the buttons on the microwave and waits for the soup to be ready. Again, he can hear strange noises coming from the microwave, but he doesn't think anything of it. The microwave dings, and he pulls out the bowl of soup, grabs a spoon, and digs in. A little while later, the boy's mother pulls into the driveway in a panic. She left work early when her phone rang with a call from her son. She answered, asking what was wrong, but he wouldn't answer her. All she could hear on the other end was rustling, heavy breathing, and some pained grunting. Fearing the worst, she drove back as fast as she could, running several red lights along the way. Now she fumbles with her keys as she unlocks the door, terrified of what she will find. She grips her phone in her other hand, thumb hovering over the buttons, ready to dial 911 if the situation calls for it. She pushes the front door open, calling her son's name. He doesn't answer, and her stomach drops. Suddenly, she hears the loud thud of something heavy being knocked to the ground. Something is terribly wrong here, and even though she might find her worst nightmare, she has to face whatever is waiting for her inside. She runs into the kitchen and finds it a mess. The bowl of soup is shattered on the floor, congealed, cold soup pooling on the tile. The kitchen table is turned over on its side. The kitchen chairs are in disarray. But the strangest sight is the dozens of tiny, white, fluffy things on the floor, counters, and furniture. She picks one up for a closer look and finds herself even more confused than before. It's a feather. They're all feathers. She calls her son's name again, praying for a response. This time, she receives one, though not the one she hopes for. She hears the sound of shuffling footsteps up above, followed by a strangled sound like a scream caught in someone's throat. She sprints up the stairs as fast as her legs can carry her, throwing open the door to her son's bedroom. There, she finds him. But this is not the bright-eyed boy that she left behind when she left for work. His arms are covered with a thick layer of white feathers, the same feathers that are beginning to poke through the skin of his face. The top of his head has elongated into a floppy comb of excess skin, the same sort of excess skin that is wobbling below his chin. And his mouth, it doesn't look like a mouth anymore. It's pointed and hard, and his lips click together when he speaks, or rather, clucks. His bare feet are scaly and red, with claws protruding from his toes. He flaps his wings frantically, eyes wide and wild, clucking and running back and forth across the room. When he looks at her, she does not see recognition in his gaze. Her son, her beloved boy, has turned into a chicken. Unable to do anything else, the mother calls an ambulance. At first, the paramedics that arrive on the scene think the call was some sort of elaborate prank, but when they set eyes on the boy, they agree that something truly bizarre is going on. They speed to the hospital with the chicken boy in tow, but sadly are unable to save his life. The mother turns over the can of the mysterious soup to the authorities, who launch a formal investigation. Unfortunately, they are unable to trace the can to any store, nor are they able to verify the existence of the company name on its label. Employees of the grocery store where she found the can insist that they have never seen it in their lives. Several weeks after this incident occurred, the SCP Foundation conducted a raid on a New York office of Marshall, Carter, and Dark. For those of you unfamiliar with the organization, and that is most of the general population by design, Marshall, Carter, and Dark Ltd. is an extremely powerful multinational corporation founded by 3 individuals with those surnames, specializing in the acquisition and sale of anomalous items, entities, and experiences. To put it simply, they run the largest anomalous black market in the world and are the crime bosses of the paranormal world. During this particular raid, SCP Foundation operatives recovered 17 different unusual items. Among the items discovered was a shipping crate recently delivered by the Federal Postal Service from an invalid return address. This crate contained 103 cans of SCP-2057, as well as a copy of a letter written to one of the company's associates. So far, the letter has not been traced to an address. It reads, "Dear Cyrus, Maria has told me of the unfortunate circumstances that have befallen your children. I'd hoped to hear about the improvement of their condition soon. As their godfather, I am extremely distressed to hear this. Having experienced a child suffering from the measles myself, I know how terrifying it can be when it seems as if they are getting worse. Recently, we received a shipment of something that I hope can help your family. There is a crate in the storage area marked with Wondertainment, discontinued item. It will not be there long, as it goes to auction next week. I will leave a key under the photo of your family on your desk. Follow the instructions exactly. Do not, under any circumstances, do anything different than what is directed on the can. Destroy this message as soon as possible. I do not want any of this to come back on us. Be careful, my friend. Williams." SCP-2057 consists of 92 318 milliliter cans of condensed chicken noodle soup. Each can is covered with a brightly colored label depicting images of noodles, a cartoon chicken, and dancing vegetables. In addition to this inviting imagery, each label is emblazoned with the text, "Dr. Wondertainment's Ultralicious Chicken Noodle Soup for Kids." Each can has a pull-top lid for easy opening and is printed with a set of nutrition facts, ingredients, and instructions for heating. The nutrition facts are as follows: calories, 95, fat, 3.17 grams, carbohydrates, 2.2 grams, protein, 13.48 grams, vitamin W, 2 grams, and mother's love, 10 grams. The SCP Foundation attempted to analyze the contents of the soup in order to compare it to the posted nutrition facts. The calories, fat, carbohydrates, and protein were found to be accurately reported. Vitamin W was present in the reported amount as well, though it was not a compound that the Foundation scientists had ever encountered before. Mother's love, as it is an intangible concept, was not able to be identified or measured in the analyzed soup samples. The ingredients are listed as ultralicious chicken stock, enriched Chinese egg noodles, finest cooked chicken breast,
farm-fresh carrots, crispy crunchy celery, sweet Vidalia onions, no paint thinner, fresh mountain spring water, vitamin W. Contains less than 2% of the following ingredients: a pinch of salt, a smidgen of chicken fat, sprinkle of spice extracted from rare plants, a dash of high-quality unicorn tears. The instructions for heating read, "Hey kids, feeling sick, icky, or downright yucky? Just pop open a can of Dr. Wondertainment's Ultralicious Chicken Noodle Soup for Kids. Place contents of the can in a medium-sized soup pot. Add a can of water, stir, and heat. Watch as the fun begins. Eat hearty, and you'll feel better and ready to play with Dr. Wondertainment toys in no time." All of this is relatively straightforward, give or take a few unusual ingredients. Someone taking only a quick look might mistake a can of this soup for any other chicken noodle soup. However, it does have something that most ordinary canned soup does not: a warning label. Dr. Wondertainment's Ultralicious Chicken Noodle Soup for Kids is intended to be eaten while it is hot to make you feel better in no time at all. Do not consume after it has become cold. Do not reheat. By purchasing from Dr. Wondertainment, you agree to not hold Dr. Wondertainment or any of Dr. Wondertainment's affiliates accountable for injuries or damages incurred by your product. Thank you for purchasing from Dr. Wondertainment. So what exactly is in a can of Dr. Wondertainment's Ultralicious Chicken Noodle Soup for Kids? Well, when the SCP Foundation first opened a can to take a look, they found that it was filled with condensed chicken broth and a mass of egg noodles shaped like an egg. When water was added and the contents of the can were heated to a temperature of 70 degrees Celsius, the noodle-based egg hatched. Inside was a small domesticated chicken made up of egg noodles, carrot, celery, onion, and cooked chicken breast. For simplicity's sake, this chicken noodle soup chicken is referred to as SCP-2057-1. As the Foundation researchers continued to heat the broth to a higher temperature, SCP-2057-1 began to move around, make audible chirping sounds, and eat the broth. As it ate, it grew larger and larger until it reached a mass of 85 grams and resembled a miniature adult chicken. At a temperature between 35 and 70 degrees Celsius, SCP-2057-1 behaved much like an ordinary chicken. It continued to behave normally even as it was consumed or cut apart, apparently feeling no pain or awareness of its situation. Dissection of SCP-2057-1 revealed that its insides were made up of soup ingredients, including celery and onion bones, cooked chicken breast muscles, carrot beak and legs, and chicken broth blood. When SCP-2057-1's temperature dropped below 35 degrees Celsius, it stopped moving and collapsed into the soup. At a temperature below 20 degrees Celsius, it became congealed and unappetizing. With these observations completed, the Foundation then attempted to measure the effects of this unusual chicken soup on a person that ingested it. When test subjects were fed samples of the soup at a temperature between 35 and 70 degrees Celsius, they had a very positive experience. The soup's taste was described as excellent, delicious, and homey. Though the meal caused a bit of psychological distress due to the soup chicken's realistic appearance and behavior, it improved every test subject's physical well-being. This eventually applied to test subjects with a case of influenza, measles, or the common cold. Following consumption of SCP-2057, each subject with a diagnosed illness of this kind reported immediate relief from their symptoms, including fever, aches and pains, cough, and congestion. With this positive, if a bit disturbing, effect documented, the Foundation next set out to determine what would happen if they let the soup get cold before it was eaten. Test subjects served this version of the soup had a far worse experience, describing the taste of their meal as bland, disgusting, and repulsive. 67% of the test subjects experienced cramps, chills, and diarrhea following their consumption of the soup, and 62% found themselves making involuntary clucking noises, as well as experiencing a strong aversion to poultry products. Again, several test subjects were deliberately selected based on their cases of influenza, measles, and the common cold. These test subjects immediately began to develop troubling symptoms, including the growth of pin feathers on their forearms, loosened excess skin on their heads and under their chins, a change in their ability to walk normally, and distressing hallucinations of being hung upside down by the ankles. Following these 2 rounds of testing, the research team decided to see why exactly the warning label advised against reheating the soup. D-Class 45782 was selected as the test subject for this particular experiment, and was instructed to reheat a bowl of cooled SCP-2057-1 in a microwave on high for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Then, he was to consume the reheated soup and report his experience to a camera placed in the room with him. As instructed, D45782 microwaved the bowl of soup. As it heated in the microwave, it emitted unintelligible vocalizations in a deep voice. After removing the bowl from the microwave, D45782 noted that it was gelatinous looking, with blackened burnt bits around the edges. He took 3 bites of the disgusting, hot and cold at the same time mixture before spitting it out onto the floor and refusing to eat another bite. 15 minutes after tasting the reheated soup, D45872 began to exhibit significant distress, clucking angrily into the camera. 5 minutes later, D45872 became more difficult to understand, clucks and other chicken-like vocalizations making up most of his attempted speech. He began scratching vigorously at his arms to the point of drawing blood. Loose skin could be seen gathering on the top of his head and under his neck. 6 minutes later, D45872 had lost the ability to speak. Large white pin feathers had sprouted from his arms, covering the skin, and smaller white feathers were beginning to sprout from his face. After 16 more minutes passed, D45872 began attacking other objects in the room, attempting to destroy the microwave, knocking the bowl of soup to the floor, and flipping over a table and chair. He had grown feathers over 67% of his skin, and his face had begun to change drastically. His nasal area was elongated and hardened, joining with his lower jaw in an appendage resembling a bird's beak. His upper lip had disappeared into his nasal cavity. Only 5 minutes later, D45872 suddenly stopped moving and collapsed to the floor, dead. Following D45872's death, an autopsy was performed. These were the findings. Autopsy revealed D45782's cause of death was due to extreme and sudden physical change of internal organs, resulting in shock and cardiac arrest. 93% of the subject's skin was covered in feathers. Physical changes in the face resulted in a beak-like alteration of the nose and mouth. Loose skin under the neck and on the top of the head resemble a wattle and comb. Subject's lower legs were found to be covered in thick, scaly skin, with the toes of the subject's feet ending in small, rounded claws. The subject and instance of SCP-2057-1 were incinerated after testing and autopsy. Whenever not being used for approved experimentation, all cans of SCP-2057 must be stored in a standard, large-volume storage locker in Containment Area 27 and kept at a temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. Because SCP-2057 is in limited supply, all experiments must first be approved by at least 2 personnel with 2-1103 clearance, as well as receiving the go-ahead from Dr. Applegate. There are still 41 cans of Dr. Wondertainment's chicken soup unaccounted for, and the Foundation has been unable to track them down so far. Who knows where they ended up? Maybe at another office of Marshall, Carter, and Dark. Or maybe, just maybe, one made its way onto the shelves at your local grocery store. Best to be careful out there. When you're feeling sick, hungry, or in need of a little pick-me-up, there's nothing quite like a steaming hot bowl of chicken noodle soup. Just make sure to read the label carefully and always follow the printed instructions. If you ignore them, you might just find that your chickens have come home to roost. After all, as the saying goes, you are what you eat. The man staples a missing poster to the telephone pole, his hands shaking. It's one of hundreds he's put up today, and to the untrained eye, it raises a frightening question. Why would someone be putting up a missing poster with his own face on it? The most important person in the world to this man has vanished without a trace. No phone call, no note, not a single shred of evidence, just gone. In due time, this man will find the person he's looking for, but in a way, he'll wish he hadn't. But to solve the mystery, first, we need to go back to the beginning. Despite being identical twins, the 2 brothers have always been as different can be. One has a talent for sports and athletics, the star of his Little League team as a child, and now an avid competitor in local marathons. The other prefers indoor activities like playing video games, reading, and drawing comics. One is an avid meat eater, and the other a vegetarian since the 2 went on a field trip to a farm at 10 years old. They may have the same face, but their personalities, the way they dress, and the distinct lion tattoo on the athletic twins' arm guarantee that no one could ever confuse them for one another. But their differences haven't stopped them from being close. Even after 25 years of being brothers, they still talk every day while enjoying the one thing they both can agree on: coffee. The two brothers are enjoying their weekly Saturday morning coffee at their favorite local coffee shop when the athletic brother asks the artistic brother if he's heard of the new fast food place in town. It's a burger joint, and apparently they're giving away free meals as part of a promotion to celebrate their opening and bring in new customers. The athletic brother intends to take advantage of the deal later that day when he grabs lunch. The artistic brother isn't particularly interested, but asks his brother to let him know if the fries turn out to be any good. They finish their coffees, go their separate ways, and the artistic brother thinks nothing more of it. That is, until the next day rolls around and he hasn't heard from his brother since coffee. It isn't completely unheard of, but still enough to send up a small red flag in the man's head. He shoots his brother a text, lighthearted but still concerned. "Did the burger give you the runs or something? You okay?" Another day passes, and still nothing. Now he's getting worried. He even calls his brother's girlfriend to check in, and his stomach drops when she admits that she hasn't seen him since Saturday. That does it. Something is wrong. He drives to his brother's house and sees that the driveway is empty. The lights are off. Nobody's home. He scrambles to come up with his next steps. The police aren't likely to take him seriously with no signs of foul play. From an outside perspective, it looks like his brother just decided to take a trip without telling anyone. But he wouldn't do that. He'd let his loved ones know first so that they wouldn't worry. The artistic twin feels his head spinning, his thoughts beginning to spiral toward the worst-case scenario. No, he can't let despair overtake him. He needs to keep a clear head. If only there was some way to track his missing twin. Wait, that's it. The two brothers had switched on location tracking on their phones several months prior, and they should still be sharing locations. If his brother still has his phone, then he'll be able to find out where he is. The app shows that his brother's phone is currently in a nearby town about 2 hours away. Better get moving, and fast. The sooner he can get to the bottom of this maybe missing persons case, the better. Maybe it'll all turn out to be a big misunderstanding and everything will be okay. He can only hope. But in spite of his hopes, when he arrives at the location where his brother's phone is supposedly waiting, there's no sign of him. He spots his brother's car abandoned on the side of the road, the door still unlocked. His phone is sitting on the driver's seat, left behind with the vehicle. His stomach turns as the dread washes over him. Leaving town unexpectedly is one thing, but his brother would never leave his car and his phone like this, not unless something terrible happened. The man scans his surroundings in a panic, searching for any clue as to where his brother might have gone. Nothing. There's nothing here but a fast food place. But wait, maybe someone inside saw something. One of the workers or the customers. It's a bit of a long shot, but it's better than nothing. He shoves open the door and rushes inside, where the employee at the counter greets him with a wide, somewhat vacant smile. He asks her if she's seen a man who looks just like him, but she shakes her head. She hasn't seen anyone except for their customers all day. Speaking of which, would he like to try a burger and drink for free? Special new promotion. The man declines, grimacing at the inhumanity of offering a fast food deal to someone clearly in so much distress. For a moment, he thinks he sees her smile falter, betraying a glint of cold, hard cruelty in her eyes beneath the veneer of friendliness. But just as soon as he sees it, it's gone, and the smile is locked back in place. This place is giving him the creeps. He'll use the restroom quickly, then get back out there and continue the search for his brother. Time is of the essence. In the bathroom, he splashes a bit of cold water on his face, letting the slight sting bring him back into his body as panic threatens to disassociate him from it. Gotta stay focused so he can keep looking. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spots it. No, it can't be. But it is. There, on the wall of the bathroom stall, is a dead ringer for his brother's lion tattoo. It's faded, barely noticeable, but it's definitely there. He calls the police, but there's nothing they can do. After all, there's no way to definitively tie his missing brother to this fast food restaurant. A lion design and a free burger are hardly enough to build a case, but he knows deep down that they had something to do with it. And he isn't the only one. His case catches the attention of the SCP Foundation, and they began looking into the restaurant chain. They even assign it an official designation, SCP-2789. SCP-2789 is a fast food restaurant franchise by the name of Beef Belly Bill's. It serves lunch and breakfast, and each instance of SCP-2789 includes fully operational fryers, grills, soda and ice cream machines. Whenever an instance of SCP-2789 first appears, it will integrate itself into nearby plumbing and electrical lines by extending pipes and wires that connect themselves to the nearest system. This is not the only strange thing that happens whenever a new Beef Belly Bills opens, but you probably gathered that from context clues. When an instance appears, there will be at least 4 staff members inside. Though these staff appear to be human, they cannot be removed from the premises even by force and will refuse to leave even after the restaurant has closed for the day. When an instance of SCP-2789 is destroyed, the staff will dissolve into piles of tissue and bodily fluids. This may sound gruesome, but it is far from the most disturbing aspect of SCP-2789. The true horror of SCP-2789 revolves around the promotional deal that 30 random people in the proximity of the anomalous restaurant will be selected for each year. The process by which these individuals are chosen is still unknown, but each of them are offered a free burger with their choice of drink. It sounds a bit too good to be true, and that's because it is. After several missing persons cases were linked to Beef Belly Bills, specifically regarding the victims receiving this promotional deal, the Foundation assigned agents to monitor the activity at several of the restaurants. When an individual was selected for this deal, the agents would track their whereabouts and monitor their condition from a distance. The first few people offered the deal declined it, and nothing of note happened. But then, one individual, a middle-aged woman in Northern California, accepted. 5 hours after consuming her burger and soda, she left for home, got into her car, and drove to a city over an hour away. She seemingly had not planned on this trip ahead of time and was seized with a sudden, inexplicable urge to drive to the city. Foundation agents would later note that the city she drove to did not have a local Beef Belly Bills franchise. At the time, that didn't seem relevant, but the significance of this detail would soon become tragically clear. The agents watched as the woman exited her car and walked to the corner of a busy street. She suddenly clutched at her chest and collapsed to the ground as if from a heart attack. As for what happened next, well, it gets a bit complicated. None of the agents assigned to follow the woman could remember what they saw, nor did their recording equipment manage to capture any video or audio of the incident. Instead, their cameras only recorded static interspersed with images of the Beef Belly Bills logo. All the agents remembered was seeing the woman collapse, and then, as if it had suddenly appeared from nowhere, there was a new Beef Belly Bills where her body had fallen. Where did she go? Where did the restaurant come from? Why couldn't they, or any other civilians in the area, remember what had happened? That same day, analysis of the material taken from the site of a demolished Beef Belly Bills franchise came back from the lab, and a gruesome picture began to come together. Structural components taken from an instance of SCP-2789 found traces of bone marrow and spinal fluid, as well as human epidermis being used as insulation for electrical wires. They even found an enlarged human brain hidden in the walls of the restaurant. DNA testing of this material matched a man who had gone missing a few towns over from the place where the restaurant had appeared. DNA analysis of material taken from this new restaurant revealed that it was a match for the woman from California. With this new information, the Foundation research team was able to make enough educated guesses to put together an outline of the process by which SCP-2789 instances form. Once a person has consumed their free burger and become possessed by the urge to travel to a nearby city, they are given the designation SCP-2789-2. Upon reaching their destination, SCP-2789-2 will experience something like congestive heart failure. Then, their body will begin to rapidly increase in mass until it has reached a height and width of approximately 4 meters. At this point, now that they are large enough, the victim's tissues and bodily fluids will begin to transform into materials commonly found in SCP-2789, such as wiring, countertops, tables, and chairs. If there are any buildings in the way, they will be absorbed into the structure. Some of the buildings that SCP-2789 has been observed to bond with have included grocery stores, churches, gas stations, and libraries. The brains recovered from SCP-2789 instances still give off electrical impulses, indicating that the humans transformed into these restaurants may still be alive. How aware they are of their condition, if they are aware of anything at all, still remains to be seen. It is uncertain where the staff inside of the restaurants come from, though analysis of the organic material they leave behind upon destruction of the building always matches the DNA of the rest of the structure. Following the initial discovery of the anomaly, the SCP Foundation began tracking SCP-2789 activity. When a new instance popped up in Colorado, a researcher was dispatched to conduct interviews with the staff in order to shed more light on the nature of the anomaly. First, the researcher, whose name has been redacted from the file and who therefore I shall refer to as Researcher B, for Burger, spoke to an employee of the SCP-2789 instance. The employee issued the standard greeting at the sight of Researcher B. "Hi, welcome to Beef Belly Bill's. How may we help you today?" Researcher B responded with a request for information. When did the restaurant first get to the area? The employee smiled vacantly and said, "We officially opened for business yesterday, of course. Would you like to try our BLT burger? And for just $3.99, you can make it a combo." Researcher B declined and asked for clarification. The when was established, but how did the restaurant get there? And how did it pop up so quickly? The employee shook their head and shrugged. "I'm sorry." Their voice was chipper but a bit hollow, like a computer spitting out a pre-programmed line. "If you have questions about our company, you'll have to speak to the CEO. He's the life of the company. I hope he's able to help you. Here at Beef Belly Bill's, customer service is our top priority." The mention of a company CEO piqued Researcher B's interest. There had been reports of a mysterious older man at various SCP-2789 instances who claimed to be the CEO and founder of the company. Descriptions of the man varied, with only a few constants. The man always wore a suit and always had a large mustache. Perhaps there was some truth to these claims. "I don't suppose you'd be able to contact your CEO and ask him to come here, could you?" The cashier shook their head. The CEO, they said, comes and goes as he pleases. No one could tell him what to do, least of all a lowly cashier. As Researcher B was preparing to leave, the cashier called out to him. "Oh, I almost forgot to ask. We have a special offer today. Would you like a free burger with your choice of drink?" Researcher B had been looking into SCP-2789 long enough to know what that meant, and to know what would happen if he ate that burger. He refused the offer and prepared to exit the building. As he did, the cashier became distressed, face turning red, and shouted at Researcher B for being ungrateful for not accepting his gift. But who was he? Were they referring to Researcher B or to this legendary CEO and founder? They couldn't be certain, but Researcher B had his own personal suspicions. 30 minutes after the interview was conducted, Foundation operatives raided the SCP-2789 instance and evacuated all customers. The employees refused to leave, and when some operatives attempted to remove the employees by force, they vanished and reappeared in the restaurant's kitchen. With no other option, the Foundation proceeded with the demolition process, destroying the building, but not before grabbing the burger and drink previously offered to Researcher B for testing. After the building was destroyed, the food and drink samples were tested and found to contain traces of human blood, mucus, and bone marrow in both the sauce of the burger and the drink itself. Though they had not gotten much information on the nature of SCP-2789, the Foundation had learned something. Whoever the mysterious old man designated SCP-2789-1 was, the staff answered to him. He could be in charge of the whole operation, if he truly was the founder. Agent R stands for Redacted, just a bit of Foundation humor, traveled to an SCP-2789 instance in Washington to attempt an interview with the founder, perhaps the famous Beef Belly Bill himself. Agent R found the mustached man sitting at a table inside the establishment, drinking a milkshake. When asked for an interview, he agreed. Agent R asked the man to detail his involvement with the anomaly. He responded, "I'm the CEO of this fine company. Beautiful, isn't it?" Agent R couldn't quite bring himself to agree. He replied, not a fan of the way the restaurant franchises were being constructed. You know, sacrificing innocent human lives and warping their bodies into organically derived fast food restaurants. The founder laughed at this and said, "Well, I'm afraid to have a successful business in this day and age, you'll have to make sacrifices." "I expected someone from your foundation to know that." Agent R made sure to keep his face stoic, but privately, he was shocked. How did this man know about the Foundation? More importantly, what did he know about it? He deflected the comment, keeping the focus on Beef Belly Bills. The founder went along with it. "Oh, of course. Here I was, sitting in my office one fine day, and I thought, what if I could increase the number of restaurants in my business at no cost, and increase production, also at no cost? Sure, there are some morally or ethically questionable things." Here, Agent R interjected, raising his voice. The deaths of hundreds just to increase production? The founder cleared his throat loudly to cover the sound of Agent R's voice, then continued speaking, chest puffed out with pride. But ultimately, it's all worth it to increase my business. Every person who accepts my gift is a hero, a sacrificial lamb to further something far greater than themselves. It's not like the old days where someone would offer you a human sacrifice to help you along. No, the world has changed, and I've adapted along with it. After all, I am the life of the company. These words, Agent R had heard them before. He spoke up. Your employees say the same thing, word for word. What exactly does that mean? Rather than answer the question, the founder finished his milkshake, loudly sucking ice cream, if it really was ice cream, through the plastic straw. When he was finished, he gave Agent R a wink and simply said, "That's a company secret." Then he stood up, tossed his empty cup into a trash can, and excused himself to go to the restroom. As soon as he was alone, Agent R called for MTF Unit Chi-17 to come and detain SCP-2789-1. However, when the unit arrived on the scene, the founder was nowhere to be, well, found. The instance of SCP-2789 was promptly destroyed, and the location and containment of SCP-2789 was made a top priority. They couldn't be sure why he knew about the Foundation, but they needed to find out as soon as possible, and by any means necessary. Any instances of SCP-2789 that are discovered must immediately be destroyed in order to prevent them from spreading. The aforementioned MTF Chi-17, cross-country, is assigned to locating instances as soon as they pop up. They accomplish this by monitoring social media and other available mediums and searching for any signs of SCP-2789. At this moment, the Foundation has still not been able to contain SCP-2789-1, but members of MTF Chi-17 have been advised to attempt to contain him whenever the opportunity arises. A standard humanoid holding cell has been prepared for the occasion, though I have my doubts about its ability to hold this mysterious fast food mogul. I don't mean to cast aspersions on the research team and their choices, but everything I have observed about this man indicates that he does not abide by the laws of nature, nor should he be assumed to be the ordinary man that he appears to be. When reading the interview with SCP-2789-1, I was struck by the man's mention of human sacrifice. He referred to it as a commonplace practice in the old days, something that has gone out of style with time and forced him to adapt to the new way of doing things. While it is obvious to anyone paying attention that this man is no ordinary fast food mogul, I have been developing my own personal theory regarding his true nature. He is an elder god of sorts, to borrow the language of cosmic horror, an ancient, powerful being that requires human sacrifice, in one form or another. Once, they were offered to him. Now he hunts them with an offering of a free meal, transforming their bodies into tools to spread his influence across the nation, and perhaps the world. I don't know where Beef Belly Bill, as I've taken to calling him, came from, nor do I know what his grand design is, if he has one beyond endless continuous growth at the expense of countless human lives. I only know that he cannot be allowed to continue unchecked. Somehow he must be stopped. In the meantime, we would all do well to remember the old saying, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The captain and the second mate are too stunned to speak. The deckhand hasn't just gone insane, he's become unrecognizable. Something is burrowing out from his eye socket. Teeth. A cluster of teeth that are growing without stopping, winding out of the space where his eyes should be, like weeds. To their horror, the deckhand reaches into the socket and wrenches out one of the teeth, putting it in his mouth and chewing it. As his head turns, they catch a glimpse of the side of his head, lined with more of the crooked, yellow teeth growing out of his skull. Their roots no doubt burrowing into his brain. It looks more like the barnacles on the bottom of the ship than the side of a human head. The captain knows there's only one thing to do. Their cargo needs to go overboard. She's the one doing this. On October 19th, 1985, the cargo ship the SS Mavis would be sailing en route to the United Kingdom. Within a week, the vessel would be found by SCP Foundation agents. It was shipwrecked off the east coast of England with no sign of any of the crew, or, more importantly, their cargo, SCP-4667. This anomaly has somehow managed to evade Foundation capture in the almost 4 decades since.
although what they would uncover from the wreckage of the Mavis would uncover more about this elusive entity. The SS Mavis had been on a course from a port in Russia to the United Kingdom, carrying a number of individuals from Irkutsk within the USSR. Research and evidence gathered by the Foundation indicates that one of these individuals was Yosif Yekaterina, a local dentist from the area. The other was a mute woman 26 years of age, referred to only as Evidente in partial records recovered from the Mavis. Her surname remains unknown and is believed to have been lost. While at the time of the shipwreck's discovery, the Foundation assumed that this was a case of two Soviet defectors fleeing from the USSR during the Cold War, smuggled aboard the cargo ship, it was quickly determined that these two individuals were far from ordinary civilians. Yosif Yekaterina had departed Russia after contacting a colleague of his in Britain, discussing an unusual discovery he had made regarding one of his patients. This patient was Evidente, prompting Yekaterina to bring the girl with him aboard the Mavis to visit his associate in the UK, one Russ Stanford, a man known to the SCP Foundation. At the time, Russ Stanford had garnered some attention from the Foundation given his role as the leader of a smaller-scale group of interest, designated as GOI 0435, the Dentists' Collective of Britain. While they were hardly considered as great of a security risk as the likes of the Chaos Insurgency or GRU Division P, the Dentists' Collective noted study of anomalies had become more prevalent under Russ Stanford's leadership, prompting the Foundation to keep watch of their activities. They had started simply as a workers' union for dentists, but for some unknown reason, the Dentists' Collective of Britain had pivoted under Stanford towards studying anomalous practices of dentistry and genetic dental disorders that were also anomalous in nature. Hence Russ Stanford's apparent interest in Evidente. In addition to being mute, the Soviet woman had been diagnosed with total anodontia, a genetic disorder that causes a complete lack of teeth. But there was something else about her condition that had prompted Yekaterina to contact Stanford. The Foundation has since determined that Evidente is SCP-4667. Upon hearing about the anomalous dental condition of Yekaterina's patient, Stanford was eager to examine her for himself. He requested that she be relocated to his office in the UK and corresponded with Yekaterina directly in order to arrange for both him and Evidente to be smuggled out of the USSR. They procured the SS Mavis, a British-owned cargo-hauling vessel, to transport the dentist and his anomalous patient by bribing the crew on board. It was also agreed that, in exchange for safe passage to the UK, Yekaterina would offer his services as the ship doctor, should the need arise. With the cargo ship workers agreeing to smuggle the two supposed defectors, the Mavis set sail, with Evidente locked in a small room to the side of the vessel's cargo hold. By the time the ship washed up on the shores of the United Kingdom, both Yekaterina and SCP-4667 would have vanished. The rest of the crew weren't so lucky. Aboard the SS Mavis were Captain Boleslav Kondrat, the chief mate Carlton Tilda, the ship's chief engineer Kenelm Hiram, Wilhelm Kale the second mate, and deckhand Sebastian Wendell. During the initial transit from the USSR to the UK, Wendell was keeping an eye on Evidente in her room. He and Kale discussed her activity, noting that she seemed to be pacing around inside. Neither had been told why she was being held in the cargo hold room. They had only heard from Yekaterina that she was mute and lacked any teeth. Beyond that, they weren't given a reason from their captain as to why she was aboard. Having been standing watch for a while at this point, Wendell asked Kale to fetch him a chair, only to start coughing lightly as his crewmate departed. He tried striking up conversation with Evidente, asking if she needed anything, even offering her some leftovers from the previous night's supper. Suddenly, Wendell found his cough becoming more violent and raised a hand to cover his mouth. He felt something solid hit the center of his palm, caught it reflexively, only to feel sick to his stomach the second he opened his fingers to see it. It was a human tooth, an abnormally elongated human tooth. Looking through the window into the room where Evidente was, Wendell thanked her, then casually put the tooth back in his mouth, loudly crunching it before eventually swallowing it. Despite telling the anomalous dental patient that he was good for now, he quickly coughed up another unusually long tooth. "Well, if you insist." Elsewhere on the ship, over at the bridge, Captain Kondrat had been manning the wheel and steering the Mavis, while absent-mindedly humming to himself. As he consulted one of his maps, he suddenly started to experience a cramp in his hand, assuming it to be a flare-up of his carpal tunnel syndrome. To his shock, though, As he reached to pick up a pencil, a soft crack caused him to jolt his hand backwards. Somehow, the fingernail on his left index finger had cracked and was bulging outwards. At that moment, his chief mate Tilda entered the bridge in time to man the helm while the captain left to speak with their impromptu doctor, Yekaterina, about his unusual injury. Finding Captain Kondrat entering his quarters, Yekaterina turned away from writing in his journal and asked if everything was all right with his patient. Kondrat assured the dentist that the deckhand Wendell was keeping a close eye on her, before he presented his damaged fingernail to Yekaterina. Being the closest thing to the ship's doctor on board, Yekaterina retrieved a pair of pliers from his bag and started to remove splinters of Kondrat's fingernail. The captain winced, keeping his hand pressed flat on the nightstand, wondering if it wouldn't be less hassle to just chop the whole finger off. But the more fragments Yekaterina chipped away revealed something underneath the man's fingernail. Another long, human tooth. Yekaterina urged the confused Kondrat to keep still while he started pulling the tooth out of his finger. The captain howled obscenities as pain ran down his hand until the tooth cracked out of his finger, which then started to bleed heavily. Yekaterina calmly placed the tooth on the nightstand and retrieved something to sterilize the wound and bandages to cover it. Gagging, barely able to get words out, Kondrat asked what could possibly cause a growth like that to appear. The dentist's answer was as simple as it was telling. "Girl is losing control." He explained as best as he could that he'd cared for Evidente for some time, and she had what he considered to be a gift. Yekaterina was certain that she was in control of this anomalous ability, but it seemed that was no longer the case. As he casually produced a measuring tape from his satchel and measured the tooth, Captain Kondrat pressed him for more information, only to be interrupted by Hiram, the chief engineer. He had come to warn the captain that the Mavis was going too fast and that the engine would give out if they kept on at their current speed. Frustrated, Kondrat chalked it up to Tilda, expecting that the chief mate was slacking. He told Hiram to get Tilda out of his smoke break and back to the ship's wheel. Returning to his conversation with Yekaterina, Captain Kondrat demanded to know more about what Evidente was doing to him. The dentist explained that he wasn't entirely sure, but that his colleague at the Dentists Collective of Britain, Russ Stanford, knew more. All Yekaterina really understood was that Evidente could cause teeth to grow. Beyond that, little else. He didn't even have a name for the anomalous condition. The tooth he'd pulled from Kondrat's finger was 32 millimeters long, 10 millimeters longer than the average incisor, and it was still growing. While Kondrat departed Yekaterina's quarters, over at the helm of the ship, Tilda hadn't stepped away from the wheel at all. He just couldn't move. Following the captain's orders, Hiram headed over to the bridge to get the chief mate to slow the cargo vessel down, only to freeze on the spot the moment he saw Tilda. He backed away, horrified, only to start feeling lightheaded. With a heavy thump, Hiram dropped to the floor, fainted. Tilda wasn't moving. He couldn't move. His body was covered in copious amounts of the same elongated teeth, growing out of his arms, legs, hands, splitting through fingernails, and breaking the skin of his knuckles as more of them came bursting out. The teeth surrounded his entire body and had intertwined with the ship's controls, causing the Mavis's gradual acceleration. While Hiram lay unconscious on the floor, there then came the sound of cracking. A puddle of blood started to form underneath him. Back in the cargo hold, something equally strange was happening to Wendell. He was chewing, but no crunching could be heard. His voice was noticeably slurred as he asked Evidente if she had any more for him. When Cale returned with a chair, Wendell turned to him and asked if he had any teeth to spare. Before the terrified Cale could properly process what he was seeing, Wendell reached into his eye socket with two of his fingers and pulled out another elongated tooth before he put it in his mouth and started chewing. Kondrat entered just in time to see this unfold, the captain and his second mate baffled and horrified by what was going on. Wendell jeered that eating his own teeth was better than Cale's cooking, before insisting he was still watching their anomalous cargo. Captain Kondrat explained as best he could that Evidente was somehow messing with Wendell, and that he wasn't supposed to have teeth growing out of his eyes. Without warning, Wendell collapsed, gripping his gut in agony. The tooth fragments in his stomach were still growing, and had elongated so much that they were able to puncture through his abdomen. They didn't stop, small enamel spikes tearing through his shirt, while Kale, on Kondrat's order, grabbed the ship's keys from Wendell. The captain declared he wanted to throw Evidente overboard. Kale brought the keys up to the door, only for another tooth to suddenly grow out of the tip of his index finger. It pierced right through his thumb, causing him to drop the keys in pain. As they clattered to the floor, Evidente reached under the door and grabbed them. But as Kondrat was quick to taunt her, she couldn't unlock the door from inside the room. Within the cargo hold side room, Evidente threw the keys in frustration. She stared at the sealed door, and as she did, screams could be heard from the other side. Kondrat and Kale were themselves becoming masses of elongated teeth, screaming in agony before going silent after a few short seconds. Above her, Evidente noticed the ceiling was convex and stepped into the corner of the room, out from underneath the bulge. The ceiling above her started to crack under the strain of something above, only to break and allow a mass of teeth to fall through the resultant hole. It was, or it had been, Hiram's body, now riddled with more of the elongated teeth growing from his back and shoulders. The roof above the side room collapsed, allowing Evidente to escape. A rising pillar of growing teeth carried her up through the hole in the ceiling, up to the Mavis's bridge. Stepping off the platform she had grown out of Hiram, Evidente was at the ship's helm. Low fuel lights were blinking as the calcified statue of Tilda's body was stuck at the ship's wheel. Calmly and silently, Evidente left the bridge through a side door that took her down onto the main deck of the cargo ship. There, the dentist who'd brought her aboard was readying a lifeboat. Seeing her suddenly approaching, Yekaterina wasn't at all startled. Instead, he spoke to Evidente in Russian, telling her, "You know I care about you and your craft, unlike these others. I will await your reclamation. I hope my service was satisfactory." After staring at him for a few moments, Evidente left to return to the bridge, leaving Yekaterina free to leave the Mavis aboard the lifeboat. When the ship would eventually wash up on the coast of the United Kingdom, there was no one still alive on board. Or rather, there wouldn't be by the time the Foundation arrived, but they weren't the one to get to the Mavis first. Having been expecting the cargo ship's arrival, members of GOI 0435, including the leader of the Dentists Collective of Britain, Russ Stanford, were quick to arrive at the site of the shipwreck. It was October 21st, 1985. The arrival of the Dentists Collective was recorded by one of their members carrying a video camera. Stanford claimed that she had spoken to him the night before, that she wanted the group to see something. He instructed the cameraman to keep the film steady, as there'd be others who would want to see. Approaching the Mavis's wreckage, Stanford quickly recognized it as the cargo ship that Yekaterina had bribed. He called out to see if there was anyone else still alive on board. As he did, Evidente emerged on the deck of the Mavis. Stanford, with the majority of the rest of the group, called out to her and claimed that they had studied her craft. They called Evidente's anomalous condition her divine work, and said that they had heard her cries in the teeth of their dental patients. "Not all of us forsake your gift. Not all." Evidente smirked in response, interrupting Stanford as a pair of wings began to unfurl from her back. They were made entirely of elongated teeth, although the cameraman filming this happening couldn't get a clear enough shot of what was holding them together. Stanford and the rest of the Dentists Collective of Britain bowed towards Evidente. Their leader then addressed the anomalous winged woman. "Go, make your gift clear, Evidente. Make it clear to the overlookers." At this point, as captured in the recording, Evidente used her teeth wings to lift herself up into the air before flying towards the mainland. Once she exited the frame of the camera lens, the members of the Dentists Collective started slowly walking in the same direction that she flew off in. The cameraman dropped his camera, seemingly not noticing, as he joined the others silently walking into the distance. The camera was still rolling when the Foundation agents arrived on the scene. Multiple objects of significance were recovered from the scene of the SS Mavis wreck, including the bodies of its crew, a photo, and the camera, with some of its recordings still intact. The photograph, presumed to have been dropped by one of the dentists, was a black-and-white image of one of their group meetings, dated several years earlier, showing the collective's members sitting around a table. Written on the back was the phrase, "Dentists Meeting 1981, we grow stronger every day." Among the figures in the photo, Russ Stanford could be seen standing at the far side of the table. Following the recovery of the SS Mavis's shipwreck, the SCP Foundation has been unable to ascertain the whereabouts of GOI-0435. Researchers have postulated that this was more than a group of practitioners with an interest in anomalous dentistry. From the evidence gathered at the scene, they appear to have been some kind of cult of unknown origin or intentions. According to records obtained by the Foundation, not one of the group's members returned to regular practice following this event, nor have any been reported as deceased. The search for further information regarding the Dentists Collective remains ongoing. SCP-4667 also still remains at large. Despite knowing of her existence, SCP-4667 has never been in Foundation custody. However, details about her anomalous condition have been ascertained from the footage recovered at the wreck of the SS Mavis, as well as the bodies of its crew. Whether possessing their deciduous milk teeth or their full-grown succedaneous adult teeth, anyone in close enough proximity to SCP-4667 will begin to grow elongated teeth throughout their body. The range of this anomalous dental transfiguration is thought to have an area of effect between approximately 70 to 100 meters. A person being affected by SCP-4667 will find their teeth start to slowly elongate vertically, growing downwards into the gum line, and eventually through it. This is also known to affect other mammals, as a colony of European bats were found aboard the Mavis, having also succumbed to the effects of SCP-4667. More new teeth will begin to sporadically grow directly from the subject's skeletal system, starting at the jawbone and then downwards, with more growths beginning lower down. These newly developed teeth will also start to rapidly get longer until they are able to puncture vital organs or break through from underneath the subject's skin. This occurs at a sporadic rate, and some Foundation researchers have speculated, based on security footage recovered from aboard the Mavis, that SCP-4667 is able to at least partially control the rate at which these new teeth grow. However, until she is able to be captured, this remains unconfirmed. What is known for certain is that this anomalous overgrowth of teeth will continue even after an affected person is dead. The typical cause of death for these people is having their internal organs pierced by tooth growth. Most commonly, the roots of the teeth in the person's upper jaw elongate until they stab through the roof of the mouth and continue upwards into the brain. Perhaps strangest of all, however, was what the Foundation discovered had happened to the bodies of the Mavis crew after they had been killed. Cadavers of those affected by SCP-4667 are no longer in close proximity to her. The teeth growths will start collectively bending into large, intricate sculptures. The teeth growths emerging from one of the crew formed a feminine, winged humanoid, thought by some to be a depiction of Evidente herself. The bat colony affected by SCP-4667 grew to depict multiple small humanoid figures, appearing to be malnourished and in states of anguish. Out of one of the other crew members grew a tooth sculpture of the winged figure with its arms extended over multiple humanoids. From one of the other bodies, a depiction of these humanoid figures appearing joyous and holding what looked to be food. The next of these tooth growth sculptures appear to show multiple aggressive human figures, with the winged entity flying away from them. The remaining one, noticeably larger and better constructed than the other statues, showed the same winged feminine humanoid, crying. Foundation experts are still struggling to interpret the meaning of these sculptures or how exactly they are formed from a body affected by SCP-4667. Researchers are hopeful that the eventual recovery of SCP-4667 will yield some answers. She is currently thought to be located somewhere between either the North Sea or the Baltic Sea. Abnormal tooth growth in coastal and ocean fauna is being tracked in order to determine her exact whereabouts.
The dentist recoils in horror, his instruments clattering to the ground as the patient's thrashing legs kick at the table, sending equipment flying. He's screaming, screeching in agony as the things in his mouth keep pushing out. They're not teeth, they're too thin, slim, and pointed like needles, but pulsing and wriggling like living things. Another stray kick connects with the dentist, pushing him back on the wheels of his stool, which then slides out from under him and sends him down onto the floor too. He scrambles back, hiding under a nearby desk as he watches, trembling with the icy shudder of fear, eyes locked on the patient, and the things crawling out of his mouth. There's dozens of them, maybe hundreds of needle-like protrusions seemingly trying to claw their way out, like the man's face is determined to tear itself into pieces through some relentless force of spite, so powerful that it's called forth these inhuman spines to do the job. One pushes at the soft tissue of the patient's cheek, rupturing through from underneath, punctuated by a rush of red and another screech of agonizing pain. In his desperation, the patient is fumbling with his open wound with one hand, staining his palm while trying to work the tiny rinsing sink next to the dental chair. The tiny jet of water does little to soothe the injury, only washes away the copper taste for a second before yet another spike splits open the man's lip. On the floor, hunched under the desk, the dentist can't move, can't do anything, save for keeping his surgical mask firmly against his face with trembling fingers. The patient lurches over, screaming louder, tears streaming down his face that's quickly becoming less and less recognizable as human below the nose. For the first time in his entire career, the dentist is scared for his life. A routine procedure, that was all it was meant to be. Some nasty pain in his jaw, the patient had said. Now, that same man looks more like a monster as the living spikes continue to poke their way out from his gums, hooking through his cheeks and lips as if trying to climb out of his face like the legs of an angry spider. Then comes the sound of bone cracking, splitting in two, followed by a hollow sob of pain from the patient. The noise makes the dentist's stomach lurch, as if he's going to be sick any second. And as the patient crawls towards him, it only gets worse. The man's face is covered in tears and sweat. Blood and drool pour from his mouth. The sounds of his jaw cracking and breaking get louder, each time making him writhe and cry at the agony. The patient crawls to the cowering dentist, the lower half of his face a mess of broken bone and spine stabbing through his skin. He makes a sound, a garbled, half-wailed noise distorted by the pain and his breaking jaw. It almost sounds like help. Then the next crunch happens, forcing the jaw open. The patient's cheeks split like wet paper, torn apart by the pointed ends of the growing spikes. He drops lifelessly to the floor, all of a sudden still and silent, where only seconds ago he was screaming in pain and fear. The dentist crawls apprehensively out from under the desk and stares in disbelief at the sickening sight of the man's body before him. They're still moving. They're still wriggling out of the bloodied, broken half of the face that the patient has left. Whatever these growths were, these spines, they're alive. A few are literally climbing out of the dead man's cheeks like insects, crawling erratically over his glassy, open but empty eyes. The dentist hears the muffled noise of commotion from outside his office door, of police arriving at the scene, no doubt after his assistant overheard the agonized screams and called the emergency services. But part of the dentist doesn't register the sounds as real. He ignores it, too fixated on the things now climbing their way out of the dead patient on the floor. They look like toothpicks, slender and pointed at each side, but their movement is quick, definitely insect-like, but also familiar. Then one lifts off the patient's lifeless face into the air, hovering around the office, tapping against the window. Flies. They're like flies. A sudden, piercing cold shard of fear strikes the dentist. The door. He can't let anyone in because the flies might get out. Then his mind wanders to the others in the waiting room, the patient's friends, the other tourists all complaining of pain in their jaws. They were carrying more of these things. They'd contracted parasites. In the blur that follows, the dentist remembers his first port of call had been to contact the CDC, warn them there was a potentially dangerous parasitic infestation in the area. Then, the other group shows up not long after, some secretive specialized division. They never give names, never flash badges, or even say who they represent, but they talk like experts. And within hours, not even days, they've made it all disappear. None of the tourists meet the same fate as the patient who died. Nobody from the area comes into the dentist's practice with the same symptoms, or living spines protruding from their gums. But he still can't sleep. The dentist still can't get the image of the patient's face out of his head, especially in his nightmares. Weeks pass, turn into months that snowball into years. Early retirement and closing down the practice do little to make the bad dreams stop, and nothing provides answers to the lingering questions. What were those spiny parasites? Where had they come from? And who were those shady types who'd made it all go away? The dentist sits at a table alone, eating freshly cooked fish in the corner of an old restaurant he started coming to as a way to try and forget. Enjoy a new lease on life. That's what everyone told him he should do now that he didn't have to stare down plaque-riddled mouths and pull rotting cavities anymore. Then, something pokes at his inner lip. The dentist freezes, heart twinging in his chest. The feeling instantly conjures up the familiar, frightening face of the patient. Is this how it starts? His tongue probes at the small, sharp object in his mouth. It's a tiny fishbone lodged between his bottom teeth. The dentist breathes a sigh of relief, chuckling softly to himself, feeling his quickened pulse calming back down. He wiggles the fishbone, trying to dislodge it, but it's wedged in tight. So he reaches a hand out to a small pot on the table and picks up a toothpick. Of all the anomalies kept securely contained by the SCP Foundation, few are as vile and unpleasant as SCP-611. For reasons that will quickly become apparent, the personnel at the Foundation have taken to referring to the creatures designated under SCP-611 as the Parasitic toothpicks. This is a subspecies of Dermatobia hominis, otherwise known as the human botfly. Normal, non-anomalous botflies belong to a family of insects called Ostridae that tend to lay eggs internally within mammals. Some Ostridae larvae will grow within the flesh of their host, others will develop within their gut. Dermatobia hominis is the only species within this family known to routinely parasitize human beings, or rather, that was until the discovery of SCP-611. While other botflies are very recognizably insects, where SCP-611 differs is primarily in its use of a unique, highly specific form of camouflage to implant its eggs into human hosts. As their colloquial moniker implies, instances of SCP-611 will appear to the untrained eye to be ordinary wooden toothpicks. It is unclear at what point in their life cycle SCP-611 takes on this appearance. However, once it does, it will fly around in search of a supply of toothpicks. Upon finding some, it will land near or actually in amongst other toothpicks, at which point the SCP-611 instance will shed its wings, allowing its camouflaged appearance to become even more effective. After this has happened, the fly will enter a passive state, resting in a dormant condition for a maximum of 40 days. If the presence of an SCP-611 instance remains undetected for the duration of this amount of time, then all its life signs will cease and the fly will perish. However, should someone pick up and attempt to use what they think is a toothpick but is actually an instance of SCP-611, then the next part of the parasite's life cycle will commence. The SCP-611 species survives by laying their eggs inside the gums of unsuspecting human hosts. Someone who has come into contact with an SCP-611 instance will initially notice no signs of invasion, nor will they experience any adverse side effects, at least not until after several days. Anywhere between 4 days and a full week after contact, the SCP-611 eggs that have been deposited into a person's mouth will hatch. The newly hatched larvae will then burrow into the host's jaw, causing severe discomfort to whoever has been unlucky enough to be implanted with the eggs. The pain caused by the burrowing SCP-611 larvae is sharp, intense, and continuous. Although given the oral location that they hatch in, this sensation can be wrongly attributed to toothache, a cavity, or some other form of pain caused by a dental issue. As the larvae burrow deeper into a person's jaw, they leave behind open internal wounds. These oral injuries can be prone to serious infections given the sheer number of germs in the human mouth. When experiencing the pain of newborn SCP-611 instances burrowing into the jaw, what is actually being felt by the human host is the larvae feeding. Once they have consumed a sufficient amount, the larvae will then exhibit another significant difference from other species of botfly. They enter a pupa stage, between the immature and mature points of their life cycle, similar to the pupa seen when some caterpillars mature into butterflies. However, in the case of SCP-611, the parasitic toothpick does not require a protective outer shell, a chrysalis, during its pupa stage. It is protected by the body of its human host. As a larva matures into a fully grown SCP-611 fly, its body will grow longer and its outer exoskeleton will harden. This continues until the now adult anomalous botfly's body is long and thin, and sharp enough to punch through the skin of the human being it has grown inside. This is, by all accounts, excruciatingly painful for those unfortunate to be used as hosts for developing SCP-611 instances. The pointed, toothpick-like parasites will extrude from beneath the outer surface of the jaw until they have pierced the skin of the host's face, allowing the newly matured SCP-611 fly to now exit its host. Upon reaching maturity, adult SCP-611 still possess their wings, only losing them once having found a suitable supply of toothpicks to hide amongst. Once they have exited their host, the parasitic toothpicks will hover freely through the air, seeking out other members of its species to mate with. There are no discernible differences between any two instances of SCP-611, suggesting that each individual of these botflies is neither male nor female. SCP Foundation researchers have consulted experts in entomology and even those within the Foundation's own ranks who specialize in anomalous parasitology, and all evidence correlates. This is widely considered to be highly unusual for members of an insect population. Given that the SCP-611 species doesn't appear to exhibit any indicators of any biological sexes, this has led to speculation among research personnel that these parasites may not be a naturally occurring phenomenon. Further investigation proposals are still pending review and approval from the Ethics Committee and the O5 Council, with some Foundation staff seeking permission to look further into the origins of SCP-611. There has been growing concern that some person, group of interest, or other entity could be responsible for genetically engineering the parasitic toothpicks, or creating this botfly subspecies through some other anomalous means. It seems implausible that these parasites were able to adapt and evolve to perfectly imitate toothpicks, especially since humans have only used these in the previous few centuries. Many at the Foundation consider it to be highly suspect that an entire subspecies could develop in that short amount of time, unless there was some direct involvement by another party guiding the evolution of SCP-611. Further testing with SCP-611 is still required in order to determine whether their evolution occurred naturally or as the result of deliberate tampering or engineering. However, in the interim, this has done little to belay speculation among Foundation staff. The theories range wildly among different personnel. One states that SCP-611 could be the result of intentional, experimental crossbreeding between botflies performed by members of the Deer College, given their subdimensional locale and teaching of anomalous sciences. Others have posited that the parasitic toothpicks were developed by Prometheus Labs Incorporated, who have a long history of creating anomalies without the Foundation's knowledge or oversight. Regardless of who exactly created them, the mature instances of SCP-611 need to be successful in finding a partner in order for the species to survive. It only has a short time in which to achieve this, though, as the primary adult phase of their life cycle only lasts for a maximum of 72 hours in total, during which time they need to seek out another of their kind, then carry eggs to a suitable place to camouflage themselves. Anomalous entomology researchers at the Foundation have suggested that their rapid life cycle after leaving their human hosts might mean that there are a larger population of SCP-611 instances than initially thought. However, the location where their presence is thought to be more concentrated has been redacted from the SCP Foundation's files. The SCP Foundation first encountered the parasitic toothpicks at an undisclosed time post the year 2000. The exact location of the initial encounter with the anomalous botflies still remains classified, although it has been confirmed to have occurred somewhere in New Mexico. Whether this is the point of origin for SCP-611 is still widely debated, however. There are known to be other species of botflies documented in New Mexico, in particular, those that lay eggs in rabbits, but the presence of other botfly species that use human hosts for their larvae is unconfirmed. Before the Foundation arrived at the scene, a local dentist had been contacted by a group of tourists. They had only recently arrived in New Mexico, and all complained of suffering from severe tooth pain and intense stabbing sensations in their jaws. It is still unknown where these tourists had been prior to their arrival in New Mexico. However, given that they were all infected when they contacted the dentist, it stands to reason they were infected either on arrival to the state or just prior to traveling there. Discovering that each of the tourists was carrying parasite larvae, the horrified dentist quickly contacted the Centers for Disease Control. They were quick to ascertain that this infestation was far beyond even their expertise, prompting SCP agents embedded within the CDC to contact the Foundation. Stepping in to take control of the developing situation, The SCP Foundation was able to isolate the tourist group and offer them treatment. The SCP-611 larvae were removed before they could cause any permanent damage or fatal infections in the hosts. Through interviews with the tourists, Foundation agents were able to trace the outbreak of parasitic toothpicks to a local restaurant, which had been unwittingly playing host to SCP-611 instances for approximately a month. Every employee at the restaurant was rounded up and given Class A amnestics before each of their patrons also received a visit from the Foundation. Those who had also been made into hosts for SCP-611 eggs or larvae were similarly treated and then given amnestics to forget their contact with the parasites. While the vast majority of larvae were removed before they were able to fully mature and leave their hosts, some had already caused extensive damage. Multiple deaths were recorded in the area, attributed to a subsequent SCP-611 infestation that had occurred. Ever since their discovery, SCP-611 instances have been kept securely contained by the SCP Foundation. In accordance with special containment procedures, any instances of SCP-611 are to be sealed within their enclosure at all times. In order to keep the parasites alive, the specimens are provided a single piece of rotting meat per week, as per their dietary requirements. Based on the findings of Foundation researchers, the parasitic toothpicks get the most sufficient nutrition from beef tongue that has been aged at room temperature for around 2 weeks. The enclosure is overseen and maintained by a single SCP Foundation technician that specializes in insect care. When performing any and all duties within the enclosure, technicians are required to wear a full biohazard suit at all times in order to prevent a potential SCP-611 infestation. The temperature of the enclosure is to be lowered to 10 degrees Celsius during routine maintenance, so as to lower the activity level of SCP-611 instances inside. Then, afterwards, when the technician has concluded their maintenance, their biohazard suits are to be thoroughly sterilized, and with good reason. One recorded failure to follow the SCP-611 containment procedures took place on an undisclosed date referred to as Incident 611-1. According to the Foundation incident report, this occurred when a technician's biohazard suit wasn't correctly sterilized following maintenance on the SCP-611 enclosure. Thanks to the lack of proper sterilization, 3 instances of SCP-611 were able to escape containment. Fortunately, 2 were found quickly afterwards, seemingly attempting to get back to the other specimens, as the 2 escaped SCP-611 instances were found tapping against the glass of the observation room that looks into the enclosure. Unfortunately, though, one of the parasitic toothpicks was able to make it to on-site Brick Room 13. There, it was able to find a supply of toothpicks to camouflage itself amongst, and was then picked up and used by an unsuspecting member of personnel shortly afterwards. This led to several eggs being implanted in the staff member's mouth, resulting in larvae burrowing into their jaw and eventually bursting out from beneath their skin. The new population of SCP-611 instances created by this infestation resulted in a redacted number of deaths and an even higher rate of severe mandible trauma. Several staff required urgent medical treatment for extreme facial fractures caused by the sudden exit of multiple matured SCP-611 flies. Those who survived their injuries would return to work at the Foundation, some still with the use of their jaws. Following Incident 611-1, the Foundation saw it prevalent to move the SCP-611 enclosure to a lower level of the facility the specimens were kept at. This placed them further away from any mess halls and break rooms, where they could potentially hide among toothpicks, ready to start another new infestation. As an additional measure to avoid any future accidental SCP-611 exposure to staff, no food products are permitted on the same level as the new location of the enclosure. Any personnel who suspect a possible containment breach, or they might have contracted any SCP-611 larvae, are to report to a Foundation-assigned dental examiner for an oral hygiene check and anti-parasitic treatment when needed. After cleaning up the last of the blood, the priest splashes water on his face, hoping the chill will help steady him, steel his nerves ahead of the ceremony. He's performed dozens, hundreds even, knows the order of service for a Catholic wedding by heart. That was until it had found him. The Faith Eater, he calls it. When it first appears, or rather, its voice does, the priest falls for its trick. He thinks it's the voice of God speaking, reaching down from the heavens to offer up divine wisdom. But the more strange things the voice tells the priest to do, the more he begins to wonder. Then it starts telling him about the weddings, what to do, who to accept, how many it needs,
and where to expect the Harbinger. It looks almost satanic the first time, the sights and sounds of what could only be an unholy ritual. But wrestling with it afterwards, the priest believes the lies told by the Faith Eater, that this is all part of the grand plan. The Harbinger is only present at these services to help determine who is worthy and who isn't. For a time, the priest resigns himself to his own lack of understanding. The Lord's ways are not his to know, his methods beyond the comprehension of a mortal. But he still has nightmares about all the blood. Lifting his head and looking at himself in the mirror, the priest clenches a fist, trying to stop the trembling of his fingers. The voice of the Faith Eater is still in his head, telling him that its Harbinger has arrived. A door opens behind him, and the priest sees the figure in the mirror behind him. They always look the same, always appearing as a man of middle age. But beneath the surface, it has no organs, its body made of the same fibrous tissue as an insect, hair and teeth formed from chitin. This is more cicada than man, just like the Faith Eater itself. It's always nerve-wracking, performing the ceremony knowing there's one present who doesn't belong. The priest always expects there to be a perceptive child or someone, anyone, on the bride or groom's side to point out there's a stranger standing among the groomsmen, that the Harbinger will be noticed and the subterfuge will be gone. But it never happens. They're always happy to see Cousin Johnny, as they call it, and laugh at its jokes. They seem to be able to understand the jumble of words that the priest can hear it speaking in. The priest feels his heart racing as he gets through the order of proceedings, drumming at his ribs knowing the time to exchange vows is getting closer and closer. The happy couple recite their beautiful words and give each other their rings, and a swell hits the pit of the priest's stomach. The Harbinger, Cousin Johnny as they know him, steps forward with multiple pairs of pliers in his hands, just like the previous time. He passes them around the other groomsmen he'd been hiding amongst, and the bridesmaids, compelling them to start wrenching their teeth out one by one. There are no screams, no signs of pain, just copious amounts of blood pouring from the wounds in their mouth. As the Harbinger gathers up the removed bloody teeth and presents them to the bride and groom, the newlyweds start eating. The crack of their own enamel, jawbones breaking, is sickening, every time causing the priest to avert his eyes and look upwards. Sometimes he prays to the real God, not the Faith Eater, that this nightmare will cease. Other times, he just stares at the church's rafters. This time, he spots something secluded among the old woodwork overhead, the only other witness to the objectionable ceremony below, a nest of cicadas. Of all the areas of public life that the SCP Foundation keeps under surveillance, one might not expect the world of dentistry to be the one that warrants so much observation. Yet, over the years, if the Foundation's mission has come to prove anything, it's that anomalies can and will occur almost anywhere, in the most likely or unlikely of places, including inside human teeth. Some Foundation agents have spent tireless years, even entire careers, embedded as assistants, receptionists, and other members of staff at dental practitioners, on the lookout for SCP incursions. While under deep cover at these establishments, agents are tasked with keeping a close eye on the medical and dental records of patients, and are instructed to report any potentially anomalous conditions to the Foundation. One recent incident took place at a rural dentist's office in New Mexico. The patient, an unassuming average male, had booked an appointment with a local dental surgery, complaining of a mild pain within his jaw, in and around his canines. The dentist, a man named locally as Uncle Ted, given his reputation as a friendly family dentist, performed a routine examination on the patient, expecting that the man had little more than a minor toothache. On first glance, Uncle Ted thought he was looking at an ectopic growth, wherein a tooth grows in an abnormal position, usually stemming from the root. Shifting his tiny mirror around, he wasn't certain. It could have been a gemination, where a developing tooth splits into two teeth. But the patient had said this pain had only started up relatively recently. On top of that, his teeth were all fully developed. Either one of these conditions would have been noticed much sooner. What he saw when he looked in the patient's mouth was something entirely different. In his uncertainty, the dentist probed at the afflicted tooth with one of his implements, and to his horror, saw something was burrowing inside the tooth. Unbeknownst to him,
Both the patient and his assisting dental nurse had been undercover operatives of the SCP Foundation and had been waiting for exactly this moment. Now able to get visual confirmation of the anomaly, the assistant locked the dentist and patient inside the office and called in the incident. Within a matter of moments, operatives of the Foundation's Mobile Task Force Lambda 12, also known by the codename Pest Control, had arrived on the scene to detain the patient and bringing Uncle Ted the dentist into custody as a witness to be dosed with amnestics. What he had just witnessed was a cicada crawling into the man's tooth. The SCP Foundation has given this designation to a phenomenon that affects members of the superfamily Cicadidae, or more colloquially known as cicadas. What do insects like these have to do with teeth? Well, instances of SCP-3852 are cicadas afflicted with an anomalous growth of human teeth. The development of SCP-3852 has, at present, never been recorded occurring with the teeth of any other species, only human. In addition, researchers at the SCP Foundation have extensively examined each known case of cicadas being afflicted with SCP-3852 growths. As far as anyone is aware, there is nothing linking any of these cases of SCP-3852 infestations. Each recorded specimen afflicted with them have nothing in common, from genetic background to the region the insects inhabit. All SCP Foundation researchers looking into the phenomenon of SCP-3852 seem to concur that these teeth can manifest at random inside any cicadas on the planet. As a result, physical containment of potential specimens is impossible, given the sheer numbers of cicada populations in the wild, all of them considered to be potential specimens. Those known to be afflicted with SCP-3852 instances are referred to under the designation of SCP-3852-1. A cicada becomes one of these when a growth begins, typically occurring when the insect makes direct external contact with an SCP-3852 instance or another infected SCP-3852-1. However, in some cases, researchers have observed a selection of instances wherein infectees suffer an internal onset growth of SCP-3852, seemingly having had no other contact with the anomalous insects. Essentially, they can grow on or in any affected specimen. Once a cicada has been infected, the SCP-3852 growth will begin by manifesting within its body. This can cause anything from mild pain to intense discomfort to the cicada, which only worsens as the growth gets larger. When this occurs, anomalous teeth sprout from it, and these can pierce through an SCP-3852-1 infectee's soft tissues surrounding the developing tooth. As the teeth increase in number, continuing to grow and damage these tissues, it can lead to fatal injuries within the affected cicada, especially if the teeth emerge within and cause damage to the insect's nervous system or cardiovascular system. During experimentation, Foundation research teams have discovered that intervening while these SCP-3852 growths are occurring has proved impossible. One test involved making numerous attempts to counteract the rapid growth of more teeth using targeted injections of acid. Researchers theorized that because human enamel is mostly comprised of a crystallized mineral called hydroxyapatite, that a sufficient application of acid would trigger demineralization, essentially dissolving the teeth growing on SCP-3852-1 instances like salt crystals in water. However, given that acid with a pH lower than 5.5 was required in order to demineralize enamel, this also meant that the infected cicadas were dissolved. Further experimentation with lower measures of acid also resulted in failure. Inevitably, a cicada that has become an instance of SCP-3852-1 will continue to anomalously grow teeth out of its body until they break through the insect's exoskeleton. Once this has happened, it will become entirely overwhelmed by teeth, but will attempt a desperate effort for survival. As is well known among those who live in areas where cicadas emerge en masse after their long period spent dormant, these insects are infamous for shedding their exoskeletons in a process similar to molting, in a process commonly referred to as sloughing. SCP-3852 infected cicadas will attempt the same when overwhelmed by teeth growths. Foundation entomology experts have since gathered up some of these sloughed exoskeletons and have run numerous tests on them. Conducting close analysis, the Foundation has determined that these exoskeletons are comprised entirely of hydroxyapatite. That's the aforementioned naturally occurring calcium mineral found in tooth enamel. When an instance of SCP-3852-1 sheds its calcified exoskeleton, this signals the termination of the insect's life. In every documented case, the process always results in the death of an infected cicada specimen.
This occurs when the teeth that have grown on their old exoskeletons pierce and rupture the softer, underdeveloped exoskeleton the cicada grows to try and replace it. These are far more fragile, and damaging it is enough to kill an SCP-3852 infected cicada, if it hasn't already been killed by having its body ruptured by the teeth growths. Foundation research teams have closely examined the conditions of the teeth that grow as the result of an SCP-3852 infection, and have concluded that over 30% are discolored. Just under 30% possess some form of cavity, and there have, at a lower rate, been instances where an SCP-3852 has manifested as malformed teeth. Some of these have been observed as containing teratomas, a rare form of germ cell that can create tumors in fully formed tissues, including within teeth. Smaller percentages of the teeth that develop in SCP-3852-1 instances are either macrodontia or microdontia, teeth that are either larger or smaller than the average size. Meanwhile, as few others have grown as germinated teeth, wherein one of the developing growths splits into two teeth, or ectopic growths that causes them to form in abnormal positions or grow at an angle. Although some Foundation researchers have pointed out that a tooth growing out of a cicada could easily be considered an abnormal place for teeth to develop. Arguably strangest of all, however, is the 1.45% of SCP-3852 teeth that grow out of infected cicadas in the exact same condition as teeth that have undergone some form of dental restoration or cosmetic repair work. How is this able to occur without the aid of a trained dental professional is still unclear, and a question that has baffled Foundation researchers. The widespread nature of SCP-3852 has made it hard, if not entirely impossible, for the Foundation to contain it. The Foundation themselves have not been exempt from directly experiencing outbreaks of SCP-3852. An incident arose on the 21st of July 2012, significant for marking the first recorded instance of SCP-3852, which normally only affects cicadas, affecting humans. On the day in question, senior Foundation researcher at Site-21 and leader of the team handling the experimentation with SCP-3852-1 specimens, Dr. Charles Greaves, would request a medical examination with an on-site physician. He complained that he'd been suffering with a mild toothache that seemed to be affecting his canines, and the severity of it had gotten so bad that it was affecting his ability to focus and function during work at the Foundation. Shortly after, his request for an examination was approved, and he was submitted to the Site-21 medical office for treatment. The Foundation doctor, in an effort to remove Dr. Greaves' toothache, saw fit to entirely remove the affected teeth. This took little more than conducting a routine extraction and pulling the researcher's canines out, but afterwards, to the horror of both Greaves and the man now looking at his removed tooth, there was something living inside it. Several juvenile, developing instances of Magicicada cassinii, referred to colloquially and among entomologists as the 17-year cicada, or dwarf periodical cicada, had somehow burrowed their way into Dr. Greaves' teeth. The entirety of Site-21 was placed on an immediate lockdown as the Foundation struggled to ascertain exactly how these cicadas had gotten into someone's teeth. In order to gauge just how widespread the anomalous incident was, every member of staff was requested to submit to a mandatory tooth examination. Over the course of several hours, it was subsequently discovered that every member of Site-21 personnel who had been assigned to researching SCP-3852 had numerous specimens of cicadas burrowing in their teeth. Checking personnel work logs, there appeared to be a breach, and one that risked further potential spread of this infection. A Foundation security guard had been given several days of unpaid leave due to similar symptoms to Dr. Greaves, having reported his toothache a few days prior to the senior researcher. Unlike Greaves, however, the guard was not granted an on-site examination and was forced to instead consult a local dentist and wasn't permitted to return to work until his toothache was resolved. Said civilian dentist, one Theodore Uncle Ted Robinson, would subsequently witness a cicada burrowing into the guard's tooth during the procedure. Fortunately, another Foundation operative was also present during the guard's checkup, and this agent, posing as a dental assistant, was able to contact the Foundation for support. Presently, the offending security guard has been made redundant and received severance without pay. Meanwhile, in his absence, Mr. Robinson's small practice was forced to shutter its doors permanently.
Amnestic treatment was administered to the now former dentist. However, an adverse reaction led to exacerbated memory loss prior to Mr. Robinson's release from Foundation custody. The Foundation considers its efforts to contain the SCP-5852-related outbreak a marked success thanks to minimal civilian witnesses and no casualties. The live cicada specimens that were extracted from affected personnel were kept and studied closely. Each one would begin to develop SCP-5852 tooth growth soon after. When analyzing these instances of SCP-5852-1, research teams discovered that the teeth being grown by these cicadas were exact, identical matches to their own teeth. The teeth of the previous hosts were now growing out of the infected insects, though how exactly this occurred, or even how the cicadas were able to burrow into staff members' teeth at all, remains unclear. Following this incident, personnel were instructed to never directly handle instances of SCP-5852-1 and make no skin-to-skin contact with any of the cicadas, regardless of whether they were alive or dead. It remains a mystery to SCP Foundation researchers exactly what is responsible for causing SCP-5852 outbreaks among cicada populations. Nothing has been gleaned about the precise origin of the phenomenon, despite extensive experimentation and examination of infected SCP-5852-1 instances. Given that the tooth-growing phenomena can occur at random among cicada populations, and the fact that this makes containing SCP-5852 somewhat troublesome, the Foundation has been forced to come up with alternate procedures in order to keep public awareness of SCP-5852 as minimal as possible. A cover story was devised and disseminated to civilians through the use of local and nationwide media. Stories began cropping up, especially in areas known for having sizable populations of cicadas, of a condition affecting the insects. This was referred to as tumorous growth disease, providing a plausible explanation for the toothy growths affecting the cicada populations. Later, this cover story was further pushed by Foundation-aligned entomological experts, further promoting the notion that cicadas afflicted with tumorous growth disease could spread a form of mange, a skin disease normally caused by mites and seen in dogs, but that can also result in rashes and irritation in humans, as well as the risk of secondary infections. The result of these cover stories to explain the presence of tooth-riddled cicadas to the public has, for the most part, had the intended effect of prompting civilians to avoid cicadas when they are no longer dormant. This has also led to most civilians avoiding making any contact with the corpses or discarded exoskeletons of the insects out of concerns around the fictitious cicada mange. No further incidents of cicadas burrowing into teeth, like the one that occurred at Site-21, have been noted, given their propensity for tracking, containing, and, when necessary, exterminating anomalous organisms such as insects and vermin. Mobile Task Force Lambda-12 have been assigned as the first response team when dealing with SCP-5852 outbreaks. Should any infected cicadas be reported or found in the wild, then Pest Control are sent to secure them and return them to the Entomology Department of Site-21. So far, very few at the Foundation have questioned why SCP-5852 specifically affects insects of the superfamily Cicadidae, and no other entomological group, or why certain other anomalies also seem to revolve around cicadas. One member of personnel, Research Assistant Wolfie Dalebro, did, however, raise this question in a small online forum connected with the Gamers Against Weed, an online collective known to create anomalies for their own amusement. In his post, Wolfie highlighted that there seemed to be some tangential link between SCP-5852 and SCP-2852, a figure known colloquially as Cousin Johnny. SCP-2852 has been known to appear at various Catholic and Anglican religious functions, more specifically at baptisms, weddings, and funerals. An appearance of SCP-2852 often results in ceremonies taking a disturbing and violent turn, which also all seem to be connected to cicadas in some way. Weddings affected by SCP-2852 are referred to by the Foundation as White Level events, and Wolfie Dalebro had discovered that one of these took place in the same location that SCP-5852 was first discovered. Templeton Memorial Church, located in Templeton, West Virginia, had been the site of a White Level event several years prior to the discovery being made. A nest of cicadas infected with the anomalous growths, the first recorded instances of SCP-5852-1, were found nesting in the roof of Templeton Memorial Church by Foundation agents clearing up evidence of the disastrous wedding that had been visited by Cousin Johnny. It is unclear if this insect nest was present during the White Level event, and if SCP-5852 was somehow the result of SCP-2852's presence.
Since postulating about a connection between SCP-3852 and SCP-2852, Research Assistant Wolfie Dalebro has since been removed from his position at the Foundation. In 2021, he was discovered to have been engaging with the forum connected with the Gamers Against Weed group and was administered with amnestics following his subsequent termination. It is still unclear if this research assistant was able to learn the connection between SCP-3852 and Imago. You open your eyes, only to find something blocking your vision. Are those teeth? Human teeth? Growing out of your eyes? Oh no. Oh God, no. Taking the subway can be a real hit-or-miss experience. On one hand, it's cheaper than driving, especially with gas prices these days. It's convenient, eco-friendly, and removes any potential stress about where to park. But it can also be hot, poorly maintained, and worst of all, it's filled with the public. These are the thoughts running through the woman's head as she stands on the subway on the way home from work. She holds onto a nearby pole for balance, struggling to maintain a bubble of personal space as a steady stream of new passengers climb on at each stop. She can feel her chest tightening with anxiety, and she takes a deep breath to loosen the stress. Just a couple more stops to go, and then she can get out of here and retreat to the comfort of her apartment. The train car slows down, and the doors open for the penultimate stop. Great! After this one, she'll be home free. Of course, more people climb on. Everybody has places to go, she reminds herself. It's fine. But as one pale, jumpy-looking man crowds a little bit too close to the pole she's holding, she feels her anxiety levels spike again. Why won't he just respect her personal space? Come on, buddy. It's a crowded train, but there's enough room to take a step back. She's working up the nerve to say something when the train jerks suddenly, starting back up. The sharp motion sends the man rocking forward, and he bumps into her, hard. She feels a sudden sharp pain in her hand and looks down to see a speck of blood. Seriously? She swears at the strange man, unable to help herself. He glances down, and his eyes widen. He apologizes profusely and backs away from her, unmistakable terror in his eyes. A bit of an overreaction, she thinks. She just yelled a bit. It isn't as if she was going to hurt him. But he pushes through the crowd, moving away from her, and she doesn't care to follow. The train slows, and the doors slide open again. Thank goodness, her stop. She shoves her way out of the train car as fast as she can and doesn't slow down until she's unlocking the door to her apartment. Time to tend to the weirdest injury she's ever gotten. She disinfects the wound on her hand and begins to apply a bandage. Now that she's slowed down, she can get a better look at it. She had assumed the guy's keys had poked her or something, but now, examining it more carefully, it looks kind of like a bite? Did he have some kind of animal up his sleeve or something? It all happened so fast she couldn't really tell. Better to be safe than sorry. She'll go get a rabies vaccine tomorrow. With that plan in place and a bandage applied to her hand, she quickly forgets about the hellish subway ride, the nervous man, and the strange bite. The next day, she gets her rabies shot and puts the whole bizarre encounter out of her mind for good. And it stays there, out of sight and out of mind. Until about a week later, when her gums begin to ache. It starts with a twinge, a bit of discomfort one morning that wakes her up before her alarm. But as the day goes on, the ache grows more and more difficult to ignore. She finds herself chewing on her pen during meetings, alleviating the itching, painful feeling in her gums with the pressure of it. A few days later, it's all she can think about. She half considers picking up one of those hard plastic rings for teething babies. At that point, she realizes it's time to go to the dentist. They'll know what to do. But when the dentist leans her back in that adjustable chair and peers into her mouth, he is just as clueless as she is, perhaps even more so. She's presenting symptoms of a condition known as hyperdontia, he explains. She is, at the age of 30 years old, growing new teeth. Not wisdom teeth that are coming in, but a whole new row of teeth just behind the ones she already has. He advises her to come back in once the teeth have grown in all the way, and they can discuss next steps then. She calls in sick to work the next day. She lies and tells them it's the flu. How could she explain the truth? But at least there's a solution in sight. The dentist will help her figure out what to do next. And surely this will be the worst of it, right? Unfortunately, she couldn't be more wrong. When she wakes up the next day, she notices some difficulty breathing through her nose, accompanied by a feeling of discomfort in her nostrils. Oh great, is she actually sick now?
She goes to blow her nose, but nothing comes out. She rubs at her nostrils and is startled by a sudden sharp pain and the sensation of something solid in there. What the hell is going on? She rushes to the bathroom mirror, tilting her head back to get a better look. When she can make out what is blocking her nostrils, her jaw drops. Teeth. They're smaller than the ones in her mouth and somewhat obscured, but there's no doubt about it. Little rows of teeth have erupted inside of her nose. She calls her dentist and schedules an immediate appointment. She struggles to explain on the phone, but no matter what words she chooses, she knows the doctor won't truly understand until he sees her condition with his own eyes. And when he does see it, he can't stop himself from crying out in shock. This is no ordinary case of hyperdontia. This is something else entirely, something that should be medically impossible. Seeing the appearance of teeth inside of the woman's nose, the dentist decides to perform a thorough examination of the rest of her face and head. Much to his and her horror, he finds small teeth beginning to erupt in her ear canals too. He warns that if they are not removed, they could cause permanent damage to her hearing. There's no doubt about it. For the sake of her well-being, the dentist must perform the strangest extractions of his career. The woman is given an anesthetic, and he gets to work. By the time he is finished, the dentist has pulled 36 teeth of varying sizes and shapes from her mouth, nose, and ears. It was a harrowing affair, but at least it's over. He prescribes pain medication, an antibiotic, and some time off of work, and advises the woman to give him a call if she experiences anything like this again. Neither of them will say it aloud, but they're both privately terrified that she'll have to come back in and do it all over again. For the next few weeks, the woman feels like she's back to normal. She's a bit shaken up by the experience, a bit exhausted, but otherwise it all seems to be resolved. Then the aches start up again, not just in her gums this time, but in her ears, in her nose, and more terrifying of all, in new places too. She can feel them, the germs of new teeth growing under the surface in between her fingers and her toes, even in her eyelids. The feeling was unpleasant and distracting before, but now it is absolute agony. She can barely dial the telephone to contact her dentist, but she manages to call him and drag herself down to the office. At first, he doesn't want to believe it, but then he performs an X-ray. The images that come back turn his stomach, and he nearly vomits onto the floor. He can see them clear as day. Teeth, 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 growing everywhere the woman feels that unique ache, the building pressure of something struggling to grow, ready to burst through the skin and be born. More teeth in her mouth and teeth in her eyes, her ears, all over her body. Even if he extracts every tooth again, even if he plucks out each new growth, there will be more waiting to replace them. Unsure of what else to recommend, he advises the woman to check herself into the hospital. Whatever her affliction is, it has progressed beyond his capabilities. Weeks later, the woman is lying in her hospital bed, weak, exhausted, barely able to move. Her skin is dotted with teeth. Her doctors tried to perform surgery to remove some of the teeth before they could erupt, but the incisions became tiny mouths filled with even more teeth. Now, they've all but given up. She can barely open her eyes to get a look at the strange figures that enter her hospital room, promising to help get to the bottom of her condition. They're scientists, they say, and they specialize in unusual conditions like hers. This poor, unfortunate woman is considered the first recorded patient to be infected with SCP-3450. SCP-3450 is an infectious disease, the most notable symptom of which is the manifestation of severe hyperdontia in unusual parts of the body. The initial source of the infection has been traced to the location now known as Building 2450, a former men's bathroom and a company service station off of a major motorway in the United Kingdom. It is unknown exactly how the infection is transmitted, but Level 5 HAZ suits have been ineffective at containing and preventing the infection. The disease can affect a wide variety of mammalian species, including but not limited to rodents, dogs, and humans. Approximately 23% of mammals exposed to the initial infection source area will contract SCP-2450. Infection can also be passed through a bite, provided the bite is deep enough to draw blood. Infections from bites occur at a rate of approximately 12%. The initial stage of infection is characterized by the presentation of hyperdontia in various orifices of the body. I am sorry to say that is exactly what it sounds like, the eruption of extra teeth in places where no teeth should be. This generally begins in the mouth, as extra teeth sprout from the gums, the roof of the mouth, and the frenulum beneath the tongue. However, as the disease progresses, any bodily opening can become fair game, including the nostrils, the eye sockets, and other, even less comfortable locations. The size of the teeth varies depending on the size of the opening and tends to be proportional to the space available. Teeth produced as a result of SCP-2450 infection grow at a rate approximately 12 times that of ordinary teeth and can grow from gem to full root completion over the course of a period between 3 weeks and 9 months, depending on size. As the infection progresses, more and more rows of teeth will grow further and further back into the affected orifice. Once all natural bodily orifices have grown at least one full row of teeth, the infection will progress into its next stage. At this stage, parts of the body that form a semi-closed space, such as the spaces between the toes or the armpits, will begin to erupt teeth. If that wasn't horrible enough, any apertures formed on the body via external trauma, such as cuts on the skin, will become growth sites for SCP-2450 teeth. Did you just feel a shiver run down your spine? Me too. My own spine, not your spine, you understand. Back to the matter at hand, which I'm so sorry to tell you does in fact get worse. You see, as the infection progresses and more teeth are growing, the calcium and other minerals required to grow these teeth have to come from somewhere. These minerals will be leached from the body's natural stores, and the process can frequently result in osteoporosis and hypocalcemia. Administering calcium and other mineral supplements to SCP-2450 patients will keep them alive, and they will continue to produce teeth indefinitely if this is the case. You might be wondering if the process of growing all of these teeth is especially painful. Allow me to provide absolutely no reassurance. It is. It has been described as extremely painful and similar to the teething pains experienced by young children as their regular teeth develop and grow in. Much like teething infants, patients will experience a strong desire to address this pain by biting or grinding the affected teeth. However, as the infection progresses, the teeth will begin to erupt in areas that are incapable of biting. In these cases, patients will often grind the teeth against solid objects such as the corners of walls. This activity has been highly discouraged, as it could result in cuts and lacerations that may provide a breeding ground for even more teeth, resulting in a truly vicious cycle. Incidentally, this behavior led to the first recorded instance of SCP-2450 infection via tooth-to-blood contact. SCP-2450 was first discovered by the Foundation during a routine search of medical literature, and on February 19, 2009, the Foundation classified it as an anomalous phenomenon sufficiently distinct from hyperdontia. At that point, standard information suppression policy was applied successfully, and the pattern of outbreaks was then used to trace the source to the aforementioned service station. At that point, a series of quarantines and experimentation revealed that the men's restroom in Wing B was the specific point of origin. As far as the Foundation has been able to determine, there is nothing anomalous about the service station or that particular bathroom, aside from the SCP-2450 infections themselves. The station was first built in 1983 and operated normally for decades. So when and how did everything change? By interviewing cleaning and security staff and reviewing years of security footage, the SCP Foundation was able to tentatively pinpoint the date of origin for SCP-2450 to July 15, 2008. On that day, the following events were captured by security cameras located in the building. First, 3 men in black hooded sweatshirts entered the building, their hoods pulled up to obscure their faces. One of the men carried a large, seemingly empty backpack. Another held an unidentified green implement. The third man had nothing in his hands. Shortly after entering the building, the men stopped outside of the Wing B men's bathroom and spoke amongst themselves. No audio was recorded, and their lips could not be seen, so there is no way of knowing exactly what was said. But whatever it was, the men entered the bathroom a few moments later. Before shutting the door behind them, the last man examined the area, looking to see if they were being followed. Seeing that they were alone, he closed the door, and the 3 of them disappeared. They were inside the bathroom for the next 2.5 hours. Whatever happened in that bathroom is still unknown, as security cameras inside of restrooms are generally frowned upon and tend not to be installed. After those 2.5 hours were up, 2 out of the 3 men exited the bathroom, the man with the backpack and the man who was carrying the green object. The third man was not with them. The backpack now appeared to be full and a great deal heavier than it was on the way in. The 2 men walked to the main entrance of the building, at which point the one without the backpack stopped and reached into the top pocket of his hooded sweatshirt. He then patted the pockets of his trousers. Whatever he was looking for was not there. He turned to head back into the building, but the other man placed a hand on his arm, stopping him. The 2 argued for a moment before leaving the building and getting into a car. Later analysis of the license plate revealed it to be a stolen vehicle. They drove off toward the south and out of sight. Subsequent attempts to track the men down have so far been unsuccessful. The cleaner on duty that day later reported that one of the bathroom stalls was locked for an unusually long time. When he came back and was able to enter and clean the stall, he spotted a large amount of what appeared to be white gravel on the floor and the lid of the toilet. This is now believed to be dental matter. Speaking of unidentified objects, the green implement from the security tapes was later discovered and identified. It is now referred to as SCP-3450-1 and is stored in Reliquary 87B-6, Locker 12004. SCP-2450-1 is a green plastic toothbrush of unknown make or manufacturer. As you might have guessed, it is no ordinary toothbrush. When a tooth is brushed with SCP-2450-1, the teeth will be worn down to the root at a rapid pace. An entire molar, including the root, can be removed with the brush in 5 minutes. In spite of this, it appears to do no damage to any other surrounding tissue such as the skin or gums. On the back of the handle, the text, "For non-oral use only," is printed. The origins of this toothbrush and the motivations for the men that entered the bathroom stall that day are still unknown. However, given the information that we do have, I feel I can make an educated guess. It is my personal theory that the third man, the one who had never been found, was suffering from an advanced form of the SCP-2450 infection. When the men attempted to treat his condition with the anomalous toothbrush, he had advanced to such a severe state that his body was primarily made up of teeth, and he crumbled apart during the process. His remains were then stuffed into the backpack and taken out of the building. The debris left behind somehow infected the area, leading to the subsequent SCP-2450 infections that have occurred in the area since. I have no way to officially confirm this speculation, of course, but it seems as reasonable of a theory as something can be where anomalous tooth-based diseases and unusually powerful toothbrushes are concerned. Any patients afflicted with SCP-2450 must be kept in Secure War Land 12 and physically restrained in order to contain the infection and prevent any further spread. The initial source of infection is contained at the site of its discovery in Building 2450, which has been disguised as an electrical substation. Building 2450 is kept securely locked and surrounded by a standard substation fence, which has been covered with danger of death warning signs in order to deter any civilians from approaching. The building is kept under constant surveillance, and anyone attempting to enter the premises must be detained and thoroughly questioned. The only method of entering Building 2450 is a double-door system, including an isolation chamber which prevents any small mammals from entering the building. No mammals, with the exception of approved test subjects, may exit the building. One member of Foundation personnel with formal dentistry training must be assigned to monitor all dentistry journals and affiliated news sources for cases that might indicate an outbreak of SCP-2450. If one is detected, swift and decisive action must be taken. There is currently no known cure for SCP-2450. Patients who have been infected with the disease can either be kept alive with mineral supplements and produce teeth indefinitely, or they can slowly lose calcium and vital minerals over time until their body can no longer function. Either way, they will be a prisoner of the teeth until the day that they die, confined to a terrifying, toothy existence. Though those who have already been infected are somewhat doomed, at least until a cure can be found, we can take some comfort in the knowledge that SCP-2450 can be easily avoided. Just stay away from the men's restroom in Building 2450 and try not to let anyone bite you, at least not hard enough to draw blood. Still, the images I saw while looking into SCP-2450 will haunt me for quite some time. In fact, I think I've had my fill of the topic. My gums are beginning to itch. So if you'll excuse me, I think I'll go eat some caramels and forget to floss. Can't let the teeth get too comfortable. The dentist is clocking out after an especially long day. A root canal, a wisdom tooth extraction, too many cavities to count, when her cell phone rings. She answers and is surprised to hear the panicked voice of her wife on the other line. Her heart stops for a moment as she imagines the worst, a car accident, a house fire. But after listening for a moment, she's able to gather enough context to relax. Their son lost his first tooth today. There was a bit of blood on his face, which had sent her wife into a bit of a state. But now, as they both realize it was nothing more than a standard rite of passage, the moment of terror is over. When the dentist arrives home, she finds her wife and son sitting at the kitchen table with dinner ready, and her wife is in the middle of a story. She's telling their son, who listens wide-eyed and rapt, all about the magical creature known as the Tooth Fairy. Later that night, after they've read the boy a story and put him to bed, the two mothers remind him to put his freshly lost tooth under his pillow. When he wakes up, they promise the Tooth Fairy will have left him a surprise. They wait for him to fall asleep, and then, when they hear his gentle snoring, it's time for the swap. The mother who works with teeth all day opts to do the honors. It only seems fair. She sneaks into the room, careful not to wake the boy, and lifts the edge of his pillow. Hang on. What happened to the tooth? She can't see it anywhere. She lifts the pillow just a bit more, but she can't find it. What she sees instead is a fluttering motion as something small and winged darts out from underneath the pillow. She covers her mouth to stifle a startled scream. It's just a moth, she realizes, as the little winged shape darts around the darkened room. Nothing to worry about. The tooth probably got lost in the sheets. Nothing to worry about. She slips a quarter under the pillow and sneaks back out of the room. She doesn't stay long enough to see the little winged creature, the thing she thinks is a moth, fly toward her son's face, landing in his open mouth. The next morning, the boy is delighted to find a shiny quarter under his pillow. He is less delighted to find that he has come down with a sudden case of the sniffles and sneezes. As the dentist heads off for another day of work, her wife calls out from her own job, opting to keep the boy home from school today, just in case. Meanwhile, the dentist is hard at work once more. Today is a bit less stressful than yesterday, but not by a wide margin. Her first patient of the day refuses to sit still while she checks for cavities, nearly kicking her in the process. After they leave, she takes a moment in the back with a cup of coffee, centering herself. When she walks back into the waiting room, she sees her wife sitting there with their son. What are they doing here? She asks her wife, and sees tears in her eyes as she struggles to answer. She turns to their son and asks him what's wrong. He doesn't say a word. Instead, he just opens his mouth. The tooth he lost the day before has grown back. But that's not all. His mouth is full of teeth. And that is not hyperbole. There are teeth all across the roof of his mouth, the insides of his cheeks, covering his tongue. The dentist suspects that if she shone a light down his throat, she would see teeth all the way down. She'd better call in a specialist, because this is no job for an ordinary dental practitioner. It isn't her fault. She could never have been prepared for her son to come down with a case of SCP-478. SCP-478 is a species of small entities of varying size and shape, which resemble a darkly colored butterfly or moth when in flight. Though they have been encountered in the wild frequently, they are elusive and difficult to capture. Instances of SCP-478 that have been contained do not appear to have a need for food, sleep, air, or reproduction. There is still little known about the nature and motives of SCP-478, but this much is clear. They are predatory in nature and tend to target humans under the age of 25, especially those who have not yet lost all of their deciduous teeth. When an instance of SCP-478 finds its prey, it will enter the victim's mouth while they sleep and attach itself to the soft palate in the upper nasal cavity, blocking one of the nostrils. After the creature has embedded there, the victim's body will begin to produce an excess of mucus. With the stuffy nose and increased mucus production, the victim will wake to believe they have come down with a cold. A bit of an annoyance, sure, but nothing some rest, lots of fluids, and a bit of grandma's chicken soup recipe can't cure. That would be true if it were, in fact, a cold. But as the condition progresses, the victim soon realizes that they have come down with more than a case of the sniffles. Soon after waking up, the victim's palate will begin to generate teeth at a rate far faster than ordinary tooth growth. The more teeth grow in, the faster they grow, and the more quickly they spread. These teeth will continue to sprout from the palate, more and more teeth emerging through the skin, until the entire palate has been covered. But it doesn't stop there. Oh no. It continues down the victim's throat and into the esophagus. Over the next several days, usually between 2 and 4, the growth of teeth will continue down into the stomach lining, filling the stomach. Then, teeth will begin to grow in the lungs, making it difficult to breathe, then will grow from the subcutaneous layer of skin. The law of conservation of matter comes into play as these teeth sprout. The calcium required to produce them can't just come from thin air. It must come from somewhere in the body. In this case, that would be the skeleton. Skeletal calcium is leached away to provide new teeth with the material they require. As you might imagine, this process is extremely painful and downright unpleasant in every way. Now, there's no polite way to put this. The ultimate stage of the infestation involves teeth growing downward through the digestive tract. The growth stops once the entire digestive tract has been filled with teeth. Then, the SCP-478 instance will fly out through the victim's mouth, leaving the tooth-filled victim behind. These teeth are, aside from their placement, ordinary. They contain a root, nerve, enamel, just like any tooth you might find in a mouth. You know, where teeth are ordinarily found. The parts of the body where the teeth have formed may expose them to unusual conditions, such as the high concentration of acid in the stomach. Teeth that form within the skin, on the other hand, group together and form large, hard masses of dental material beneath the surface of the skin. The method by which SCP-478 induces this heightened growth of dental tissue is currently a mystery. At first, Foundation research into the nature of the anomalous beings resulted in few leads. But then, one potential lead emerged in an unlikely place. In order to understand the nature of this lead, then I must first take us back in time to the year 1956. Dr. Razman Yelkov was issued a task by his comrade, Dr. Grigory. Grigory asked Yelkov to develop a method that would allow him to produce perfect specimens of human teeth, new, authentic specimens not taken from a cadaver or made from an alternative material. It seemed like an impossible task, until a fellow doctor told him stories of an unnamed man who had found something impossible. Tooth fairies. Dr. Yelkov's colleague brought him to the man with no name, who told him all about these fairies. While traveling during the war in search of remedies, the man said that he met and captured a fairy called Isabella. This Isabella taught the unnamed doctor the fairy language and appointed herself his assistant. From there, Isabella taught the unnamed doctor about the methodology of the fairies, how they could draw enamel from human bones, and how they used that enamel as a source of nutrients to sustain themselves. Naturally, Dr. Yelkov had his doubts about the strange man's claims. He asked for proof, as any of us might in the face of fairy tales, and the doctor with no name was happy to provide it. He took Dr. Yelkov to his workshop, and upon stepping through the door, the doctor was met with a sight of at least 50 fairies fluttering around the room, their dark, iridescent wings beating as they flitted to and fro. This was it, the secret key he had been looking for, the way to unlock the seemingly impossible task he had been issued. The man offered Dr. Yelkov a room for the night, and he accepted, with the intent of learning more about the secrets of the fairies in the morning. But the events of the evening did not go according to plan. When Dr. Yelkov offered to purchase some of the fairies from the man in order to use them for his own research, the offer was refused. Dr. Yelkov, ever the ruthless pragmatist, drew his weapon and fired one single shot through the unnamed doctor's heart. With no one left to stop him, he grabbed a large jar and began to capture the fairies. He managed to catch 30 of them in total before setting off on the journey back to his own laboratory. Once Dr. Yelkov was back in his laboratory, he examined the fairies more thoroughly. They looked like ordinary butterflies at first glance, but a closer look revealed humanoid characteristics: arms, hands, legs, and faces. While inspecting, and performing autopsies on, several of the creatures, Dr. Yelkov determined that the specimens contained unidentified chemicals which react with the oral environment. He isolated these chemicals for further study. Now, the real work could begin. Dr. Yelkov analyzed the way in which the fairies' physiology interacted with sodium monofluorophosphate and hexafluorosilicic acid, and in doing so, was able to reproduce the effects a fairy might have on a human body, recreating it on a common fungus. This was not enough for a finished product, however, as the fungus had no source of calcium that would allow for the formulation of human teeth. He would have to test his new research on human subjects in order to truly gauge its effectiveness. For his first test subject, he selected an 8-year-old child from a camp in Moscow. She was injected with 20 milliliters of the serum he had managed to develop and observed for 10 days without any notable changes. Then, on the 11th day of the trial, the patient was short of breath and complaining of abdominal pain. An X-ray showed a large mass beneath her left lung. 2 days later, the patient was dead, and Dr. Yelkov extracted a large mass of calcium from her lower left abdomen. The cause of death was massive internal bleeding caused by this very mass. Over the course of several more human trials, Dr. Yelkov fine-tuned his serum. It was producing calcified masses in the bodies of the subjects, sure, but Dr. Grigori was expecting teeth. He was getting closer, though. By trial 4, he had managed to create teeth, though they were undeveloped and had not fully grown to the proper size and shape. But it was progress, grim and gruesome as the process was. By trial 19, he had cracked it. The test subject was the teenage daughter of an American businessman named Kyle Schrader, a man so greedy and craven he had sold his own child for medical testing, all for a hefty chunk of change, $2.6 million, courtesy of Dr. Yelkov's patron, Dr. Grigori. This trial was, frankly, horrific to read. I've pored over some disturbing scientific documents in my time, but never something that distressed me quite so much as the tale of a teenage girl sold by her father, made a lab rat by a mad doctor, treated without anesthesia, and lobotomized when she complained. But Dr. Yelkov did not see it as a horror. He was simply elated that his labor had yielded that most calcium-rich of fruits, teeth. He packaged the extracted tooth specimens and sent them to Dr. Grigori for approval, along with 7 other dental practitioners. Now, I am not one to express a belief in karma, per se, and Dr. Grigori's exact fate is unconfirmed to this day, but I can believe we can extrapolate what became of him based on what the Foundation learned about Dr. Yelkov's work. And if my guess is correct, then I believe Dr. Grigori got exactly what was coming to him. When SCP Foundation agents raided Dr. Yelkov's laboratory, they discovered a series of phenomena that were later designated SCP-1994. These, as we can now surmise, were the results of Dr. Yelkov's research with SCP-478. SCP-1994-1 is a serum, the chemical makeup of which has been rather difficult to pin down. Some samples of the serum have had higher levels of sodium monofluorophosphate, while others have had higher levels of hexafluorosilicic acid. Either way, application of this serum stimulates the growth of both maxillary and mandibular tooth structures, all outside of their usual environment of the human mouth. These resulting structures are classified SCP-1994-2, and though they appear identical to human teeth at first glance, they lack the basic structures of teeth. For example, they have no dentin layer or pulp tissue. They are simply solid pieces of dental enamel and are highly vulnerable to decay. As these enamel pieces decay, they release a white powder that is capable of infecting those who inhale it with a version of SCP-478's effects. Individuals infected with SCP-1994-2 powder, or who have been administered a dose of SCP-1994-1 serum, are termed SCP-1994-3. Once exposed, the infection progresses through 5 stages. First, there is initial exposure, after which the subject has no visible signs of infection for up to 2 weeks. Notably, this infection works far less quickly than a direct infestation of SCP-478. During this 2-week period, calcium deposits will begin to develop throughout the person's body, as cell structures ordinarily used for immune system response will reorient to become capable of gathering the components for producing enamel. After the 2-week period is up, and these calcium deposits have been effectively cooking under the skin the entire time, the subject will begin to develop cysts all over their skin, beginning on the limbs before progressing to the head, neck, back, and groin. These cysts are painful to the touch, and the subject will be compelled to resist any attempts to remove them in spite of the pain and discomfort. As the cysts grow and spread, they will rupture the skin and slowly decrease the metabolic functions of the subject. At a point approximately 5 weeks after initial exposure, the cysts will burst open, revealing the mature, adult human tooth that has been growing beneath the surface. Once the tooth has emerged, it cannot be removed from the skin tissue except via surgery. Once the subject has reached this stage, the breakouts of teeth will occur faster and faster, spreading until they have covered all of the extremities, and then will begin to manifest in the soft tissues of the palate, the inner ear, and ocular tissues, spreading to every orifice. This stage of the infection resembles an infestation of SCP-478, though the teeth are lacking the interior nerve and pulp present in those created by SCP-478. Though the teeth may be removed through surgery, as I mentioned, the surgery is only a temporary fix. After any teeth are removed from the body, new growths will form in their place. After 8 weeks following initial infection, the entire body of the subject will be covered in a layer of teeth, or SCP-1994-2. But then, it all gets even worse. The teeth will begin to develop carious lesions across all of their surfaces. It is unknown how these teeth decay, given the fact that they are not exposed to any acid-producing oral bacteria. But they do decay just the same, and the process is highly unpleasant. Over the course of no more than 7 days, all the thousands of teeth across the subject's body begin to show signs of gross decay and release that aforementioned infectious white powder. This is possibly due to the use of fungus in the serum's development phase, as this white powder is somewhat reminiscent of fungal spores. After the subject's body is covered in fully rotten teeth, they will perish in the ultimate stage of infection. The cause of death is due to the combination of weakened immune system, exposure to massive amounts of decay, and the inability to eat anything or receive nutrition intravenously. No subjects have lived longer than 2 weeks past full decay. SCP-1994 was discovered during a raid conducted by the Foundation in collaboration with GRU Division P operatives in the former USSR in 1959. When they raided the laboratory, the Foundation discovered 9 instances of SCP-1994-3. 7 had already died, and 2 were decaying. Dr. Yelkov was nowhere to be found, but the Foundation did recover his notes and journals. The fairies he spoke of in his notes were also nowhere to be found, and the Foundation was unable to confirm their existence for several years. But then, they discovered an instance of SCP-478 in the wild. Dr. Yelkov really had encountered these creatures, captured them, studied them. Any instances of SCP-478 that are found are to be surgically removed from their victims before death and kept in one piece. After they have been recovered, they must be kept in specialized vacuum-sealed lockers in Biosite 66. As instances of SCP-478 do not appear to be able to pass through solid matter, they may be held indefinitely, as long as no damage occurs. Victims who have only been mildly affected by SCP-478 may be given ordinary treatment in a civilian medical establishment, though Foundation surgeons must perform the procedure under the guise of orthodontic surgery. As with ordinary surgery, the patient must be sedated. Victims who have been severely affected by SCP-478 must be taken to Biosite 16 for study. Because of the unique way in which SCP-478 works, infected individuals must not be terminated prematurely. Victims who have been deemed capable of a full recovery are to be treated for infection and released from Foundation custody. After recovering, they must be given a Class B amnestic, and false memories must be planted as to avoid arousing any suspicion. Though the process of infection that SCP-1994-3 instances go through shares some symptoms with an SCP-478 infestation, many of the symptoms differ dramatically. This in particular interests me. It would seem that the chemical components produced by SCP-478 are not the only factor in their effects on the human body. Something else must be responsible, something that requires the physical presence of one of these so-called fairies, rather than just the compounds they secrete or the chemical reactions they cause. Though I disagree deeply with his methodology, I can see why Dr. Yelkov was so compelled to study these creatures. If the Foundation is ever able to track down Dr. Yelkov, provided he is still alive, they may be able to discover more about these tooth fairies. If Dr. Yelkov had left the other nameless researcher alive, he might have learned even more about them, how to communicate with them, for example. If that other man's story is to be believed, these beings are sentient. They have names, their own language, and are capable of intelligent communication. Maybe, with some further study and some cooperative living specimens, the Foundation could learn the secrets of the fairy language just as the other doctor did. Imagine the possibilities if we could speak to these creatures. Perhaps they could ask them why it is they do what they do to us. Perhaps they could broker some sort of peace between the species. Perhaps, and this might be naively optimistic of me, they could ask them to stop. In the meantime, if you find a quarter under your pillow, make sure to check the inside of your mouth. You might just find an uninvited guest. It is just another day in Charleston, West Virginia, and the worker is clocking in for his shift at the chemical factory. As he slides his punch card, Hearing the click that signifies the beginning and end of most of his days, he lets out a sigh of resignation. This isn't really the life he had imagined for himself as a boy, but it's a union job, and the pay isn't bad, so it's all worked out okay in the end. He doesn't love the smell, but there are worse jobs out there. It does get a bit monotonous, though. The same old thing day in and day out. Nothing ever changes around here. At least, nothing ever changed until now. As he walks to his usual station, the worker stops and does a double take. There's a workplace safety poster pasted in the entryway, one that he's seen every workday for the past 5 years. In all that time, the text never changed, but today, it's different. The reminder to always wear safety goggles and gloves has vanished, replaced with an illustration depicting a bowl of fruit. The text now reads, "The recommended daily amount for vitamin C is 75 milligrams a day for women and 90 milligrams a day for men. Make sure to eat your fruit, it's yummy too." The worker pauses for a moment, squinting in confusion. That's odd. Management has never given dietary advice before, seems strange to start now. But maybe there's some new employee health initiative he doesn't know about. He shrugs and continues inside. But as he enters the factory, he realizes right away that something is wrong. No one is working. None of the machinery is operating. Everyone is just standing around, speaking feverishly to one another. He taps one of the other workers on the shoulder, asking what everyone is so upset about. The man explains that one of the machines stopped working, so they tried to perform a repair, and when they opened it up, well, it'll be easier just to show him. When the worker's eyes fall on the open machine, he can scarcely believe what he's seeing. What was once a collection of metal parts, wheels and gears performing specialized functions, is now cubes of Swiss cheese and slices of tomato. What is this? Some kind of joke? No one at the factory is willing to confess to playing the bizarre prank, one that will cost them all a day's worth of pay if it isn't fixed soon. One worker runs to grab the manual for the equipment, but when he brings it over to the crowd, they find that all of the diagrams regarding the machinery are gone. Instead, the book is filled with nutritional information, recommendations of achieving a balanced diet, and a collection of 20 simple and healthy weeknight recipes. While that might be useful for someone trying to make a vegetable lasagna, it's pretty much worthless for the situation at hand. The workers at this chemical factory don't know, but the same phenomenon is afflicting factories all across town. Vital machinery is transforming into food, and all words printed on site are changing to encourage a healthy, balanced diet. Assembly lines are halted for the day, and workers are sent home as the management of these various factories attempts to uncover what appears to be some sort of grand food-based conspiracy. No one can pinpoint just what is going on. No one, that is, except for a group of kids out of school for the summer who just so happen to be walking along the bank of the Big Coal River in search of something to occupy this beautiful day. While the factory workers are panicking and scrambling for answers, this group of kids suddenly smells something delicious. The aroma wafts along the water, coming from somewhere just around the river bend. Curious, and with grumbling stomachs, the kids follow the smell until they spot its source. A man, or something shaped a bit like one, made entirely from macaroni and cheese. At first, the kids aren't quite sure what to make of this figure. On one hand, they love mac and cheese. But on the other hand, all of their parents have warned them about stranger danger before. No one ever prepared them for the possibility of a stranger made from their favorite food. They're about to give up and run away, writing the whole thing off as some sort of strange lunchtime fairy tale, when the mac and cheese man speaks. "Hi there, kids! Mac and cheese is pretty good, huh?" The kids don't answer, staring in wide-eyed silence. He takes this silence as an invitation to keep talking. "But when we have mac and cheese, it's important for us to make sure we eat our veggies too. Isn't that right, Mr. Broccoli?" He turns and faces the water, staring expectantly. After a moment of silence, something breaks through the surface of the water. Something green. A sea monster? The kids scream, backing away. "Don't be afraid. It's good for you. Look!" As the figure emerges from the water, the kids realize that it isn't a monster after all. It's a figure made entirely out of broccoli. The broccoli man opens his mouth to speak, but water pours out instead. He clears his throat, then tries again. Hey there, don't be scared. It's very important to eat your vegetables. The broccoli man walks toward the mac and cheese man and climbs onto his shoulders as the kids watch, dumbfounded. They hear footsteps coming from behind them and turn to see even more piles of food shaped like people. One looks like applesauce, and one looks like peanut butter. One of the kids lets out a blood-curdling shriek at the sight. She's allergic to peanuts and left her EpiPen at home. The kids run away from the river as fast as their feet can carry them, leaving the food people standing by the water, sad and confused. When they get home, the kids feverishly tell their parents what they saw that day. Several of them are surprised by the reaction. Their parents believe them. They have similarly strange stories from their days at work and can all agree that something very, very strange is going on in town. After a few calls to the authorities, which are initially written off as pranks, word of this anomalous food-based activity reaches the SCP Foundation. Agents are quickly dispatched to the area to investigate, and along the bank of the river, they find the food people that the children encountered, all standing on each other's shoulders. One by one, the agents manage to wrangle the food people into a van for transport to the nearest containment facility, but their work is not yet done. The anomalous activity is continuing to spread, turning stop signs to giant pieces of pepperoni and street lamps to bushels of apples and oranges. Whatever is causing all of these changes, it's still in the area. The agents cross to the other side of the river, where an unmarked building stands abandoned and in disrepair. The first thing that the agents notice is the bugs. Swarms of ants and other insects pour out of the building when they open the front door, seemingly drawn by the piles of food scraps strewn across the floor. If they didn't know better, they'd think someone was squatting here and stockpiling food. But they do know better. They've seen the food people with their own eyes. So they aren't too shocked to see more of them huddled inside the ruined building. They are shocked, however, to see just how many of them there are. Almost 24 food people are waiting inside, stacked on top of each other in a pyramid formation. Grains make up the bottom of the pyramid, with fruits and vegetables on top. On top of the produce people, there are a few made from dairy products like cottage cheese, and some made of nuts. On top, there is a single figure made from butter. The agents consider calling for backup, but the food people appear to be peaceful. One by one, the agents disassemble the pyramid, and each of the food people comes with them quietly, climbing into the van. When the building is clear, the agents transport all of the food people back to the nearest Foundation site and get to work on putting out a cover story to the people of Charleston. As far as the people of Charleston, West Virginia know, the food people they saw that day, and every other strange occurrence, was caused by a chemical leak. Chemicals in the Big Coal River caused a variety of unusual effects on the population and produce. That was all, nothing more to worry about. They would never know why they all ended the day with the feeling of a full, satisfied stomach, or why they all had so much energy the next day. And they would never know that their town had been visited by SCP-1630. SCP-1630 refers to a group of 25 anomalous humanoids, each 1.54 meters tall and weighing between 21 and 231 kilograms. Instances of SCP-1630 appear to have intelligence corresponding with the average intelligence of humans between the ages of 20 and 26, and are fully capable of standard human sense and perception. The most unusual aspect of SCP-1630 instances is their physiology. Each instance is made up of an edible substance that is a common mainstay of the human diet, such as fruits and vegetables, cheeses, meats, and grains. What appears to be an instance's clothing is actually part of its body, and is also composed of these edible components. Any damage to the body of an SCP-1630 instance will be healed promptly, at a rate of 1 kilogram of regenerated mass per hour. Their bodies can be damaged by anything that would do damage to the edible substance a given instance is made up of, but they do not appear to decompose or rot at a standard rate. As of today, no instance of SCP-1630 has decomposed or died while in Foundation custody. The instances are capable of speech and communication consistent with their estimated intelligence levels. Every instance of SCP-1630 in Foundation containment has been cataloged, and though I have no interest in reading out the details on all 26 of them, I will provide some highlights for your consideration. The first instance to be contained and cataloged by the Foundation was SCP-1630-01. Its body is composed of raw meat, mainly pork and steak. When spoken to, it has expressed a passionate interest in food-based trivia, particularly pertaining to meat. It has a friendly, talkative disposition and is known to engage staff in rounds of meat-based trivia questions. Foundation staff converse with this instance and participate in its quizzes on a regular basis in order to maintain a congenial relationship and guarantee the entity's cooperation. SCP-1630-06 is a being constructed from baked beans, held together by joints made from pulverized beans to fill in the gaps. It is also coated in a classic, sugar-based baked bean sauce, which occasionally drips off of its body and onto the floor of its containment chamber. Sauce is also expelled from the entity's mouth whenever it speaks. This sauce buildup resulted in an infestation of ants in its original containment cell, forcing the Foundation to bring in an exterminator to clear the area. As it turns out, my mother was right to chide me for leaving food in my bedroom growing up. That is, in fact, how you get ants. SCP-1630-06 has been moved to a new containment chamber, which is cleaned regularly to make sure that the insect infestation will not spread or repeat itself. SCP-1630-08 is constructed entirely out of apples. Most of its body is made up of apple slices held together with applesauce. Its clothing is made from strips of apple peel in various colors, primarily red. Notably, the apple slices making up the entity's body have not shown any signs of the usual browning characteristic for sliced apples exposed to air. Whenever spoken to, SCP-1630-08 makes heavy-handed references to the expression, "an apple a day keeps the doctor away." Whenever approached by a doctor, the entity seems genuinely perturbed. SCP-1630-11 is constructed entirely from butter. Because the inside of its mouth is perpetually in a semi-liquid state, it is incapable of coherent speech. However, it is able to communicate via American Sign Language. Where it learned sign language, it will not say. Several Site-77 personnel fluent in American Sign Language have been assigned to its containment area so that they can maintain an open line of communication with the anomaly. SCP-1630-13 is made of oatmeal, clumped together into a humanoid formation. Strangely, it is always emitting a small amount of steam, as if the oatmeal has just been freshly prepared. Foundation staff who have skipped breakfast are not permitted to interact with SCP-1630-13, just in case. Requests from this entity for honey, maple syrup, or a sprinkle of cinnamon are to be rejected for obvious reasons. SCP-1630-15 is made up of garlic slices, and its clothing is constructed from strips of garlic woven together. Unlike other instances of SCP-1630, it has no sense of smell. The same cannot be said for personnel assigned to its containment chamber, though I'd wager a guess that they wish they had the same affliction. Though several staff have recorded becoming nose-blind to it over time, as well as expressing gratitude that they are not assigned to look after an instance made from an even more pungent foodstuff. If you share the same propensity for morbid curiosity as I do, you may be asking yourself, do these beings ever sample their own wares, so to speak? As far as I can ascertain, most of them do not, but there are exceptions. One of these exceptions is SCP-1630-22, which is composed of cottage cheese. Ever since it was first contained, SCP-1630-22 has been observed consuming small portions of itself on a regular basis. It isn't much, usually only a finger here and there, or a small chunk of its arm. When asked about this practice, it simply explained that it enjoys the taste, and the process does not hurt. Still, this habit was cause for some concern on the part of the Foundation, and personnel have been assigned to monitor SCP-1630-22 to ensure that it does not accidentally eat a bit too much of itself and accidentally self-terminate in the process. As far as I can tell, this is the only instance of SCP-1630 that has been observed participating in this sort of auto-cannibalistic activity, but I hesitate to declare that for certain, given how little we understand these entities. I do have to wonder what could be so appealing about cottage cheese, though. I never feel the impulse to snack on cottage cheese, and I wouldn't even have to sacrifice a finger to do so. But I'm getting off track. Where was I? Right, yes. SCP-1630-24 is made up of peanut butter, specifically the crunchy variety. I imagine a being made of smooth peanut butter would have a bit more difficulty moving and speaking, but the anatomy of these entities is so confounding that I can't say for certain. This instance of SCP-1630 is known for cracking jokes and speaking in non sequiturs. When asked about its sense of humor, notably more present than in other instances, it replied, "I guess I'm just nuts." Aside from accidentally sending a staff member into anaphylaxis during containment, promptly treated with an EpiPen, SCP-1630-24 has caused no notable issues. When more than 3 instances of SCP-1630 are in the same room, they will begin to climb on top of each other and form what I can only describe as a food pyramid. The U.S. Department of Agriculture's classic food pyramid seems to be the inspiration for this formation, as the instances will place themselves in a position matching that diagram, and their corresponding food items place on it. How exactly SCP-1630 learned about the food pyramid remains to be seen. When asked about the pyramid formation and this peculiar behavior, SCP-1630 instances will simply respond that they are fulfilling America's dedication to eat healthy every day. But they don't just enter this pyramid formation and remain there with no anomalous effects. When the instances have reached their intended positions, it will trigger something known as a delta event. As soon as a delta event is set into motion, human subjects in the vicinity will experience fullness and contentment as if they have just finished eating a healthy, well-balanced meal. Inanimate materials in the area will transform, maintaining their shape, but changing into an edible version of itself, like something out of a health-conscious Charlie and the Chocolate Factory knockoff. The foods that these items change into depend on the SCP-1630 instances present for the Delta event. Documents, visual or written, will also transform, but not into food. Instead, their content will change to highlight the importance of eating a balanced diet, as well as many reminders to follow the guidance of the food pyramid. The zone affected by the Delta event will spread at a rate of 100 meters per hour, and this progression can only be stopped by forcibly separating the SCP-1630 instances from one another. All instances of SCP-1630 must be kept in humanoid containment chambers located at Site-77. Their conditions must be climate-controlled depending on the composition of the individual instance and the optimal temperature and moisture level for preserving it. No more than 3 instances of SCP-1630 may be allowed out of containment areas at one time. If a containment breach should occur, security personnel have been authorized to use lethal force to prevent a Delta event. After I first learned of SCP-1630, I found it rather charming, if a bit unsanitary. I don't much care for the idea of that much food sitting out, touching the floor and various other shared surfaces all day. But an emphasis on health and nutrition seemed to suggest that SCP-1630 instances have good intentions, execution of those intentions aside. But then, I read the addendum attached to the file concerning a troubling development. On June 2, 2010, a new instance of SCP-1630 was contained and designated SCP-1630-26. Its composition appears to be sugars, fats, and artificial substances such as flavorings and preservatives. After it was contained, a Delta event was performed with SCP-1630-26 in a controlled, sterile environment. During this event, personnel taking part experienced nausea and a phantom sweet taste in their mouths. At the same time, documents throughout Site-77 were replaced by advertisements for various fast food, candy, and other confectionery corporations. Many of these corporations have not yet been confirmed to exist. A couch in the staff break room transformed into a pile of French fries, while the water cooler's contents became thick, syrupy sweet and artificially colored with the discontinued red food dye. The carpet turned to cotton candy, while tiles in the hallway turned to square hamburger patties. Other transformed items took on the shapes of foods that could not be identified, but that gave off a strong, meaty yet sweet smell that was described simply as artificial. After the conclusion of the Delta event, SCP-1630-26 was moved to another site, and containment procedures for SCP-1630 are pending updates. Since this incident, Site-77's medical staff have expressed concern regarding the elevated cholesterol levels of the on-site personnel, as well as a host of other health problems often attributed to poor diet and vitamin deficiency. Food and nutrition play a vital role in all of our lives. After all, without it, we would cease to live at all. But what forces might create such anomalous food-based beings? I can't wrap my mind around it. None of the instances will reveal where they might have come from, or who might have created them. Were they born inside of that chemical factory in West Virginia? Did their creator sell his technology to some corporation? Perhaps one of those advertised in the SCP-1630-26 Delta event. I don't know. All I know is that I'm starting to get a bit peckish after thinking about this much food. Whatever they are, wherever they came from, SCP-1630 gives a new meaning to that old adage, "You are what you eat." The boatman's yells echo through the swamp, his cries of, "Rodney!" passing through the quagmire around him. His friend's name is met by the squawks of birds, flapping their wings in fright at the repeated shouts, then silence as they fly away. No response, no luck, and still no Rodney. It's been around a month since he vanished, and everyone else has since given up the search. Even the cops tell the boatman that his friend likely stumbled and fell into the murky waters of the swamp, drowning beneath the muddy depths. The crueler folk decide to taunt the boatman for being superstitious, telling him that perhaps Rodney was taken by the vengeful spirit of the swamp and consumed. But nothing deters the boatman from continuing the search, hopping in his dinghy and scouring the swamp, determined to not stop until he's covered every rancid inch of it. The boat drifts towards a large pipe, an old sewer opening that flushes waste out into the swamp. The smell is foul, even beneath the scarf covering the boatman's mouth and nose, protection that he's grateful for. Without it, this place would smell 1,000,000 times worse. Passing the pipe, he sweeps the beam of his flashlight down it, yelling out for Rodney again. His voice reverberates down the old metal tube, then dies down to a faint echo again. There's no reply. But just as he's about to continue his search, he spots something. Out of the corner of his eye, he's sure he notices something move. Anyone else would think nothing of it, just a rat or another local critter that's made its home in the filthy pipe. But the boatman has been searching the swamp for weeks. What if Rodney was injured and hid from the elements in the only shelter for miles around? Taking a deep, cloth-covered breath, the boatman takes a big step off his dinghy and heads into the sewer. Discolored water laden with goodness knows what trickles past his boots as he traverses the cramped passageway, heading deeper, guided by his flashlight. He yells Rodney's name again, if only to alleviate the silence inside the sewer and to distract from the anxiety that he might come across a gator somewhere down here. He tells himself that sewer gators are just an urban legend, until he spots what looks like scaled skin. Under the flashlight's beam, he takes a closer look. Reptiles shed their skin all the time, he thinks, but something's wrong here. This hasn't been shed. It's almost like it was torn. What could have ripped up a gator's hide? The sound of something shuffling towards him causes him to turn with a sudden start. His heart lurches in his chest. There's a figure standing in the path of his flashlight, disheveled, staggering like a zombie. But it's clearly Rodney. The boatman feels a wave of relief and calls out to his friend one more time, then watches as Rodney bursts. The boatman's stunned silence quickly becomes a pained scream of terror, one that causes him to drop his flashlight. As it rolls along the sewer pipe, it illuminates the thing crawling out from what little is left of Rodney. Numerous things. The same things that are lining the ceiling of the pipe, bristling, waiting. Collectively, they detect the presence of a new animal nearby, a new host. In accordance with SCP Foundation containment procedures, the organism designated as SCP-751 is to be kept in a hermetically sealed container. Within this 1 cubic meter space, humidity levels are kept at a high enough level for the organism to survive, and nutrients to feed SCP-751 are injected into the container on a daily basis. However, should a containment breach occur, then this parasitic life form will be compelled to seek out a more substantial food source. Hence its colloquial nickname among Foundation staff, the Organ Eater. As the nickname suggests, when left unchecked, SCP-751's primary diet consists of internal organs, with no differentiating between those of animals and those of humans. In its natural state, SCP-751 has a body mass of only around 2 kilograms, with no clearly defined shape. That is, before it infests a host. This anomalous parasite's amorphous body consists of an unknown substance with the same consistency as gelatin, pale white in coloration, with red veins streaking across the majority of its surface area. Upon closer examination by Foundation researchers and experts in parasitic lifeforms, it has been discovered that SCP-751's veins do, in fact, contain blood. Except, it's human blood, and seemingly stolen at that. This blood has been analyzed and was discovered to be a mixture of blood gathered from previous hosts to the parasite, which has been laced with various additional chemicals. While a full chemical composition of SCP-751 has been compiled by Foundation researchers and recorded in Document 751-C, the majority of additional substances present within the parasite are similar in nature and function to numerous anesthetics and immunosuppressants. In layman's terms, the organism possesses its own internal chemicals that can numb sensations, particularly pain, or induce sleep, similar to the drugs applied to patients undergoing surgery or other invasive medical procedures, as well as other chemicals that can inhibit a creature's or person's immune system. This is responsible for combating foreign objects present within an organism, particularly on a cellular level, wherein antibodies attack unidentified cells that could be the result of an infection. In medicine, immunosuppressant drugs are often administered in humans in order to prevent a person's body from rejecting an organ transplanted into their body from somebody else, like a kidney, liver, or even a heart. SCP-751's exact origin remains unknown to the Foundation. Specimens of the parasite have been discovered dwelling in damp environments, particularly those with close proximity to fresh water, naturally occurring bodies of water that contain lower concentrations of salt. Other areas in which the Foundation has encountered SCP-751 occurring have included swamps, rainforests, and sewers, with the organism requiring access to water in order to survive. Without exposure to water, the parasite will succumb to dehydration and ultimately die within a maximum of 12 hours. All of these elements seem to suggest to some Foundation researchers that SCP-751 is a naturally occurring organism and that it must have evolved to function in the way that it does. Theories range from the mildly plausible to the outright bizarre. One researcher has posited the idea that SCP-751 is an evolutionary descendant of some previously undocumented prehistoric bacterial life form, or even a genetic offshoot of an existing strain of rare but deadly flesh-eating bacteria. This possible explanation for SCP-751's origin was refuted by another researcher who conducted an hour and 35-minute presentation, with an intermission for snacks, that provided a different explanation. According to this second researcher, SCP-751 is an amoeba-like organism that originated from outer space, evolving as bacteria on a meteorite that then collided with a military satellite, altering its trajectory and causing both the meteorite and the satellite to crash land on Earth in the proximity of Arborville, California in 1988. It is worth noting that during this presentation, another member of staff stood up and began berating the presenting researcher, instead presenting a third, unfounded theory, that SCP-751 was actually the result of a military experiment to develop a biological weapon during the Cold War. The presenting researcher retorted by claiming he was getting to that part and scolded his heckler for disrupting the flow of his theory. The pair's argument then escalated into a full-blown fistfight, with senior research personnel being forced to intervene and security teams eventually breaking up the altercation. The Foundation's Human Resources Department has since placed both arguing staff members on temporary sabbatical and warned them against watching too many movies instead of conducting actual research into anomalies. However, the notion that SCP-751 is a naturally occurring parasitic life form is seemingly undermined by the chemicals that have been discovered within specimens. The fact is that it seems to be able to produce anesthetics and immunosuppressants that are much more akin to man-made drugs than any naturally occurring compounds with these properties. Any creature capable of producing these man-made substances is unlikely to have evolved naturally. Speculation has recently begun spreading among Foundation researchers that SCP-751 could, in fact, have been genetically engineered, possibly even through some unknown anomalous means.
Whether or not there is any legitimacy to this idea is still unknown, and Foundation investigations into the matter are still yet to yield any definitive, conclusive evidence. As for who exactly is responsible for creating an anomalous parasitic life form, and to what end, these are questions that currently remain unanswered. The Foundation is looking into several potential groups of interest it considers to be the culprits for creating SCP-751, however, determining exactly who possesses the knowledge of genetics and bioengineering it would require to develop a parasite like this. In terms of why, the theory about SCP-751 intended to be deployed as a biological weapon seems to be plausible, given how it behaves, especially when interacting with human biology. In terms of behavior, particularly motor function, SCP-751 displays clear movement ability despite not possessing any limbs, bones, or muscle tissue. Provided it is able to maintain an adequate amount of exposure to water, a specimen of SCP-751 will move independently across terrains, including through sewer pipes and along water lines, as they seek out a host. However, there are a few notable exceptions. These parasites are unable to traverse drier, sandy areas and cannot survive in bodies of salt water for extended periods of time. Through observation and examination of their behavior patterns, Foundation researchers have determined that SCP-751 parasites likely possess an olfactory sense of some description. Even if they don't have any actual sensory organs, it seems that they can detect carbon dioxide and octanol, which are both commonly found in human breath and sweat. This is seemingly how SCP-751 specimens hunt down potential mammalian hosts. Upon tracking down a suitable host, an SCP-751 parasite will wait until the animal or person has fallen asleep, possibly by sensing that its target's respiration is slowing down, as during sleep, animals release lower levels of CO2 when exhaling. By this point, an SCP-751 specimen will have had to travel a considerable distance from its water-rich habitat, and this compels them to begin their feeding process. This begins when the amorphous anomalous organism slithers on top of a target, settling over its stomach region. Given that they possess little in the way of any protective barrier surrounding their gelatin-like bodies, this enables SCP-751 to effectively trick their hosts' bodies, allowing them to be absorbed into the target's skin through osmosis. Given that the skin effectively senses an SCP-751 as a harmless liquid, its naturally porous properties allow the parasites to enter their hosts undetected, at which point the anesthetics in their veins are dispersed. The numbing, sleep-inducing properties of these chemicals keep their hosts in a sedated state, preventing them from waking up during the initial absorption process. Once an SCP-751 parasite has successfully latched onto a host and has been absorbed into their body through the skin, what follows is a deeply unpleasant feeding process. One that is made all the more unnerving by the fact that victims of SCP-751 are rendered completely unaware of what is happening to them until it is too late. At present, there is no known way to either prevent or even slow down the parasite's feeding. Making its way inside its host, the organism will rest within its stomach, reshaping itself in such a way that it lines their gastrointestinal walls, the layers of specialized tissue that produce the enzymes and stomach acid necessary for digesting food. Having effectively blocked its target from digesting normally, an SCP-751 parasite will then alter itself in such a way that it mimics the composition and function of the host's stomach, allowing them to still safely eat and carry out the digestive process as normal, and enabling SCP-751 to reside inside their body without risking being detected. This adaptation normally takes between roughly 2 to 3 hours, which explains why the parasites target victims who are asleep, making them less likely to notice, thanks in part to the anesthetics. After their host has reawakened, there will be no evidence present that they have contracted an SCP-751 parasite, and as such, will continue their ordinary daily routine as if nothing has changed. Over the course of the next 3 to 4 days, an infected victim will continue to be unaware that their body is being used as a host by an SCP-751 specimen. Meanwhile, during this time frame, the parasite will have already begun feeding by digesting their victim's stomach. Keep in mind, while the gradual dissolving of a person's or animal's stomach would, under normal circumstances, trigger intense pain and possibly even send the victim into shock, SCP-751's unique physiology allows it to mimic the now missing stomach, while also preventing the pain of consuming its target's digestive system from being detected thanks to the anesthetics it naturally releases.
Additionally, its immunosuppressant properties prevent the host's immune system from detecting a foreign presence within the body and creating antibodies to attack it. At most, subjects known to be carrying instances of SCP-751 display little in the way of symptoms beyond slight fatigue and numbness to sensation caused by the anesthetic present in their systems. After successfully digesting its host stomach and digestive system, SCP-751 begins to expand, absorbing these internal organs in order to increase its mass. Bear in mind, the average intestine alone can measure up to 15 feet, with an average stomach being around 12 inches long by 6 inches across at its widest point. With this additional mass, SCP-751 will then spread throughout the host's bodies, consuming more of their internal organs, adding to its own mass, and fueling further expansion. Generally starting with the stomach and intestines, the parasite then moves to the liver, then the kidneys, and gradually starts devouring the lungs after these. After each organ is successfully consumed, as it does with the stomach, SCP-751 alters parts of its growing mass in order to perfectly mimic the shape, composition, and function of each digested organ in turn. Through the continuous release of anesthetics to dull the pain of this internal organ consumption and the immunosuppressant chemicals that prevent it from being rejected by antibodies, SCP-751 is able to keep eating the organs of its victim. Eventually, the entirety of their internal bodily functions are carried out by SCP-751, mimicking the organs it has eaten, a process which normally takes approximately a whole month in human victims and slightly longer when SCP-751 targets larger animals. Upon the completion of this month-long feeding process, once all of a host's organs have been consumed by the parasite, an SCP-751 specimen will revert back to its original gelatinous composition, now much larger, thanks to the mass accumulated from feeding on its host's organs. Where feeding is slow and methodical, the reversion from mimicking entire organs back to an amorphous invertebrate is near instantaneous, occurring within a few minutes. Of course, you're most likely wondering what this means for the host, whose internal bodily functions have been maintained by SCP-751 imitating their organs up until now. The process of returning to its original composition considerably lowers the density of SCP-751's structure and causes it to swell. This occurs to such a degree that the host's body can no longer contain the creature inside it and forces their body to expand. In observations made by the SCP Foundation, this is the messiest part of an SCP-751 infection. The victim's skin stretches until its elasticity reaches its limit, bursting as it releases the grown and considerably larger SCP-751 parasite. There is little left of the host other than bones, torn, overstretched skin, and a lot of blood. The lingering question is, what is the point? What purpose does this insidious cycle of feeding on a host's organs and needlessly cruel exploration of their bodies serve? Well, as with many parasitic life forms, SCP-751's primary biological directive is to reproduce, and this occurs after bursting out of a depleted host's body. The excess mass of the parasite's body from consuming a victim's organs is bisected into between 10 and 20 smaller pieces. Each of these is a fully separate entity and is classified as a new specimen of SCP-751. The moment that this bisection occurs, these newly created parasites will be drawn towards damp areas and begin a slithering migration towards their new habitats. Once there, they grow through exposure to fresh water in preparation as they await new hosts to hunt, and thus, the cycle repeats itself. For a time, the SCP Foundation sought to find a practical medical application for SCP-751, and a request was made by a Foundation scientist to modify a specimen as part of an experiment. It was thought that if the parasite could be tricked into only mimicking the function and composition of a single organ in perpetuity without consuming any of the surrounding organs, then SCP-751 could serve as a potential solution to shortages in organ donors. This would have made them ideal for patients awaiting vital organ transplants, given the parasite's ability to recreate and carry out important bodily functions without the risk of being rejected. Receiving approval from the Foundation, the scientist attempts to make a number of alterations to the SCP-751 specimen, trying to find a way to inhibit its natural hunger and instinct to feed on organs. Isolating a specific function of its biology proves tricky, but the scientist believes he has found a way to biologically hack into the parasite through the aid of a specially developed cybernetic implant that he designed to suppress the SCP-751 specimen's appetite.
The Foundation then authorizes the use of the augmented parasite specimen on a member of D-Class personnel, currently interred in Foundation medical care and being kept on life support thanks to having suffered multiple critical organ failures as the result of testing with another anomaly. As a first test goes, this is widely considered to be a trial by fire, one that won't turn out well. Initially, the modified SCP-751 specimen seems to behave as intended, restructuring itself into a new heart, lungs, and liver for the afflicted D-Class patient. The scientist monitors the growth of the parasite through the specialized implant, noting that it seems to just be assimilating and replacing the patient's damaged organs, not eating the few that are still functioning normally. The patient regains consciousness and is removed from life support. Within less than an hour, he's functioning normally. All seems to be going well. Until an alarm sounds. The patient, having been returned to the rest of the general D-Class population, is observed suffering a sudden spike in adrenaline. Medical personnel are sent to assess him, while security staff keep other D-Classes from interfering. All present witness what follows. The augmented SCP-751 triggers the expansion that would normally occur after it had successfully eaten its host's organs. However, thanks to the augmentations the scientist has made to the parasite, it not only stays within the patient as his body begins splitting at the seams, but also retains control over the host body after his brain has shut down due to the shock and blood loss. What ensues is a containment breach, as security forces scramble to detain a hybrid creature, part human and part parasite. Any personnel unlucky enough to be close enough to the hybrid at the moment of transformation are caught by tendrils through which the SCP-751 parasite's gelatinous form is able to reach into its victims' bodies, breaking down and absorbing all of their internal organs in a matter of seconds, without releasing the anesthetic that the organism naturally produces. The hybrid is contained and neutralized by security personnel equipped with liquid nitrogen canisters, freezing the creature solid until its augmented body shatters. Foundation higher-ups deem the death toll incurred by the containment breach to be acceptable losses. Further experimentation into using SCP-751 for human organ transplants is set to continue shortly, and who knows what horrors may come from it. Check out the DrBob Patreon and become a junior researcher today. Now go and watch another entry from the files of DrBob, like the Body Harvester, SCP-5172.